Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Insane Quirk Collection. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The figure hummed to himself as he strolled across the rooftop, the noise lightly reverberating through the chilly air in a way that only a quirk could achieve. A somewhat cheerful tune that didn't belong in the part of town he was in. Of course, if someone were to spare more than a glance at him, they would realize that almost nothing about the figure belonged anywhere near the rundown part of Mizudafu that he was in. He wore a crisp, clean, blood-red dress shirt tucked into a pair of black slacks, over top of which was a black vest and tie. All of it was perfectly tailored to his body and looked to be quite expensive. On his hands were a pair of black leather gloves, ensuring that no skin was showing below the neck. Even his shoes, a pair of black combat boots, reinforced with steel at the heel and toe, looked much too clean and well-maintained for the area. Then there was the mask he wore. It was a kitsune half-mask, covering his eyes and nose. Following the rest of his color scheme, it was mostly black with red accents under the eyes, along the bridge of the nose, and on the forehead. The metallic material it was made of gleamed in the moonlight as he walked along, still humming that same tune. All of that, combined with his more notable physical features, a pair of pitch-black horns curling back over his head and a pair of equally dark, leathery wings, and he stood out quite a bit. Not to mention the fact that he was walking along a roof in the middle of the night in the first place. Coming to the edge of the rooftop, he didn't even slow as he casually jumped over to the next one, the same way one might hop over a puddle on the sidewalk, his wings flaring ever so slightly to maintain his balance. Normally, he wouldn't be moving so casually. He'd be flying, or at the very least walking at a pace that wasn't nearly so leisurely as he patrolled the rooftops and back alleys that saw far too much activity late at night. But right now he wasn't concerned with covering as much ground as possible. He had a specific prey planned for tonight, and knew exactly where they were. So, he knew that he had plenty of time to make his way there, where he would proceed to make a group of people extremely unhappy. He had just reached the edge of that building, grinning at the thought of what he was going to do, and was about to jump again when he was broken from his thoughts by a scuffle in the alleyway beneath him. Crouching down, he peered over the edge to inspect the disturbance. There were two men, one backed up against the wall of the building the figure was watching from, and the other a few feet away with a gun in his hand, pointed at the first. A mugging, most likely. He strained his eyes a bit, focusing on the one with the gun, and information filled his mind. Name, Sotonokabe. Quirk, Spectrum. Mutative quirk that allows the user to change their eye color. Each color has a corresponding effect on their eyesight. Night vision, thermal vision, magnification, UV protection, and X-ray. The user's natural eye color corresponds with normal sight. Changes between colors are achieved through conscious activation, but require no focus or thought to maintain. Oh, he said under his breath as he finished processing the information. Isn't that interesting? Without another thought, he stood back up, before stepping off the building into open space. He fell silently, his wings flaring out to slow his fall. He landed just to the side of the mugger, a few feet away, just loud enough to attract his attention. He didn't want to startle the man into shooting the other by accident. Who dash? Okabe started, turning towards the intruder, but he didn't get a chance to finish that question as the figure slammed into him. One hand closed around the man's throat, lifting him into the air effortlessly, while the other gripped the hand holding the gun at the wrist, forcing it into the air, the bones inside creaking from the force he was using. He twisted the appendage around, forcing him to drop the gun once it became too painful. He spared a glance at the first man, ensuring that he was unharmed, before turning back to Okabe. Up close, the man looked like a mess. Greasy, unkempt hair, ragged clothes, and God, the smell. He had to fight the urge to wrinkle his nose as the stench hit him full force. It was as though he'd been rolling around in a dumpster for the last few years. Then, slightly less obvious, was the sweaty, clammy skin and unnaturally dilated pupils. A junkie, then. He figured. Obviously high on whatever his drag of choice is. The figure smirked at him, dropping his wrist. Drag addict or no, it didn't change what he'd been doing to the other man. Nor did it change what the figure was now going to do to him. Now then, Soten Okabe, why don't you come with me? He thoroughly enjoyed the look of panicked confusion that appeared on the criminal's face with the realization that a stranger who currently was holding him in the air by the throat knew his name. His eyes bulged outward and his mouth opened to speak, but with the hand around his throat just tight enough to prevent anything other than the shallowest breaths, he was left looking like a fish out of water. The figure crouched down, spreading his wings. Keeping a firm grip on the criminal, he launched the two of them into the air. They rose higher with each beat until they were at the roof he had jumped down from. He threw Okabe onto the building, before lightly touching down a few short feet away. You know Okabe? He began, walking forward as the criminal tried to scramble back. You have such an interesting quirk. One that would have been quite useful for a hero. Or any number of professions really, with such a wide range of applications. It's a shame you had to resort to drags and mugging innocent people. He slowly removed one of his gloves as he spoke, one finger at a time, revealing his hand. Okabe had run out of room, his back hitting an air conditioning unit for the building they were on. He could only watch in fear as the figure continued to approach him, the smirk on his face promising nothing good. A true shame. In a flash, the figure was crouched in front of Okabe, clamping the unloved hand over his mouth, pinning him in place. Now, what I'm about to do to you is going to hurt, quite a bit, but I'd appreciate it if you could do your best not to scream. He said, his smirk growing even more malicious. After all, this is really all your fault, isn't it? You had every opportunity to not threaten an innocent person like that. Okabe's eyes screwed in confusion for a moment, before blowing open to the size of saucers. A ragged scream tore itself from his throat as his back arched off the roof, and he gripped and clawed at the hand that held him down. The figure just chuckled as Okabe screamed into his hand. He knew exactly what Okabe experiencing. It would feel as though his heart was being dug out of his chest with a rusty knife, and his eyes, the part of his body that his quirk was centered around, would feel like they were on fire. He'd never experienced the pain for himself, obviously, but there were few quirks that he'd encountered that he'd researched as extensively as his own. Before long, only a moment or two later, he could feel a heat being drawn out of the criminal and into his hand. It traveled down his arm and settled firmly in his chest. He enjoyed the screams of the petty criminal beneath his hand. The sound was like music to his ears. He could have made it less painful for him, so much less. Like the difference between pulling a splinter and ripping out a barbed arrowhead, but why do that when he could use it as an opportunity to thoroughly punish someone who'd done something wrong? And really, what crueler punishment was there? To experience pain so excruciating that it renders one unconscious, only for them to then wake up and realize that they could no longer use their quirk. He released Okabe once he was done, the man collapsing in a pitiful heap, barely conscious. Reaching over, he placed a finger on the man's neck, making sure that he was still alive after going through that. He was pleased when he felt a pulse. He might enjoy punishing criminals, but he did not necessarily wish to kill them. Standing up, he focused on the new heat in his chest. As he did, he felt it move up to his eyes, settling just behind them. He closed his eyes, still focusing on the heat. When he opened them, the world around him was suffused in blacks and blues, not much different from how it was before, until he looked down. The roof of the surrounding buildings had a light green hue, still slightly warm from the day before. Glancing towards Okabe, he noticed that he could no longer make out any distinct features, just a human-shaped blob of red, orange, and yellow. He blinked again. This time the world appeared almost as bright as if the sun had risen back into the sky, but washed in green. Closing his eyes again, he pulled the heat back into his chest. When he opened them, the world was back to its normal darkness, barely illuminated by the moon above. Quite interesting indeed, he murmured, before looking down at his unloved hand. He grimaced as he rubbed his fingers together. He could feel the filth he'd picked up just from touching Okabe. Pulling a handkerchief from his pocket normally, he would just wipe his hand on the fallen criminal. But clearly that wasn't an option right now. He wiped away the mixture of dirt, sweat, and grease. Satisfied that he no longer felt as though he'd been digging around a dumpster, he pocketed the handkerchief, before pulling his glove back on and covering his hand once more. Digging a phone out of his pocket, he scrolled down to a familiar contact and brought it up to his ear. He waited for a few rings before hearing an obnoxious tone, followed by the automated voice informing him that the number was no longer in service. He frowned at the device. Hole. Did he change his number again? A voice in his ear questioned. A sigh. Yes, he did. This is like the 4th time in as many months. You'd think at some point this would start getting too inconvenient for him. Want me to find the new one? Please do. A few moments passed in silence before, all right, I've got it. It's been added to your phone. Thanks. He replied, scrolling to find the new number, once again raising it to his ear as it started to ring. This time, after a few moments, it was answered by a voice that sounded utterly exhausted. Not surprising, given that he was still awake at such a time. Detective Tsukachi speaking. Who is this? Tsukachi. He practically cheered. Why did you change your phone number again? And without even telling me, no less. You know that's quite rude. He smirked as he heard the detective let out a groan, along with the distinct sound of a forehead hitting a desk. Oni. Tsukachi grumbled. How exactly do you keep getting my number? I'll let you in on a little secret, Tsukachi. He said, I'm actually God. That's how I do it. I'm hanging up now. Wow. Rude. And after I went through all the trouble of getting you a present. He heard a long-suffering sigh on the other side. What did this one do? It was just a mugging. Pretty cut and dry. He said, shrugging even though there was no one to see it. The aggressor is one Soten Okabe. I've left him on a roof for you to come collect. I'll send you the location. All right, fine. The detective responded. And the victim? He's fine, I think. There weren't any visible injuries. He was still in the alleyway when I grabbed Okabe. He might still be there if you get here quick enough. Another sigh. I'll send a patrol car to come pick him up. Goodbye, Oni. What? No, thank you? I went out of my way to pick this guy up for you, Tsukachi. I'll say thank you if you decide to finally turn yourself in. Laughed at that. That's actually kind of tempting, if only just to hear something resembling gratitude from you. But I think I'll pass for now. I've still got so much to do with myself. Oh yeah, he added before the other could hang up. You might want to keep a few officers on standby. I'm going to have a few more presents for you later. You're going after a group tonight, aren't you? Tsukachi asked with a resigned tone. Yep, he responded. Drag traffickers. The boring, regular kind though, not trigger. You could just act like a normal citizen and report the location to the police, so that way we can handle it and you don't give me a mountain of paperwork to take care of. Sorry, but no such luck, Tsukachi. You and I both know that would take way too long to actually do much good. Now I, on the other hand, can go in with no notice and have it handled in less than an hour. Quick and easy. Tell you what though, he said, cutting off Tsukachi's response. If it makes you feel better, I'll give you the address. Then you can see if Eraserhead is available to come play. That way you can credit him with taking down the criminals. Less paperwork for you if it's a hero that does it, right? Fine. The other answered after a moment. Send me the address and I'll pass it along. If only so he might be able to capture you and put you out of my misery. Oni let out another laugh. Sure thing, Tsukachi. I'll send the location in a few minutes. He said, before ending the call and sending the first address, the one for Okabe. With that done, he pocketed his phone, shooting another glance at the fallen criminal. His smile fell as he turned away, continuing his walk where he'd been interrupted, hopping over to the next building. He thought back to his conversation with the detective. Oni really did like Tsukachi, even though the man would probably want nothing more than to put Oni behind bars. He was likely one of the most competent members of the police force, at least in Mizudafu. And, as much as Oni probably annoyed him, Tsukachi always took what he had to say seriously. Years of working in such a relationship had earned him some form of trust from the man, and he always prioritized the safety of civilians and the apprehension of criminals over capturing him. It was nice, especially considering that Oni was a vigilante and that most heroes and police officers would try to capture him on sight. The voice in his ears spoke up again, drawing him from his thoughts. You might want to pick up the pace. I'm watching the cameras and it looks like they're getting ready to move some product. He let out a small sigh. And here he was thinking that he might be able to enjoy a leisurely stroll before putting a few drag dealers in the hospital. Alright, I'm on it. Oni spread his wings again, taking a few running steps before launching himself into the air. In just a few wing beats he was soaring over the city, the buildings beneath him, passing at a much quicker pace. It wasn't long before the target location came into view. An old warehouse, probably abandoned by whoever had originally owned it, now being used by a group of useless, petty criminals. He'd known about this location for a while, of course. There wasn't much criminal activity that occurred in this city that he didn't know about, but it wasn't a matter of simply dealing with them as soon as he found out. There needed to be a system with these things. If he wanted to, Oni could go out and clear away most of the small-time criminal groups that he knew about in a single week. If he really pushed himself and worked during the day as well, then he could probably get it done in a day or two. But if he did that, then anyone that he couldn't get to in time would scatter like rats, only to start up again somewhere else, leaving him with no information as to their whereabouts or activities. Doing it this way slowly, only periodically taking a group in when he felt like it, or when they got too rowdy for his liking, he was able to keep an eye on everything and, more or less, control the tide of crime, all while gradually reducing their numbers over time. And despite what he'd told Tsukachi, he did actively feed information to the police, albeit anonymously. He didn't want them to know just how much he was aware of. Some of the more isolated groups, that didn't have much association with others, meaning no one would bat an eye if the police started investigating them, he'd leave to them. He circled around the building a few times, checking for any guards that might be keeping an eye on the outside. He was slightly disappointed when he didn't see any at all. Even using the new quirk he'd acquired from Okabe, switching over to thermal vision, didn't reveal anyone. He could make out a few bright red signatures on the inside through windows on the roof, but no one outside. Any apprehension he might have felt at going against a group of criminals, were it possible for such insects to spur any in the first place, would have just vanished entirely with that discovery. No group that was actually worth anything would fail to watch for enemies, especially if they were moving something like drags. They'd have lookouts on or around the building, or, even better, on the surrounding buildings. It was disappointing, especially since his ever-present ally in his ear had already confirmed that there were no cameras on the outside of the building. Of course, it was possible that they had some other means to watch for people, a quirk maybe, or some camera or sensor that was miraculously hidden from his ally, but still, even the mere presence of guards worked to dissuade challengers. Granted, such sentries would have been useless against him. They wouldn't even be able to spot him unless he wanted them to, but they would have made for a bit of extra fun. It was a shame that he'd been denied the entertainment. He touched down next to the building in front of the massive loading doors. Pulling out his phone, he quickly sent the location of the warehouse to Tsukachi before stuffing it back in his pocket. "How many inside?" he asked. 14. Came the response. He nodded. "Could you please keep an eye on Eraserhead?" he asked. "Let me know if he starts heading this way and if he does when he gets close." "Will do. Be careful." "Always." He started forwards, moving towards the doors, humming a new tune. This one was decidedly less cheerful in nature as it echoed around him, and his heart rate began to forcefully rise in response. As he walked, he began removing his gloves, then, once they were safely tucked into his pocket, rolling his sleeves up to sit neatly above his elbows. With his arms exposed, they started to change as he pulled on another quirk from his chest. Scales appeared, just below his elbow, and traveled down his arm. When the scales reached his hands, the changes became more drastic. His fingers lengthened, bones cracked as they broke and reformed, and razor-sharp claws appeared out of the tips, adding a new level of danger to his hands. As he stopped directly in front of the doors, he took a moment to take a deep breath, before a smile broke out on his face, one that was not friendly in any sense of the word. Oni always enjoyed this part of a raid, or any fight really. The moment just before it all began, when he was seconds away from kicking down the door or throwing the first punch, with the unlucky criminals being none the wiser. In those seconds, he could feel his adrenaline spiking in anticipation for the coming fight. It was the calm before the storm, and he absolutely loved it. With a single step forward, he moved out his hand, stabbing through the giant, metal door. His arm, now covered in armor, wasn't even scratched by the torn metal. With next to no effort, he dragged his hand down to the ground, tearing a line through the door. He was starting to hear panicked voices from the inside. He retracted the arm, before grabbing the door on either side of the new tear. With a loud screeching complaint from the metal, he dragged the two sides apart, creating an opening big enough for him to walk through. When he did, he saw that what looked like everyone in the warehouse was now staring at him. It was exactly what he was going for. After all, what was the point in being a high-profile vigilante if he couldn't make high-profile entrances designed to scare the shit out of whoever he was going after? Taking a look at all the criminals, he could see that he succeeded in a big way. They were all watching him with some mixture of fear, shock and panic. The sight of him tearing through a metal door effortlessly, combined with the grin on his face, which if anything had only become more dangerous, had very obviously achieved the desired effect. He took another step forward, enjoying the way that several of them took a step back in response, before raising his arms out to his sides with a bit of flair. "Good evening, petty criminals," he began. "If I'm correct, and I always am, you've been using this warehouse as a base from which to distribute drugs to dealers in this part of the city. I've come here to put a stop to all this nonsense. I decided that I would take down a group of criminals tonight, and you all drew the short straw. Now then," he said, clapping his hands together. "Without any further ado, shall we get started?" He took note of their fear increasing with every word. Let them be afraid. His muscles tensed as he prepared to rush forwards, to plunge the entire warehouse into chaos. He'd be able to put a few of them down before they could realize what exactly was happening and try to respond to it, but one of them, standing a bit closer to him and either braver than the others, or more stupid, called out before he did. "Wait," she yelled. "You're Oni, right? The vigilante." He wasn't surprised that he'd been recognized. He wasn't exactly concerned about keeping his existence a secret after all. Besides, he knew that it was probably his reputation, more than his entrance, that had scared them. He had a penchant for targeting groups like this and taking them down, with no small amount of injuries to any who were involved. On top of that, he knew that there were rumors floating around the underground that some people who went up against him would mysteriously no longer be able to use their quirk. He took it in stride, keeping his same smile in place as he addressed her. "I am indeed. I'm so glad to be recognized by a fan. What do you want? Trying to surrender? You're an information broker, right?" she asked, ignoring the rest of what he said. Then after a nod in confirmation from Oni, she continued, "You make deals with people in exchange for knowledge? If we gave you something, would you be willing to leave us alone?" She wasn't wrong per se. He was a sort of information broker in the underground. But he wasn't sure where she got the idea that he made deals for it. He usually just took from whoever had it and then sold it elsewhere. Still, he made a show of considering it, bringing a hand up to his chin. "I suppose I could. But then it would really depend on what sort of information you could give me." He saw a small amount of relief in her face at what she perceived to be a small victory. She snapped her fingers at one of the others nearby and he ran off somewhere, likely to retrieve said information. "We can give you names and locations of our clients and some of our suppliers." "Well now, that certainly is tempting," he said. "If all of that is true, then I might just have to leave you be and let you go about your business." A few moments later, and the other one was back, carrying what seemed to be a leather-bound journal. It was probably a ledger of sorts, a non-digital method for keeping track of the people they dealt with. Most groups like this had one. He handed the book to her, and she immediately tossed it over to Oni. He very nearly rolled his eyes at the sheer stupidity of just handing it all over to him like that, without even bothering to negotiate any further, but he kept up his interested expression as he skimmed through it. Some of it was stuff he already had, retrieved from other criminals he had targeted, but a good deal of it was new. "Well, this certainly is a lot of useful information," he said, closing the book and tucking it into his back pocket. Oni saw her very nearly sigh in relief at his statement. Several of the others weren't quite so skilled in hiding their reactions. He felt a rush of anticipation at how quickly their relief was about to change. She even had a smile on her face as she spoke again. "So you'll leave us alone now, right? What we gave you is good." "No," he said. "No, I don't think I will." He almost burst out laughing at how quickly all of their relieved expressions went right back to fearful and panicked. "What do you mean?" she yelled. "We had a deal. We gave you what you wanted. You said you would leave us alone if we did." That time he actually did start laughing, more of a deranged giggle than anything else. Her stupidity was just that amusing. "I lied, you idiot. What? You think I wouldn't have found this journal anyway once I was done dealing with you?" he asked, ping his head. "Besides, it would seem that there's some confusion surrounding my role as an information broker. I sell to other vigilantes and the occasional underground hero, and sometimes I'll throw the police a bone and give them something. But I have never, nor will I ever, make a deal with criminals. I take from them whatever I want, and they deal with it." Oni saw the panic hit her full force as she realized that the situation was still going to lead to a fight. Ignoring it, he took a moment to scan through them, looking at their quirks, but he didn't see any that interested him. Something that was slightly disappointing: these raids usually ended up being all-you-can-eat buffets. There were, as he expected, a few of them with gun quirks, 3 in total, and just as many with some form of blade quirk. Now, he wasn't one to profile quirks as villainous. He really had no room to talk in that department with what his own quirk was, but if someone were to ask him what he thought a villainous quirk was, the first things that would come to mind were gun and blade quirks. It was just so common to see them in the criminals he fought. He'd yet to meet a regular civilian with a gun quirk, though he was fairly certain there was at least one working as a police officer somewhere in Tokyo, and he'd encountered barely any with blade quirks. Then there was a hair control quirk, 2 that were minor gigantification mutations, 1 that was made of stone, with an extra set of arms, 1 who had a transformative quirk that made his arms larger, and then one last one that had a weapon proficiency quirk. The last one was the only one that seemed to have an actual weapon, a spear of some sort. The woman in front of him had an animal aspect mutation quirk, and the man standing right next to her, the one who had retrieved the journal, had a very minor strength enhancer. Well, he shouldn't say that none of those were interesting. They all were in some way or another, but none interested him enough to take them for himself, especially not when he'd already stumbled upon a gem tonight. He had no use for a gun quirk or another blade quirk, and he'd never let his hair grow long enough for the hair control to be of any use, though he would admit that it might be good for attaining certain hairstyles. The gigantification and limb growth quirks also wouldn't do him any good. He valued his clothes too highly to trade their destruction for any minor benefits those would provide. The extra limbs added by that mutative quirk might be nice, but again, he didn't want to destroy his clothes, and he didn't much care for how the stone skin looked, and why take a weapon proficiency quirk when he had no use for weapons? The animal aspect one wouldn't provide him anything that he didn't already have, and the same goes for the strength enhancer. He already had a few of those, and they were all stronger than this one. He let out a small sigh. It was too bad that none of them had elemental quirks, or any of the rare, truly interesting ones that were hardly ever seen, like night eyes or eraser heads. He wished he could come across a criminal with quirks like theirs. "Heads up." His ally spoke up. "Eraserhead has started moving towards you. You don't have long." Speak of the devil. That was his cue, no more messing around. Oni started walking forwards again. "Well then, as fun as it's been watching you all wet yourselves, I think it's about time to get this started. Don't you?" Not giving them a chance to respond, he launched himself forward, straight at the one who had tried to negotiate with him. He grabbed her by the throat, much like he had with Okabe, and slammed her into the ground, her head bouncing on the concrete floor. She was out immediately, and he was pretty sure that he felt something break. Pivoting on one foot, he aimed a kick into the stomach of the other, sending the man flying across the room. That time, he was positive that he'd felt at least a few ribs snap from the impact. 2 down, 12 to go. He counted off in his head as he watched the criminal ragdoll. He stood back up, watching as everyone that was left caught up to what had just happened. Most of their expressions were shifting from fear to anger, or in some cases, desperation. Watching this happen, his grin became almost feral. While the calm before the storm was his favorite moment of a raid, this was a very close second, the moment when everything kicks off, when everyone involved knew that conflict was the only path forwards and the fight or flight instincts kicked in. Now that everyone else was realizing this, things would be getting much more fun. Before they could start retaliating, he pulled another quirk from his chest. It settled in his head, warming it in a way that only an intelligence quirk could. With it in place, his brain was pushed to operate much faster than what should have been possible. The world around him slowed as he watched, giving him time to plan his path through the criminals. He picked out the 3 with the gun quirks. Those would have to be dealt with first. He wasn't fast enough to dodge bullets, and he did not need any bullets holes in his clothes tonight, not when he was wearing his favorite vest. After them, he would take on the rest in whatever order they came to him. He pushed another 2 quirks into his legs, sighing as he felt them settle. Then he moved. The concrete floor beneath him cracked as he kicked off, aiming for the closest gun quirk. An elbow to the chest sent them flying and put them out of commission. The other 2 quickly followed in a similar fashion as he reached them. 5 down, 9 to go. He was now standing in the rear of the group, the rest of them spinning to look at him as they realized what had just happened. Satisfied that he wasn't at any further risk from the gun quirks, he pulled back the quirk from his head, allowing the world to get back up to speed. He wouldn't want this to get boring, now would he? Be sturdy. One of the knife quirks yelled at him, swinging a hand at him that had 3 blades extending from between the knuckles, reminiscent of a fictional superhero from before the appearance of Quirks. His own hand, covered in scales, flashed out, catching the blades. A quick squeeze, and the blades shattered, leaving the criminal screaming as they clutched at their hand. He delivered a punch to the side of their head while they were distracted by the pain, dropping them like a sack of potatoes. 6. At the sight of her comrades falling in quick succession, one of whom shrieking in pain before they fell, hair control seemed to lose her nerve. She made a break for the door, for the hole he had created when he entered. But just as she squeezed through an instant before he would have rushed forwards to break her legs for trying to run a mass of white cloth wrapped around her, pulling her out of sight. A moment later, a very tired-looking man entered through the same hole, yellow goggles in place and capture weapon at the ready. 7. Oni dodged an incoming flurry of punches from one of the giants, before calling out, "Eraserhead, you came for me. I knew you would. You can never pass up an opportunity to play," said Hero growled in frustration as a few of the criminals turned to look at him. They hadn't known that he was there until Oni announced it, effectively ruining his advantage of surprise. "Tsukachi said that you were causing problems. Asked me to come babysit you." Eraserhead grunted, yanking the spear out of the hands of the one with the weapon proficiency quirk. A quick punch to the face followed by another to the gut put the offending criminal down. 8. Dodging another fist from the giant, Oni jumped up, grabbing the criminal's head and delivering a headbutt that drove them into the ground. 9. He moved over to Eraserhead's side of the fight, standing next to the hero as they faced towards the remainder of the group. "Come on, Aizawa. Don't be like that. I know you just wanted an opportunity to beat the sheet out of some petty criminals." He heard a hiss escape the mouth of the hero, before red eyes locked onto him, a testament to his anger. His scaled arms changed back to normal under the stare. "Don't use that name, Oni." He feigned surprise in response to the hero's anger, bringing a hand up to his chest. "What? How come? That is your name, isn't it?" "Because we are literally standing in front of a group of criminals, and because I try very hard to keep my identity secret." "Oh please," Oni responded, rolling his eyes. "None of these pathetic pieces of garbage would do anything. They can barely even handle trafficking drags. And besides, if they did," he turned back to the group, smirk taking on a deadly edge, and dialing up his bloodlust until he could see them start to sweat under the pressure he was exerting, "I'd find them. And I'd strangle each and every one of them with their own entrails for trying to mess with my favorite hero." The air around them shook with the force of his words, a nice side effect of one of the quirks he liked to use. He almost laughed at the expressions decorating their faces, They were all so scared, it was beautiful, and, judging from the smell, at least one of them had soiled themselves. Whatever. Eraserhead snapped, turning back towards the criminals. Let's just finish up the rest of them. Agreed. He responded, willing the transformation back into his arms. Oni launched forward again, delivering a knee to the face of the other giant, before pivoting in air and throwing an axe kick down onto the head of one of the knife quirks. 11. Eraser, on the other hand, wrapped giant arms up with his capture weapon, erasing his quirk at the same time. He pulled the man closer, throwing a punch at the same time to devastating effect. 12. The final two, the one made of stone and the final knife quirk, seemed hesitant to do anything, having just watched 12 of their comrades fall in just a few short minutes. Oni didn't give them much time to think about it, however, charging towards the stone one, aiming a kick at their head. They were just quick enough to bring up both sets of arms to block it, but the force of it still launched them into a wall. He followed through, slamming a fist into their stomach and knocking them back into the wall with enough force to crack it. They didn't get back up from where they fell. When he turned back around, Eraserhead was securing the last knife quirk, now unconscious, in his capture weapon. Oni let out a satisfied sigh. Well now, that was quite fun, if I do say so myself. Eraserhead didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, just moving over to one of the fallen criminals to check their injuries. Do you want to call Tsukachi to let him know it's done, Eraser, or shall I? I'll do it. Came the answer. You just get out of here and stop bothering me. Oh, you don't want to try to capture me? Are you sure? We always have such fun when you do. The hero let out his own sigh. The last time I tried that, I had to replace my capture weapon, and I'd really prefer not to do that again so soon. These things take a while to break in, and I'm not willing to put in that kind of effort just for you. You keep telling yourself that, but I know that the real reason is because you heard me say that you're my favorite hero. Just get out of here before I change my mind. Alrighty then, he said, turning to walk towards his improvised doorway, waving a hand over his shoulder. Bye, Eraserhead. See you tomorrow. Maybe. He didn't hear a response as he stepped out into the night. Stepping away from the building, he pulled back the quirk from his hands, losing the scales and claws. He then quickly unrolled the sleeves of his shirt and replaced his gloves, before launching into the air once more. Oni swiftly rose above the rooftops and continued higher until he was level with some of the tallest towers, deeper in the city, and began his trip home. The route he took was not a direct one. He backtracked, circled around, landed on a few decoy buildings before taking off again, all to make sure that anyone who might be following him was thrown off as much as possible. He knew that he was probably being paranoid and overly cautious. There weren't exactly a lot of people that could track someone in air, but by now it was a habit he'd fallen into whenever he went out for the night, and he felt it was necessary to protect the location of his home. That was because in his home was the one thing he cared about more than anything else in the world. The one thing he would to any length to protect, even so far as to sacrifice his own well-being. He'd tear the city apart before he let anyone get their hands on her. It was nearly an hour after he left the warehouse when he finally arrived at his destination, one of the many towers that sat at the heart of his city. As he approached, he could see that the sun was starting to poke above the horizon. He touched down on a balcony on the top floor of the tower. It stretched almost the entire length of the building, with glass doors leading to a few rooms inside. He entered through one of them, into a decently sized bedroom. Oni let out a relieved sigh, letting his vigilante persona fade away and releasing the quirks he usually kept with it. Home at last. Reaching up to remove his mask, he made his way over to the connected bathroom. The mask was left with the rest of his clothes in a heap on the floor as he stepped into the shower, washing away the filth he'd accumulated during the night. A few minutes later, he stepped out, moving over to inspect his reflection in the mirror. A pale face, clear of blemishes and adorned by a pair of deep, sapphire eyes, stared back at him. Close-cropped black hair decorated the top of his head, matching his horns. He sighed, scrubbing at his face. He wasn't entirely pleased with this appearance. If he was being honest, a bit too pale for his liking, and he would have preferred it if his eyes were red, but it worked for his vigilantism, so he was fine with it for now. No need to change it unnecessarily. Looking back at the mirror, he pulled at another few quirks in his chest, and his features began to shift and change. His black, ridged horns receded back into his head, where his hair went from black to dark green with pale blue roots, and went from short to long and curly. His face shortened, becoming ever so slightly rounder. Freckles decorated his cheeks, and his skin darkened from an unhealthy pale to lightly tanned. His eyes shifted from blue to the same green as his hair. His wings changed from pitch black to a green that was a few shades lighter than his hair and eyes. With that done, he picked out another quirk, one of his oldest, this one drifting towards his legs when he activated it. He gripped the counter to keep his balance as the change took hold. His legs morphed, fusing and growing until they were larger around than his torso. They also grew longer, lengthening more and more until the now single appendage, a massive snake tail, was several times the length of his original body, coiling on the floor around him. Once it stopped, scales, a green as deep as his hair, appeared all along its length, beginning just beneath his navel. At the same time, the warmth spread to his mouth. He felt his tongue lengthening and splitting at the tip. It was a weird sensation that he felt he would never get used to, no matter how many times he had experienced it. He flicked the newly changed appendage out of his mouth, collecting the scents in the room, soaps from the shower, sweat from the discarded clothes on the floor, and even further beyond, food from the day before, rich with the spices and ingredients used, and a host of other, minute smells that permeated the apartment, identifying it as unmistakably his. With these changes to his appearance, Oni, the infamous vigilante, disappeared. And in his place was Izuku Etsumi. The mask that Izuku was wearing. His is red instead of blue. Sighing at the relief of being back in his right body, Izuku made his way back into the bedroom, scaly tail trailing behind him. He dropped his discarded vigilante outfit in the hamper as he passed it, making sure to extract the information ledger and his phone from the pockets. Donning a t-shirt that was very stylishly decorated with the word "shirt" across the front, he left the room, the door sliding open automatically at his approach. Traveling through a short hallway brought him to a large open space. Half of it was taken up by the living room while the other half was a connected kitchen. One entire wall was made up of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city with a balcony just on the other side. He moved to the kitchen, opening the fridge to retrieve what he needed to start cooking breakfast, and grabbing a pan from a cabinet. In a few well-practiced moves, he had butter in the pan and had turned on the stove to start melting it. Letting that sit a moment, he turned away, slithering out of the kitchen. He came to another short hallway with a door at the end, going through it when it opened at his approach, just as the other one had. "Hey, Gremlin," he called out in greeting as soon as he entered the dark room. "Fucker," came the response, gruff from exhaustion, from the woman hunched in front of a computer that was the only source of light, windows having been covered by curtains, blocking the light from the sunrise. "Come on," Izuku said, stopping behind her, poking at the back of her head. "Work time's over. I'm cooking breakfast." A small noise of complaint rose from her throat as she typed at the computer. "I still have stuff to do," she groaned. "This bullshit essay is due in like 2 days. Then that means you still have 2 days to work on it. So come on. You need food and sleep." When she still didn't move, he tried again. "Come on." He pestered, poking her again. "I'll even help you with it later, just come eat some food." He turned away after a second to exit the room, not waiting for a response. He had a pan on a hot stove to tend to. "Now hurry up and get out there before I have to come back and carry you out. Because you know I will. And if I have to, I'm opening those curtains too." She let out a louder groan as he moved. Back in the kitchen, he worked at preparing the rest of the ingredients. Pushing a speed quirk into his limbs made quick work of it. Before long, everything was cooking away while he worked on preparing some fruit to go along with it. Just as he was getting the plates out, about 30 seconds away from going back to the room to carry its occupant out into the light, she appeared, bleary-eyed and grumbling. She had pale blue hair the same as the roots of his that reached down to her shoulders and eyes that were completely brown, lacking definable irises, and speckled with gold. Most notable, though, was the snake's tail that trailed behind her. It was almost identical to his own. The only differences being length. Hers was a bit longer than his and a slightly different pattern in the scales. This was Reiko Etsumi, Izuku's older sister. As the tired woman made her way over to the table, he deposited a plate full of food in front of her. "I made omelets," he informed her as she blinked down at the plate, eyes unfocused. "Now eat up so you can get some sleep." She grunted in reply, already working at the food. He grabbed his own plate and settled at the table. He didn't sit though, nor did his sister. They didn't even have chairs at the table. Their biology not only made sitting in chairs unnecessary with their muscles designed to keep them standing nearly all day long with no issues, but it also made it tedious to try to sit in them. Their bodies were not meant to fold like that. At least not comfortably. After a few moments of eating in silence, Ray spoke up. "Good work tonight." She started. Those assholes might have been incompetent, but they'd still been pouring drags into the city for months now. And it's good that Eraserhead didn't try to capture you, not that it would have accomplished much. He hummed in agreement. It had been really nice to find out that Eraserhead wasn't going to try anything after they finished up. He'd known the hero for the better part of 5 years, almost as long as he'd been a vigilante, and nearly every encounter they'd had ended with conflict. Only recently in the past few months was he finally starting to back off. Maybe he was starting to decide that it just wasn't worth it to try anymore. In all the 5 years, Eraserhead had only once come close to actually capturing him. He'd been wrapped up and halfway to the police precinct before he finally got away. Not exactly his best day. In his defense, it happened early in his vigilante career and he'd already been immobilized when Eraser arrived. Thanks to an a-hole with a paralysis quirk that landed a lucky hit. Or maybe Eraserhead had finally realized that he didn't need to take Oni down in the first place. Sure, his methods were rather violent, and he had some borderline sadistic tendencies when it came to dealing with the criminals he fought. But he felt like he did a pretty good job nonetheless. He saved people, punished those that deserved it, and all around lowered the crime rate in the areas of Mizutofu he was active in. He actually had the statistical data to back that up. Courtesy of some digging around on Ray's part, it just so happened that the method of fighting crime he was best at was literally fighting crime. "I like him," he responded. "He's quite skilled. And it's cool that he essentially fights quirkless. Makes what he does seem more impactful. Plus, I really like his quirk. It's too bad he isn't a criminal or villain, or I would have taken it already." He said, snapping his fingers. "Don't forget. I can still give you that quirk from a few weeks ago if you want it." His quirk, in addition to allowing him to take the quirks of others, also allowed him to give away the ones he had. It wasn't something he did very often though, as the more his quirk and its specifics remained a secret, the better. Taking the quirks of criminals could be covered up by blaming their inability to use them on the physical trauma he inflicted, but people suddenly gaining quirks would be much more suspicious. In fact, he'd only actually used that part of his quirk twice in his entire life. The first time had been unintentional. He'd accidentally passed one along to a mugger, one that had actually been mugging him that was years before he became a vigilante, so it wasn't like he'd had a reputation preceding him to scare the mugger off, and thankfully he'd been able to take it right back with the other being none the wiser. The second time had been when he gave Ray a strength quirk a few years ago. It was during a more uncertain PRD of their lives when their safety was anything but assured and he wanted to make sure she could defend herself, should it ever become necessary and he wasn't around. Not that she was in any way defenseless beforehand. Of course not. She might not have any real experience in a fight, at least compared to him, but her lower body was still that of a giant anaconda that measured in at 50 feet long and weighed several thousand pounds. She was more than capable of putting up a decent fight even without the added power of a strength quirk. But still, better safe than sorry. She glanced up at him from her food for a moment, before returning to it. "That the color-changing one?" He nodded. "Yep. Any part of the body, any color, for any length of time." He brought his hand up as he spoke, pulling at the quirk in question from where it was settled in his chest. The skin of his hand flashed blue for a moment, then snow white, then bright red, before settling back at his normal skin tone. That had been a neat quirk to stumble upon, even though it wasn't overtly combat-oriented. It allowed the user to, at will, change the color of any part of their body. She eyed his hand, watching as it changed colors again. Isn't that the one you use when you go out as Oni? To change your appearance? He shrugged, releasing the quirk. I have been recently, but that's mostly been so I could experiment with it. I still have the minor shape-shifting quirk that I was using before, and that I still have to use to change my face. That one works well enough for what I need. She gave her own shrug. You keep it for now. It's not like I need it for anything. If you say so. But you know that if you change your mind, I won't hesitate to give it to you. I know. She responded, finishing up the last of her food just in time to let out a massive yawn. Smirking, he moved over to collect her plate. Now go get some sleep. I'll go get to work. I might see about starting to comb through the ledger those idiots gave me. She grumbled as she moved away, towards another door in the large room. You and your magical, I don't need to sleep, quirk. Just in case no one's told you before, your quirks are bullshit. People have indeed told me that. He replied, still smirking. Mostly you. You tell me that all the time. Scause it's true. She mumbled just as she passed through the doorway. The door slid closed behind her a few moments later as the last of her tale made it through. Good night. He called out to the closed door. Then quieter, or morning. Whatever. Turning to the sink, he got to work. Cleaning the dishes as he considered Ray's words. That particular quirk, which he lovingly called insomnia, was one of his favorites. Actually, of all the quirks he'd acquired, that one was easily ranked as number 3, 2 places under the one that gave him his snake tail. It allowed him to survive without having to sleep at all, a true gem that he'd stumbled upon. Well, technically, it didn't just allow the user to survive without sleep, it forced them to. They would still feel all the exhaustion that came along with never sleeping, they just wouldn't die from it. That had been one of the few instances where he used his quirk on someone that wasn't a criminal. He'd happened to hear about the person struggling with it. They were having difficulty focusing on anything for longer than a few seconds, and it was, in general, making their life difficult, and it caught his attention. As Oni, he'd snuck into their home in the middle of the night. It was really easy to sneak up on someone when they were as unfocused as this person had been and took it from them, without causing them the same pain he normally would. They'd passed out as soon as he took it, immediately falling asleep. From what he'd heard, they stayed asleep for a full 2 weeks before waking up again. At first, he'd been slightly concerned about the side effects that came with it, more curious than actually worried, but he'd amassed quite a few quirks over the years, and a few were perfect to counteract them. The result? He could stay awake as long as he wanted to, with no side effects other than occasionally missing the feeling of falling asleep. But even that wasn't an actual problem. He still could sleep if he wanted to. With the way his natural quirk worked and how it stored away the ones he took, it meant that all he'd have to do would be to deactivate the quirk in question. But why do that when there were so many other things he could do with his time? Izuku finished up the last of the dishes he'd dirted with breakfast and set it aside to dry, before moving off back towards his room. But instead of entering it, he went through the door directly opposite. It was an office, like the one that he'd retrieved Ray from when he got home. Like hers, this one had a computer set up in the center, but unlike hers, he had the curtains drawn, revealing the floor-length windows and letting in the early morning light. He settled himself in front of the computer, powering it up and navigating to the website he needed. As soon as it opened up, he saw the screen filling with all the requests that had been sent in since the day before. Humming to himself, he picked out one of the oldest and set to work. It was a request for him to analyze a quirk, to pick apart its details and uses, figure out its limitations, and come up with ways to improve upon and train it. He considered it for a moment, mind racing to work it through, before beginning to record his thoughts. His nights were spent patrolling the city as Oni, the wanted vigilante. But this was how he spent his days, as a professional quirk analyst, under the alias Deku. It was something he truly enjoyed doing. Quirks were, by far, his favorite subject to study and discuss. Few things brought him more joy than picking apart every minute detail, usage, and weakness of a quirk. Even his own. Especially his own. Every quirk he took, no matter how simple or how weak, he would spend hours practicing and poring over every bit of it, until he understood it more intimately than even the person who originally had it. They were his gems, and he made them shine. People from all walks of life sent him requests, and not all of them from Japan. All they had to do was send him as much information as possible about their quirk, and from there, he went to work. There were those that wished to learn if there was more that they could do with their quirk, who maybe were under the impression that it was weak or useless. There were people with quirks that were difficult to manage, or otherwise made their life harder, seeking assistance in controlling or managing it so they could live their lives with a bit of normalcy. There were even students hoping to apply for hero schools, seeking ways to improve their chances. Then, sometimes, there'd be a request from a more serious source. A quirk counseling office working with a troublesome quirk, the police or the government dealing with a new villain or troublemaking criminal, though they usually tried to disguise it as just another citizen seeking help, and even the occasional hero school looking to better train their future heroes. Those requests had begun a bit more recently than the others, when he'd earned a degree in quirk training, roughly 3 years ago. He'd been analyzing quirks long before that, but, legally, he wasn't allowed to take requests from those places without being certified to do so. He was quite proud of the fact that even the illustrious Yui had sent him a few requests. Very rarely he'd even have a pro hero send him a request, usually looking for a way to boost their effectiveness and, subsequently, their ranking. Once or twice, though, he'd had a villain try to have him pick apart the details of a hero's quirk to aid them in their fight. Those particular ones he made note of. Then the following night, Oni would visit them and analyze their quirk instead, after he'd taken it. The biggest part of all of this was that, in addition to STMLTNG him intellectually and fulfilling his greatest passion, he got paid for all of it. It wasn't a particularly large sum per request, but add up the money he got from completing few hundred requests every week and it started adding up fairly quickly. Once he'd established himself as an analyst and people started seeing the quality of his work, it wasn't long before he was finally making enough money to support himself. And now, that money was what allowed him to live the sort of leisurely life he did. Paid for this penthouse that he and Ray lived in, specially modified in places to accommodate their quirks. The clothes that he wore out on his nightly adventures, expensive but letting him express a certain aesthetic that he enjoyed. It even paid for the classes that Ray was taking, that she worked on as she assisted him at night. Really, he considered himself quite lucky. A sudden chill sent a shiver across his body. It was March and it was only just starting to warm up. A bit of cold air remnant of the quickly ending winter season must have seeped into the apartment. Speaking of special modifications to the apartment, he picked up a small remote sitting on his desk, clicking one of the buttons. A moment later, he let out a blissful sigh as he felt the tile floor beneath him begin to heat up. The snake tail he so often wore made him more susceptible to colder temperatures. He wasn't truly cold-blooded, but it did make it a bit harder to regulate his body temperature when it was cold. He'd take any additional heat where he could get it. He soon finished off the first request of the day, sending it off and moving on to the next. This one was a bit different, however. Instead of someone looking to have him assist with their quirk, it was someone looking for help with a paper for one of their college classes. He usually got a number of these too, in addition to the normal ones, students seeking someone to proofread a paper before submitting it. And, unlike the usual ones, he didn't get paid for any of these. That was on purpose. He saw no point in charging for something as simple as proofreading, especially when college students were usually already hurting for money. He probably got more requests for paper reviewing than for quirk analysis, what with people all over Japan coming to him, but a few speed quirks made quick work of all of them. Depending on how into the work he got, his fingers would literally start to blur as they danced across his keyboard. In fact, it was probably the speed at which he answered requests, more than anything else, that had made his reputation spread the way it did, though the quality of his work no doubt contributed. He knew that there were rumors floating around that he actually had people working for him to field the mountains of requests he got. It had gotten to the point that he had long since undercut a number of other independent quirk analysts. They simply couldn't match up to the sheer number of requests he was fulfilling, and they lost business because of it. He probably should have felt at least somewhat bad about putting people out of business, but he didn't. Not in the slightest. He'd been fighting for survival for the majority of his life. This was practically the same, the only difference being that, for once, he was the one in the lead. Izuku finished up the paper review, moving on to one for another quirk. This one caught his eye almost immediately. It was a hero school hopeful a student seeking to take the UE entrance exams in 10 months, and their quirk was fascinating for how similar it was to his own. They could, with skin-to-skin contact, copy another person's quirk to use for themselves. There was a time limit, and a limit to how many they could copy at once, but still. This was another person that could use someone else's quirk. Truly fascinating. It was almost a shame that they weren't a criminal or villain. Almost. It would be quite interesting to see how that would interact with his own quirk. Many quirks, when used at the same time as another, had their abilities combined to achieve greater effects. For instance, two of the strength quirks that he used most often. One granted strength by increasing muscle mass, the other by condensing existing muscles to increase their output. Separately, they weren't all too impressive, but combined, they more than tripled his natural strength. And that was before his others were taken into account. Maybe if he used this one at the same time as his natural quirk, it would allow him to truly copy, instead of taking, giving him access to any and all quirks he came across. Or maybe make copies after he's already taken. He shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. No point in thinking about any of that. Not when this person was very clearly on the path to become a hero. He quickly started to write out his analysis, noting that the quirk likely only needed contact with someone's DNA, not just their skin, to allow them to copy. Assuming that were the case, they could have jewelry rings would be the most efficient made from select people's hair to give them access to certain quirks whenever they were needed. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any ways to work past the limits to the number of quirks or the time to use them through training. But with the ring's constant access to quirks, he could effectively remove both. He included in the analysis the name of a support company that he knew could make such equipment. He also added that they should look into learning hand-to-hand combat. Having a quirk that directly relied upon someone else meant that they needed a way to fight that didn't. Doubly important if they were looking to apply for a hero school. Not only would learning to fight increase their combat effectiveness, but it would also give them an effective method of putting their hands on their opponent to potentially copy their quirk. He finished typing out his thoughts, adding in a few finer points here and there, and sent it off. Shaking his head once more, to keep himself from thinking of such an interesting quirk, he moved on to the next request, adding another speed quirk to pick up the pace. When Izuku finally finished with the last request in the queue, he saw that it had been a few hours. It was almost noon. Rising from where he'd settled, he stretched to work the soreness from his body, a consequence of staying hunched like that for hours. Locking his computer, he made his way out of the room and across the hall, back to his bedroom. Time to get started on the rest of his day. He picked out another shirt from his closet. One that was a bit better looking than the plain t-shirt he already had on. He settled on a simple, light gray dress shirt that he thought paired rather nicely with the green of his scales. It was specially tailored with slits across the back to allow it to fit comfortably around his wings. He also picked out a bag, which he slung across his chest, over his shoulder, to hold his phone and other items. The bag was necessitated by his inability to wear pants, thanks to his biology, and the resulting lack of pockets. Now properly dressed, he made his way to the glass door leading to the balcony, the same one he had landed on earlier in the morning. Perching himself on the railing, he stretched his wings out, now much larger than before to accommodate his increased weight, and took off. He didn't go far, just gliding down to the ground, to an alleyway leading off the main road. He preferred flying to the slow process of going down the building by tail, especially since his weight was a bit more than what the elevator could really handle, but still enjoyed traveling along the sidewalk to his destination, even if flying might be faster. Once he touched down, he pulled a pair of headphones out his bag and slipped them on. A moment later, music started playing as he picked out his desired playlist, quickly drowning out the noises of the world. He grew a small smile as the old song poured into his ears, a classic from the early 21st century. Personally, he didn't much care for recent music, because, as with most everything else, the appearance of quirks had brought stagnation. Nearly everything made in the last century and a half really wasn't worth listening to. Even now, it was only just starting to pick back up. Instead, he liked to listen to stuff from before quirks. namely the first few decades of the 21st century and a few choice songs from earlier. Satisfied with the song he'd chosen, he exited the alley and set off down the road, humming along with the tune. It was a lighter one that echoed gently through the air, making those that could hear it break into small, content smiles as they passed him. Before long, he reached the first stop in his outing, an outdoor cafe. He enjoyed coming here for lunch. They had excellent katsudon that even he hadn't been able to match, as skilled in cooking as he was after years of practice. There was also the fact that this was one of the few places that he could eat at. Most restaurants didn't have the room to accommodate his lower half, unless they had outdoor seating or specially catered to those with size-altering mutation quirks. It didn't bother him overly much though. If he really had a desire to eat somewhere else, he could just change his appearance around, like he did before he went out to pursue his vigilantism. Situating himself at a table, after ordering his food, he pulled out his phone to check for any activity. Part of the same website that he used for his analysis requests, which Ray had set up and designed for him, was a sort of forum where people would contact him, sending him news articles about hero or villain activity, asking him to comment on it, asking him what he thought of certain recent events, or just in general asking his thoughts on whatever they wanted. Quickly sorting through the activity and responding to a few people as he went, he came to where someone had sent him a video of a hero's debut from earlier that morning, asking for his thoughts. Interested and mildly excited at the thought of a new hero making their appearance, he tapped on it, playing the video. He saw a news reporter providing active commentary on the fight. Behind her, he saw Kamui Woods, a relatively new pro hero that was rising through the rankings at an impressive pace, already sitting at 29th as of the last released update to the rankings. The hero was fighting against someone who appeared to have a transformative quirk that gave him odd, almost shark-like physical features, but also increased his size to match that of the buildings around him. Maybe his appearance was just the result of a residual mutation left over from a parent? It seemed like it would be a fairly easily victory for the new hero, despite the villain's size. Izuku had seen videos before displaying the strength of Kamui Wood's abilities. But just as he was about to restrain him, already calling out the name of his capture-oriented super move, a new hero entered into the frame, kicking the villain into a nearby building, partially crushing it and rendering him unconscious. The newcomer, whom the reporter identified as MT Lady, then started making witty comments about her own body, striking a pose as groups of photographers took pictures. Afterwards, with the villain being restrained and loaded into a police van, the reporter praised the two heroes, and informed everyone that there were no casualties resulting from the fight, including the building that was partially crushed. The video stopped after that. He sighed, setting his phone down as he processed what he had watched. For starters, the new hero MT Lady had butted into a fight unnecessarily just to score herself a flashy debut. The way she did so was quite careless as well, knocking the villain into the building, causing property damage and potentially putting civilians at risk, even though no one got hurt. She was very clearly attention-seeking, with the posing for photos before she even ensured that the criminal was properly secured. She should have left him for Kamui Woods to handle, which he clearly could have, and just stood by to offer assistance had it become necessary. That being said, she did have a quirk that was well suited for heroics. Gigantification to that scale was incredibly powerful and extremely difficult for any but the most dangerous villains to counter. While she had recklessly knocked the villain into the building, she was instinctively avoiding colliding her own body into other nearby buildings. She was at the very least able to manage her own size carefully in a city environment. If she could get over her attention-seeking attitude, she would likely make a successful hero that would rise through the ranks fairly quickly. He took a moment to type all of that out, posting it to the forum. Replies were almost immediately coming in as he set his phone back down. His food had arrived. With a quick thank you to the server, and a flick of his tongue to taste the delicious scent that permeated the air, he dug in. He didn't pick his phone back up as he ate, choosing instead to enjoy the atmosphere as he ate in silence. Soon enough, he was finishing up and paying, before continuing on to the next stop in his trip. As he traveled, he watched the people he passed by, analyzing them. He tried to figure out their quirks as he went, without the use of his own and with just a few moments observing to work with. He would often challenge himself like this. He had to keep his skills sharp. His job was reliant upon them, after all. Mutation quirks were easy enough to figure out. Most of them could be separated into one of three categories: animalistic, transmutative, or enhancing. Animalistic were simple and fairly common. It gave the user some number of features that usually matched up to some existing animal: ears, eyes, claws, fur or scales, and a number of more complex traits. These usually also came with enhanced senses and physical capabilities, as well as, depending on how extensive the mutation, instincts that matched up to the animal they emulated. Even his own quirk, the snake mutation, gave him some instincts, though they only extended so far as to make him want to curl up on the nearest warm surface and soak in the sunlight. Transmutative were usually more complex. They served to change the user's body in more visibly extensive ways. This usually presented in changes to their skin, turning it to stone or metal, or some other material. There were also instances in which they changed certain body parts. Gun quirks were a good example of that. He had even seen a student walking down the road one day that appeared to have a Lego piece in place of their head. He hadn't even seen a mouth or eyes. After that, he wasn't sure whether he should marvel at or be scared of the sheer randomness of quirks. Enhancing mutation quirks were the simplest. These were the ones that granted extra limbs, increased body sizes, or increased strength or speed, as well as other invisible quirks such as intelligence enhancers. There was a little bit of overlap between enhancing and transmutative mutation quirks. An extra set of arms could just as easily fall under transmutative as it did enhancing, but by that point it was all semantics. He was probably one of the only people that bothered classifying quirks that. Specifically, other quirks, transformation and emitters, were a bit harder to work out. For those he had to look at how they walked or behaved. How did they hold their hands? If they were held a bit away from the body, it might be indicative of a hand-based emitter or a claw transformation. Gloves might indicate a touch-based quirk. Maybe they averted their eyes or kept their gaze at the ground as they walked. That may be the result of a sight-based quirk. Every little thing was usually indicative of one's quirk in some small way. How their feet moved as they walked, the clothes they wore, how they reacted to other people, or how other people reacted to them, and even their confidence, or lack thereof, as they moved. All of these things and more were what he was taking in as he moved down the street, working to discern their quirk as quickly as possible. As Izuku arrived at his destination, he took a moment to look it over. The once trash-covered shores of the beach now gleamed with clear sand, and the number of people that visited it was growing, though it was still quite low due to the time of year. It was a weekday, and summer vacation wasn't for another few months. He moved down from where he was standing, almost sighing in relief as he hit the sand, the built-up warmth seeping in through his scales. Moving towards the waterline, he pulled an empty trash bag from the bag hanging at his waist. As he worked his way down the beach, he picked up any stray piece of trash he came across. He may have cleaned the trash that had been piled across the beach, but there were still pieces that washed up from the water, having been carried from elsewhere by the currents, and although people had stopped dumping their trash here, the occasional visitor still left debris where they had been sitting. It didn't bother him. Compared to the initial cleanup, this little bit was nothing, and he had noticed where other people had started to pitch in as well to help keep the place clean, something that he appreciated immensely. As he finished up, placing the partially filled bag into the dumpster, he moved over to his usual spot in the sand, before coiling over top of himself, piling up his tail. He laid down over the improvised furniture with a content sigh, soaking in the heat both from the sun above and the sand below. He stretched his wings out above him, letting them soak in the heat too as they caught the constant, light breeze from the ocean. This was part of his usual routine. Take analysis requests until close to noon, head out for lunch, usually at that same outdoor cafe, then head here to keep the beach clean and relax in the sand, sunning himself. Then from there he would take care of any further errands before heading back home. Usually he would start to doze off as he basked in the heat, or read, or maybe interact with people on his forum, but this time he had a different activity in mind. Sorting through the quirks bundled in his chest, he pulled on the one he got the night before, Spectrum settling it behind his eyes. At the same time he reached down into his bag, pulling out a small notebook. The cover read, Quirk Registry. though it wouldn't appear that way to anyone that wasn't him. He'd put effort into encoding the notebook so that it would be gibberish to most. Its contents were too important to have anyone else be able to read them. It was where he kept all his notes on the quirks he'd taken. And this one was volume he opened to the next empty page, ready to record what he found. He blinked, and his vision switched to the thermal he had made use of last night. However, this time, with the sun blazing down and the sand around him soaking in all the heat, he couldn't see much beyond a blanket of white and yellow. He blinked again, skipping past the night vision as he had no intention of blinding himself in the midday sun, and instead picking out a new one. When he opened his eyes, the world around him took on a subdued, darker quality. The sand around him wasn't quite as bright, and when he looked up, he found that he could look directly up at the sun without the slightest bit of discomfort. UV protection then, essentially really good sunglasses. He made a note of its strength in the notebook. He repeated the process, opening his eyes to reveal not much change from before. Everything still seemed slightly subdued, so what changed? He was about to move on to another one, planning to come back to that one later, when he glanced over to the side, at the nearest group of people. He couldn't actually make out any details about them, their clothing, facial features, hair, or skin color. But what he could make out was their entire skeletal structure. He glanced down at his hands, seeing the bones beneath the skin. Behind them, he could see the odd skeleton of his coiled-up tail. X-ray vision. Quite interesting. Moving on, he found that the next one provided little difference from his normal vision, except that his depth perception was off, to a major degree. It took him a moment and a slight bit of nausea at the sudden change to realize that his vision was actually being magnified. He couldn't tell by how much exactly, but he could clearly make out a cargo ship sitting on the horizon, miles out to sea. If he strained, he could just barely differentiate between shipping containers sitting on its deck. Quite powerful magnification then. Closing his eyes once more, he could feel that there weren't any other changes to be found. Even still, despite the small number of variations, each one was incredibly useful in its own right. He could think of so many uses for each of them. Well, admittedly less for the UV protection, but all the same. His hand blurred as he began writing in his journal, recording every little detail he could think of regarding each of the changes to his vision. He noted how ineffective the thermal and night vision would be during the day, rather obvious but still important to understand, and how strong the magnification seemed to be. Pulling the quirk back into his chest, he scrubbed at his eyes, rubbing away the sudden, subtle ache that was present. A limit then. It wasn't too surprising. Forcing the eyes to mutate in order to change how they received light waves had to bring on some kind of strain, especially when done in quick succession like that. He'd have to experiment more in the future to see if that was a limit that could be removed or otherwise alleviated. If I can't train the limit away, maybe I can find a quirk that can help? He mused, staring out at the tiny dot off in the distance that he now knew was a cargo ship. Maybe a healing quirk of some kind? He would also experiment to see if he could alter any of the mutations further, maybe even combining their effects. X-ray and magnification, for one, would be incredibly useful. Maybe he could force a different change into each eye? He made sure to take note of that particular limitation to the quirk, as well as the theories he wanted to test. The limits he could work on at any time, especially when he went out to work at night. But he would save the theories for when he came to the beach. Stowing his notebook back into the bag after touching up the last of the notes, one of his quirks alerted him to someone approaching him from the side, pulling him from his thoughts. Turning to look at them, he took in their appearance. It was a man. He was tall, easily standing over 6 feet, and that was without including the blonde hair that stuck out over his head, which probably added at least another foot. He was also extremely skinny, to the point of being gaunt and malnourished. His cheekbones were quite prominent, and his eyes were sunken into their sockets so far that, in the midday sun, they were hidden in shadow. His clothes hung loosely off his frame, clearly designed to fit someone much larger than him. His eyes were trained on Izuku, and his feet were taking him on a direct path to him. Based on his physical appearance, the man wasn't much of a threat, but that meant next to nothing in the world of quirks. Izuku strained his eyes once more, using an intelligence quirk he called appraisal, to figure out what the man's was. Name: Toshinori Yagi. Quirk: one for all. Emitter-type quirk that stockpiles the energy of its previous users in the form of strength, allowing the user to achieve enhanced physical capabilities. Izuku quirked an eyebrow at that. A stockpiling quirk? Specifically, an energy stockpiler? Those were fairly rare. And this one stockpiled energy in the form of strength, which was doubly interesting. He himself had an energy stockpiling quirk too actually, but he couldn't do anything with them, not directly at least. They only acted as a second source of stamina, recharging whenever he wasn't physically exerting himself. And then there was the bit about its stockpiling energy of previous users. Was it a quirk that could be directly passed down to children, instead of them receiving a mutated version of it? That was the most likely scenario. Quirks acted almost the same as all other genes did when they're being passed down, either dominant or recessive. It's possible that this quirk mutated to be permanently dominant, to always pass down to the child in place of the other parent's quirk. Before he could explore that line of thought any further, the man Yagi was stopping in front of him. He looked as though he wanted to say something, but for some reason he was hesitating. Izuku decided to take the initiative instead of waiting for him to gather his nerve, raising himself up off the ground so he was even with the newcomer. "Good afternoon. May I help you?" he asked, as good a starting place as any. He would remain cordial until the man gave him a reason not to. Yes. Yagi responds, still slightly hesitant for whatever reason. "I apologize for bothering you, but would you happen to be the one who cleaned this beach up?" For the second time in just a few minutes, he quirked his eyebrow at Yagi. Why did he want to know that? "I'm not the one who cleaned the beach." He lied. "But I do know them. Why do you ask?" "I see." He looked slightly disappointed at that. "It's just that I saw you going around picking up trash, and I thought that you might have been the one to clean this place. I remember it from before it was a dump, and wanted to thank whoever it was that returned it to its former glory. I don't suppose you could give me the name of the person so I may thank them personally." So he just wanted to thank whoever cleaned the beach? Izuku supposed that made sense. The beach had been quite a mess, after all. But he felt like there was something else that the man was leaving out. "Unfortunately, no, I can't." He responded. "I don't know who you are, and I doubt that person would appreciate me giving out their name to strangers." "Oh, of course. Of course," Yagi said, waving his hands in front of him. "I understand. Please pass on my thanks to them, then." He held out his hand. "I'm Toshinori Yagi, by the way." Izuku reached out to take it. "Izuku Itsumi." He took Yagi's hand, keeping a polite smile on his face. Underneath it, though, he was barely able to hold back a reaction at what he felt. Usually, whenever he made direct physical contact with someone, he could feel their quirk. It felt like a flame sitting just beneath the skin, centered in their chest and wherever the quirk use is focused, like spectrum being focused behind the eyes. But this man, not only was his quirk the single biggest flame Izuku had ever encountered in all the nearly 14 years he'd been observing and taking quirks like a raging bonfire compared to a candle and burning everywhere across his body, but it was also cut off in a way he didn't understand. Whenever he felt someone's quirk, normally it would feel as though he was holding his hand at the edge of the flame, warming it and just waiting to plunge his hand into it to pull it into himself. He didn't feel that with Yagi. It was as if there was a barrier keeping him just out of reach from the quirk. He knew immediately that, no matter what he did or how hard he tried, he would not be able to pull this one into himself. And if that wasn't enough, the man's quirk felt almost segmented. Or maybe layered. If he didn't know any better, a sentiment he was slowly beginning to doubt, he would assume that Yagi had multiple quirks. Yagi, thankfully, didn't seem to notice his reaction, walking away with a slight wave. "Well then, have a good day. Perhaps I shall see you around." Izuku couldn't find it in himself to respond, still trying to process what exactly he had just experienced. He glanced down at the hand he just used to shake Yagi's. Whatever the reason was, Yagi's quirk was simultaneously the single most powerful and strangest quirk he'd ever encountered. Yet, with that realization, he was left with an even greater question. Just who the hell was Toshinori Yagi to have a quirk such as that? Toshinori contemplated the interaction he'd just had as he walked away from the strange young man. He had been quite surprised when he visited the beach just a few months ago for the first time in years to find it almost completely cleaned and restored to its previous state. He knew what kind of dump it had been reduced to, something that had greatly saddened him, and that he would have taken care of himself were his injury not so limiting on how he could spend his time. When it came down to whether he should use his time saving people and apprehending villains, or using it to clean an old beach, there was really only one choice. So, when he had discovered that it had almost been returned to how it was in his memory, he wanted nothing more than to find whoever was behind it and thank them personally. He'd asked the local government and nearby public service organizations, thinking it was maybe one of them that had put together an effort, but was surprised to find that they were just as clueless as him. He was even more shocked when he'd heard from a few local citizens that it was seemingly only a single person responsible. Ever since then, he'd been coming to the beach whenever he could spare the time, attempting to catch wind of whoever had cleaned it, but never having any luck, even after the bulk of the cleanup had been completed. He'd been hopeful, then, when during his visit on this day he'd spotted a young man with a truly fascinating mutation, traveling the length of the beach picking up stray trash. It was a little surprising to see someone of his age out doing something like that, especially during what he thought to be a school day, but there could be any number of explanations, so he didn't worry about it. He thought that maybe the young man was the one to do it, so Toshinori approached him to ask. Once the young man had realized he was approaching him, and turned to watch, he gained an odd quality about him. Toshinori couldn't explain it precisely, but it felt as though the young man was seeing through him, or maybe appraising some piece of him, instead of actually watching him. He would be lying if he said that it didn't unnerve him somewhat. There were only two people that Toshinori had ever encountered that had that quality. One was the principal of Yui, Nizu, the Chimera's analytical mind and inhuman stare seemingly able to pick apart every detail of one's life at just a glance. The other was him, the one his predecessors had dedicated their lives to fight against, and who he had finally defeated all those years ago. That man seemed to stare straight through people, seeing only their quirk, what it was, how useful it could be, and whether or not he should take it for himself. To see such a quality in this young man was shocking to say the least. Toshinori was disappointed to find that it wasn't actually him who had cleaned the beach and that, once he found out that the young man knew, he wouldn't tell him who had. He supposed it was understandable though. To him, Toshinori was just some stranger, and with the appearance of his true form being what it was, not one that looked friendly. But he supposed that, at the very least, his thanks would be passed on to the correct person. When he had gone to leave, finally giving his name and offering his hand to the other, he noticed yet another oddity to be added to the list. It was subtle, extremely so, but when Toshinori finally shook his hand, the young man Izuku Itsumi had been shocked for some reason. He could see it in his eyes. Something in that moment had shaken him to his core. Even stranger, though, was that on Toshinori's side of the interaction, as soon as his hand touched Itsumi's, one for all lurched inside his chest in a way he'd never felt before. It was almost as if the echoes of the previous holders of the quirk all collectively recoiled in shock. He decided right then that he would be returning to the beach again to try to find Itsumi again. He was missing something and he intended to figure out what it was. There was definitely more than meets the eye when it came to Izuku Itsumi. A random penthouse floor plan I found with Google Images. Izuku's room is the upper left, his office is the one directly to the right. His sister's room is the bottom left, and her office is the one in the middle, directly above the kitchen. Also, art. Created by Drawing Turd. After Yagi left, Izuku found himself unable to settle back down. The interaction he just had threw him off so much that he doubted he'd even be able to. Less than 5 minutes of conversation with the man and a single handshake, and his mind had been sent racing by what he'd felt. He tried his best to just shake it off and relax back into the sand, to sink into the warmth and maybe try to doze off. It didn't work. He sighed, rubbing at his eyes to try to dispel the remaining soreness. It was doubtful that he'd even be able to sit down and experiment with another quirk. His mind was so preoccupied. Screw this. He decided. There's no sense in sticking around here if I can't even relax. I might as well at least get something done. Unwinding himself from coils of his own tail, he stretched a bit of stiffness out of his body before making his way away from the beach. He would just have to get a head start on his errands. There was some stuff he'd been planning to do tomorrow, but it was early, might as well go ahead and take care of them. He ran over the list in his head. He needed groceries for the next few days, a new stack of notebooks for analysis both as a Zuku and as Oni plus the writing utensils that went with them. There were some clothes he needed to pick up from his dry cleaner, and Ray had expressed interest in a new video game, so he would go ahead and pick that up for her. Working out the route in his mental map, having a near-perfect memory was so very useful. Sometimes he set off. Traveling down the road, he couldn't stop his mind from wandering back to Yagi. Such a powerful quirk, easily leagues beyond anything he'd seen thus far. He would think that someone with a quirk as powerful as that would pursue heroics, but he didn't recognize the man or his name. It wasn't a requirement of any kind, of course, that someone with a strong quirk must go into heroics, but it was a fact that powerful or otherwise flashy quirks tended to gravitate towards that profession. So it was weird that he didn't recognize Yagi. Based on what he'd felt, that man would have the potential to be the strongest hero in the world. The possibility existed that maybe One for All had a major drawback that he wasn't aware of that had resulted in the man's appearance, keeping him from doing much of anything with it. Maybe the stockpiling portion of the quirk directly stole strength from the user, weakening them. But that didn't make any sense when he remembered the description of the quirk he'd gotten from Appraisal. It had only said that it grants the user enhanced physical capabilities using energy from past users. It never mentioned anything about reducing the current user's strength. He knew how Appraisal worked. It provided him with information based solely on what the target knew about their own quirk. That's how he was able to learn the name of the quirk and got such limited information on the quirk's details. It was essentially a specialized mind-reading quirk. If One for All really did have a drawback like that, there's no way that it would have been left out. There had to be something else that was the cause. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He couldn't get that man or his DM powerhouse of a quirk out of his head. He huffed in irritation and picked up his pace towards his first stop. About an hour later, and he was halfway through his list. He'd picked up the video game for Ray, something about capturing and training. Mythical creatures? He wasn't too sure. He never really got into video games and had it safely tucked into his bag. His clothes, several of his nicer shirts that he wore during the day, along with a few pairs of his Oni outfit were carefully stored in bags and slung over his shoulder. He was now on his way to pick up his notebooks. He'd already used up his supply. It was almost impressive, the sheer number that he went through on a regular basis. In addition to the analysis he did on his own quirk, he also filled notebooks on any interesting quirks he encountered during the day, along with any heroes that managed to catch his eye. He essentially did the same thing he did as Deku, writing down everything he could think of, from their strengths and weaknesses to theories on their potential. Not to mention the notes he kept on the criminals he encountered as Oni, their quirks, and their activities. It was quite fortunate that all of the work he did as Deku was already saved digitally on his computer. If it weren't, he would have ended up writing most, if not all, of those down too. By now he would have easily been able to fill a library with his observations. The path he'd ended up taking to his destination led him through an underpass. It was one he normally wouldn't have gone through or likely even noticed, but because of how he was addressing his errands, it was the quickest route that didn't involve flying. He didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. Why bother? He knew that there was no one else around and he knew what direction to go. Just as he was passing over a manhole cover barely even recognized, as lost in thought as he was with some of the more memorable quirks he'd encountered, proximity picked up something that made him pause, something that gave off an impression of sheer wrongness. It picked up something small too, something's maybe rats? He gave a small, involuntary shudder. Whatever they were, they definitely weren't rats. They didn't move like them at all. It almost felt like they were floating through the air. What's more, is that it felt like it was surrounded by something. Proximity worked by detecting the electrical impulses given off by nerves in a living body, like those that sent the signal for a muscle to move. It was able to show him, roughly, what was around him and what they were doing. But this, whatever it was, gave the impression of a giant blob of jello that had nerve endings sprinkled around in it. He didn't like it one bit. Before he could consider what to do about it, if anything at all, a sudden surge of bloodlust and malice made that decision for him. His body acted on instincts developed over years of being a vigilante, immediately pulling a strength quirk and moving his wings down with enough force to launch his body through the air, back from whatever the source of the feeling was. He latched onto one of the bridge's support columns, high in the air, tail wrapping around it and securing him in place. Looking down on where he had just been standing, he saw that there was a mass of sludge filling the space he'd just occupied. He sat there watching, with more curiosity than anything else, as the sludge seemed to move with a mind of its own. Was it a quirk? Or maybe whatever unnatural phenomena that had caused quirks to appear, assuming it was unnatural and not just a bizarre twist in humanity's evolutionary path, had decided to start animating random piles of sludge. Whatever it was, it fascinated him. Then the smell hit him, and his face screwed in displeasure. Never mind. Not so fascinating anymore. Sewage. Raw sewage. Part of the quirk that gave him his snake tail also gave him the mutated tongue along with it. It allowed him to taste the air as a normal snake could and, as a result, gave him an enhanced sense of smell. Normally, he quite enjoyed being able to taste the air, especially when he cooked. But now he'd realized a previously unconsidered side effect of that. He was now tasting the sewage as well as smelling it. Not a pleasant experience by any stretch of the imagination. He was trying to work past the stench clogging his throat when noticed something else force its way past the manhole cover. Something that only made his displeasure grow. Now, having seen so many different quirks, all ranging in shape, size, abilities, and appearance, he really tried to keep an open mind when it came to how one looked. He preferred to look at a quirk's capabilities rather than its outward appearance. But DMN. There was only so much he could do. He watched in continually growing disgust as a giant pair of eyes, along with a disproportionately large set of teeth, emerged from the manhole and settled in the sludge, floating in a horrid approximation of a human face. The person, if it could even be called as such even when he knew it was a quirk causing its appearance, had a body made almost entirely of liquid. In itself, having a liquid body would be a fairly useful quirk. But with its displeasing appearance, a murky green that, while probably not actually being sewage, seemed to have human waste floating through it where it had just crawled from the sewer, and even worse smell, it was one that even he found himself wanting no part of whatsoever. An involuntary flick of his tongue made him grimace once more at the stench it pulled in. He pulled on aroma, in an attempt to block it out with something more pleasant. He wasn't going to use appraisal on them. He had no desire to learn what they were actually made of. They were looking up at him, disgusting eyes floating through the sludge as they trained on him. A size-large invisibility cloak. Their voice warbled out through the air, liquid body having an odd effect on the words. And one with an interesting quirk and impressive physical abilities too. The overly large, yellow teeth quirked in a gross imitation of a smile. My lucky day. Just what I needed to get away from him. Now get down. Here, they said as they started creeping along the ground in his direction. The look in their eyes grew even more twisted, and a wet, bubbly laugh echoed out. Don't worry, it'll only hurt for a minute or two. It'll be over before you know it. Izuku reeled at the implications of being referred to as an invisibility cloak. If their quirk were anything but a liquid body mutation, he would have assumed that they meant to take him as a hostage of some sort, a thought that, under different circumstances, would have made him laugh. But since they were made of liquid, that choice of words implied that they meant to enter his body as a way to hide. His face twisted in utter revulsion at the thought of such filth touching him, much less entering his body. I think the F not. He raised an arm, the one that wasn't still holding on to his clothes, and pulled on a quirk he didn't get many chances to use. Air cannon. You're lucky that my only electricity quirk is touch-based, he thought as he pulled the arm back to throw a punch. Or I'd fry you like the disgusting insect you are. He threw the fist forwards, augmented by the strength quirks he had active, despite several meters separating the two of them. A surge of wind, of pure pressure, roared forwards as it cleaved through the air. The being of sludge was torn apart on contact, splattering across nearly every surface of the underpass that had been behind it. He registered a look of surprise in their eyes just before they were flung away. As he watched the bits of sludge settle all round the underpass, he felt a moment of doubt when he considered the fact that he might have just killed them. But that quickly disappeared as he saw the eyes now sitting on opposite sides of the pass still trained on him, if slightly unfocused. He remained where he was, arm raised again and ready to throw another punch should it become necessary. Having a body made almost entirely of liquid, it should be nearly impossible to damage them through physical means alone. It was entirely possible that they could simply reform and try to attack him again. When he saw that the sludge was remaining where it was, and not reforming as he would assume it was capable of, he relaxed, satisfied that it wouldn't be trying anything else. He pulled air cannon back to settle in his chest. He'd leave the others for now, but that one was easy to misfire with it activated with nearly any movement he made, and its output scaled exponentially with each strength quirk he added to it, so it was better off left tucked away until he needed it. Watching the sludge for only a moment more, he spread his wings and took off into the air from the column. The ground was coated in a thin layer of the filth, and he had no intention of getting any on himself, especially not when it was sapient. He flew out from under the bridge and into the open air, glad to no longer have the disgusting stench of sewage burning at his nose. Barely a minute after he left, the manhole cover exploded upwards, impacting the underside of the bridge as a large figure climbed out ready for a fight, only to find that his prey was already immobilized. He was stunned momentarily before he leapt into action, speeding around the space and collecting as much of the villain as he could into the only thing he had available to contain them in, an empty soda bottle. He sighed as he released his form, glad to not have to push his limit any further. It was curious that they were already in that state before he'd even arrived. But they'd been apprehended, and there were no other issues at the moment, so he let it go. Humming to himself, he exited the underpass. He dropped the villain off at the nearest police precinct before settling down for the rest of the day. He didn't notice the bottle slip out of his pocket halfway to his destination. Izuku hummed along with the music playing in his ears as he traveled down the road, another bag added to the growing pile in his hand as he made his way towards his last stop. He ran over the grocery list in his head as he moved. He'd found a new recipe he wanted to try, and it required certain ingredients that he didn't normally have on hand. Eventually, he was pulled from his thoughts by a crowd of people in front of him, blocking the street. Sighing in minor frustration at yet another disturbance to his day, he pushed his way past them, working up to the front of the group. When he finally got there, he realized why there was such a holdup at this odd time of day. And really, what other reason would there be? In the middle of the street, which was covered in flames and debris from where the nearby buildings had been damaged, was a massive villain. And, of course, it just had to be the same revolting piece of filth he'd run into not even an hour before. Because why wouldn't this same villain appear to disrupt his day once again? Getting over his initial frustration at seeing and smelling the villain again, he finally noticed the body that was thrashing around in the sludge. Blonde hair, what he thought were red eyes, and explosions that explained the cause of the fires made for a surprisingly familiar figure that Izuku honestly thought he had forgotten until that exact moment. So the villain had a hostage then? Well, no. They were probably using him for exactly the same reason they tried to attack Izuku. They wanted to use their body as a puppet to hide away. It was odd that they weren't already doing so. Maybe they needed to wait for the person to drown first? Whatever the reason, the heroes needed to act quick. They were very quickly running out of time. Speaking of, he could see 3 heroes already on scene that for some reason weren't doing anything. Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Backdraft were all standing around, staring at the villain. At least Backdraft was keeping the civilians back. But did they not see that there was a person on the verge of drowning? Is there a reason that no one is doing anything? He asked, intentionally loud. They all see that he's drowning, right? Kamui Woods, eyes trained on the villain, yelled out as if he was answering his question. Our quirks are ineffective in this situation. We have to wait for someone better suited to this villain. That actually left Izuku speechless for a moment. He didn't actually just say that, right? There were such obvious solutions right in front of their eyes. He could think of at least 3 just off the top of his head. If all 3 of them worked together, they would have it handled in a matter of minutes. He felt his irritation building up. He probably thinks that because of all the fires everywhere. He thought to himself. But maybe I'm hallucinating because I'm pretty sure I'm staring at Pro Hero Backdraft right now, whose specialty is putting out fires. Hell, he could douse Kamui and protect him for long enough to get the job done. But no. Let's all wait for the innocent civilian to die first. Another massive explosion detonated, surging from within the sludge. It threw more debris across the street and started even more small fires, the closest of which immediately being put out by Backdraft. Incompetence. He nearly snorted to himself. If they aren't going to do anything, then I will. He was almost tempted to charge forwards right then and there, just to show up the useless heroes. The only things that stopped him were his distaste at the thought of touching the villain to retrieve their victim, and his desire to not catch the attention of the many news cameras that were focused on the disturbance. Having enough of this, he scanned the ground around him, spotting exactly what he needed, an innocuous piece of debris small enough to fit in his hand, sitting a few feet in front of him. He couldn't directly interfere in the fight without causing more trouble than he was willing to go through, but if he just gave the situation a little nudge, humming a tune that sent involuntary shivers down the back of those close by, he used a quirk to discreetly pull the debris towards him with a series of small grabbing motions. Once it was in his hand, he looked over to the villain, picking out a precision quirk from the bundle in his chest and focusing on one of the floating eyes. At the same time, he drew his arm back, muscles bulging as he pulled on another strength quirk, straining at the sleeve of his shirt. Without so much as a grunt, the rock was sent hurtling into the villain's eye. It impacted hard enough to almost eject it out of the sludge, and he could see it turn bloodshot almost instantly, even at the distance he was at. With a screech that sent the people around him reeling, covering their ears, the villain recoiled hard enough to give the victim a much-needed breath. Glancing back towards the heroes, it was with not a small amount of irritation that he saw them looking back towards the crowd, searching for whoever threw the rock, instead of moving to fight the villain. Holding back a growl of frustration, he turned back to the villain, who was quickly recovering, with another rock already in hand. He was in the process of pulling his arm back, targeting the other eye, when a loud, instantly recognizable laugh sounded out that made the crowd cheer in excitement. "Have no fear, citizens. It is okay now," All Might said, landing on the street, immediately dropping into a stance and pulling his own arm back. "But because I am here." He watched as the number 1 hero punched the air with enough force to splatter the villain with the shockwave alone, the same move he had used against them earlier, if quite a bit stronger, skillfully moving to retrieve the victim before he was sent flying. A few moments later, after the dust and sludge had begun to settle, he felt raindrops begin to fall from the sky, a result of the massive change in pressure. The weather itself had changed in the face of All Might's power. And not even his true strength either. Just that which he casually threw around to subdue a subpar villain. A thought popped into his mind that he couldn't help but smile at. This was the first time he'd ever seen All Might in the flesh. Appraisal didn't work on pictures or through videos. This would be his one chance to finally discern the quirk of the number 1 hero, one of the most widely debated topics amongst quirk analysts. Straining his eyes, the grin still present, he activated the quirk to solve the great mystery, before immediately recoiling in shock at what he found. Name: Toshinori Yagi. Quirk: One for All. Emitter-type quirk that stockpiles the energy of its previous users in the form of strength, allowing the user to achieve enhanced physical capabilities. His eyes widened in shock as he registered exactly what he was seeing. All Might, the current number 1 hero in the world and the definitive greatest hero in history, was the same person that he'd met barely a few hours earlier at the beach. The malnourished, sickly-looking man he'd encountered was somehow also this 7-foot-tall, 600-pound hero in front of him. Looking closer, he realized the clothes that All Might was wearing were the same as those that were hanging off of Yagi's body earlier. The hair, too, was similar, as were the eyes, deep blue and shrouded in shadow. His hand flew to his face, clamping over his mouth as his mind was sent racing. For starters, That at least explained why Yagi All Might had the most powerful quirk he'd ever encountered. That seemed fitting for the #1 hero to have such a quirk. It also explained why he didn't recognize the name Tashinori Yagi. All Might's true name had always been a fiercely guarded secret. But that still didn't explain the drastic change in appearance. Nothing in the description provided by appraisal even hinted at any sort of transformative aspect either time he'd used it. In fact, it was specifically described as an emitter. An illusory quirk maybe? She thought, that can't be it. Not only was that not mentioned by appraisal, but enhanced strength and illusions are entirely separate abilities. If it wasn't his quirk that caused the change in appearance, then it must be something else. But what? He'd already established that it couldn't be the quirk, or even a miraculous second quirk. He would have felt something if that were the case, unless maybe it was simply overshadowed by One for All? He doubted that there was any sort of man-made method of transformation. No drag or steroid that he was aware of could achieve anything like that, and he regularly delved into the criminal underground to deal with people that would know of such a thing. But then, if it wasn't due to a quirk or some man-made method, what was it? This was going to drive him crazy, he just knew it. Looking around him, he saw that most of the crowd was dispersing. All Might had left, disappointing the gathered reporters, and with him went most of the bystanders. The heroes were still there, watching the police secure the villain, and likely giving their reports. And the victim was still off to the side being looked at by paramedics. Izuku saw that he was glancing over at him, an odd look in his eyes. Izuku ignored him. He knew that there was next to no chance of being recognized. Not after going over a decade without seeing one another, and the drastic changes to his body. Glancing at the time on his phone, he almost cursed. He was going to be late. He would have to save this FING headache for later. He resumed his trip where he'd been interrupted, picking up the pace now that he realized he was short on time. Within a few short minutes, that seemed too long to him, he had arrived at the grocery store he usually frequented. Recalling the list he'd put together, he hurried through the store, picking out the necessary items. With how late he was running, he was tempted to put this off until tomorrow, where he maybe wouldn't have two separate villain attacks to interrupt him and a world-class mystery to occupy his thoughts. But he needed a few of these items for dinner tonight, so he couldn't do that. Of course, as luck would have it, the registers were backed up as well, setting him even further behind. It took several minutes to get to where he could pay, driving up his impatience even further. He'd be tapping his foot if he still had one. Upon finally exiting the store, he glanced at his phone again, biting back another curse. 2 more minutes and he'd be late. No time to waste then. Instead of heading down the road until he reached his building, he simply ducked into the nearest alley he could get to. Once hidden from sight, he unfurled his wings and launched himself into the air, sailing back home. When he reached the building, he touched down onto the balcony that led into the combined kitchen and living room, on the opposite side of the building from the balcony he'd left from. Making his way inside, he hurried over to the kitchen. He worked to put everything away as quickly as possible, but was careful not to make too much noise. He didn't want to wake Ray. He left everything else, the clothes, books, and the game on the table. He'd take care of those later. With that done, he made his way back to his office, settling back in front of his computer. Unlocking it, he saw a notification already sitting on the screen, an invitation to an online messaging service. He clicked on it, taking him to the chat screen where, not even 5 full seconds later, a message popped up. 408 Mystery Box Mammal. Well then, a full 8.5 minutes late. Quite unusual for you. He huffed in equal parts amusement and annoyance. Amusement at his correspondent's near-immediate messaging and how they'd kept such close track of how late he was, and annoyance that he'd been late in the first place. 408 apologies. I found myself held up by events outside of my control while out attending to my errands. 409 Mystery Box Mammal. Those events wouldn't happen to be the villain incident I read about a moment ago, would it? About a villain with a sludge body mutation quirk that was apprehended by none other than All Might, so far from his normal patrol route. 409 It was something unrelated that delayed me. But I did hear about that incident. I saw a video of what transpired. He smirked as he typed out the lie. He knew that his correspondent would like nothing more than to work out the true identity of the Quirk analyst, Deku. Especially when Izuku already knew his identity. He had probably asked that question to see if he could pick Izuku out from the crowds shown on camera, which he knew he was, thankfully, not a part of, despite being right up front. 410 Mystery Box Mammal. Dash. So, what did you think? 410 dash of what? 410 Mystery Box Mammal. Dash all of it. Dash, the villain, the victim, the heroes that were already on scene, All Might, and even the mystery civilian that seemingly had to step in to assist. Dash, I would love to know your thoughts on the matter. Izuku paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before responding. 411 Dash, starting with the villain, I'd say it would be an incredibly useful quirk for heroics, were it not for the distasteful appearance and, judging by the reactions of the gathered civilians, the smell. Such a quirk, that makes the user near impervious to most physical forms of attack and gives such a useful way of subduing their targets, not to mention the mobility, would've and did make them hard to combat. He grimaced, remembering the stench that had all but clogged his throat. The other didn't respond, clearly waiting for the rest of his input. Dash, then with the victim. I'd guess that they were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And their quirk explosions or some kind of flame from the looks of it only made things worse, adding to the confusion and making it more difficult for the heroes to handle. He knew it was explosions. He'd been there when that quirk first manifested after all. Shaking his head, he continued. He had no desire to dwell on that part of his life. Dash, as for why the villain took them in the first place. It seemed as though their goal was not to negotiate for anything or guarantee their safety as they fled, at least not in the normal sense. They didn't attempt to make any sort of demands and were clearly waiting for the victim to drown, which means their goal was either pure maliciousness or they needed the body for some reason. Depending on how much they could compact their liquid body, it's possible that they intended to use the victim's body as a puppet or a place to hide. Of course, he already knew why they did it, but he didn't want to reveal that he knew more than he was supposed to. Dash, the heroes that were already on scene, despite how competent they have shown themselves to be, Kamui Woods in particular, all dropped the ball with this incident. They all stood by while the victim almost drowned, on live television no less. While it is true that their quirks were not ideal for the situation, that doesn't matter in a situation such as this. Dash, not only were there solutions to work past the quirk disadvantage, Backdraft could have used his quirk to dilute the villain or douse Kamui Woods to protect him from the flames while he dealt with the villain, or Kamui could have targeted the villain's eyes, likely their only weak point, while one of the others retrieved the victim, but they are heroes, which by definition means that they should be willing to risk their lives in order to protect the lives of ordinary citizens. And while one shouldn't necessarily expect them to die for the sake of a citizen, that is one of the risks that comes with heroism. Dash, in fairness to them, though, they did at the very least work to protect the civilians that had gathered to watch. Dash, it is extremely fortunate, both for the victim and the other heroes, that All Might arrived when he did. The victim likely would have died before too much longer, and then those heroes, and likely heroes as a whole, would have possibly faced some backlash for not only failing to save an innocent civilian, but standing by and doing nothing as it happened. And as such, with him stepping in a city so far from his agency's headquarters, it is unlikely that anyone will focus too much on their actions. Dash, as for the civilian that stepped in, I'd also say that it's fortunate for everyone involved that they did. The possibility exists that, if they hadn't, the victim would not have even survived long enough for All Might to save them. Dash, their quirks seem to either be a projectile or accuracy-based one, going by how accurately they struck the villain's eye, but the distance between the crowd and the villain, combined with the speed at which the projectile was thrown, would suggest a strength enhancer. It is very likely that they have some combination of the two. Niche quirk, but obviously not without its uses. He smirked to himself as he typed out that last bit. 416 Mystery Box Mammal. Dash, interesting points all around. Dash, I came to the same conclusion as you as far as the villain's goal. It did seem that he was waiting for the victim to drown in order to use their body. But something like that shouldn't be necessary given the nature of their quirk and the durability and mobility it gives them. So, I figured that it was likely to hide from someone specific. Someone who could defeat and apprehend them. For 17 All Might then? I can't think of anyone off the top of my head that would have been in that area naturally and would be capable of defeating them, and All Might was obviously proven to be in the area. Come to think of it, didn't the filth mention something about hiding from someone when they tried to attack him? 417 Mystery Box Mammal. That is what I was thinking. It's possible that they already had an encounter with him, resulting in their very public actions. And regarding the mystery civilian, do you think that their use of their quirk should label them as a vigilante? That person is most definitely a vigilante. But not for the reasons you're thinking of. 418 No, I don't. 418 Mystery Box Mammal. Oh? Care to elaborate? 418 Well, first off, how the law views and handles vigilantism is completely flawed to begin with. Much too black and white to be of any use. In the eyes of the law, any case of a person even defending themselves gets treated as vigilantism. Even simple public quirk usage is strongly frowned upon for how closely it comes to the definition of vigilantism. But as for this case specifically, I don't think they should be. Because, as I said, it is very likely that the victim would have died before All Might's arrival had they not acted. They intervened in the fight in a way that not only assisted in the saving of a victim and apprehension of a criminal, but did so without harm to anyone beyond the criminal. Additionally, there's no proof that a quirk was actually used, despite the low probability of the alternative being true. It is possible that it was simply skill and exemplary physical capabilities that allowed them to do what they did. 420 Mystery Box Mammal. I certainly agree with you as far as how ineffective the current vigilante laws are. Instances of potential vigilantism should really be treated on a case-by-case basis, especially given how widely the types of vigilantes can vary. There are those that, as you said, merely defend themselves. They shouldn't be treated as vigilantes. There are those that are vigilantes, but out of necessity, either because they are facing an issue that is not or cannot be solved by those who should be, or they simply do not have the means to become a proper hero. Then, there are the ones such as the vigilante, Oni, who protects the innocent and apprehends criminals and villains, but with what most would consider excessive force. And finally, there are the ones such as the hero killer, Stain, who are one step away from being a villain and are vigilantes only in name. Currently, in the eyes of the law, all of the above cases are treated the same with the exception of extenuating circumstances such as the suspect's actions resulting the death of another. In which case they are usually judged even more harshly and it is a disgrace. 422 Deku. I agree wholeheartedly. 422 Mystery Box Mammal. But enough of such dismal topics. Shall we begin a new game of chess? What was the score again? 423 Deku. Yes, we should. And the score is currently 192 in my favor. Izuku smiled as they got into their usual game of chess. It was great. His correspondent was one of the only people he'd come across that could match up to him intellectually. As such, he valued the time he spent speaking with him or playing chess, or some other game of wits, against him. Focusing his attention on the digital game board, he got to work picking apart his opponent's moves, who was no doubt doing the same to him. He was determined to increase his score to shortly after. The two had concluded their game with no small amount of disappointment on his side of things due to the fact that he lost. He turned his computer completely off and made his way out of the room. He could hear movement coming from Rei's room. His sister was likely getting ready for the day or night, rather ahead of her. Moving into the kitchen, he went about getting out everything he needed. He addressed the cookbook on the counter, the official Lunch Rush cookbook, unfortunately unsigned, that included meals from all across the world, and got to work. He had found a new recipe for an American-style dish he wanted to try. It seemed simple enough, but he wanted to get it right. His hands blurred across the counter as he worked to prepare everything. When he had a moment to step away from the stove, he moved to put everything away that he'd left out. Meanwhile, Rei had entered into the room, tossing out a greeting before settling in the living room, in front of the TV. As with the kitchen, They didn't have any normal furniture in the living room to sit on. Instead, they had several beanbag chairs and a number of enormous pillows. They couldn't easily sit down, but they could certainly lay over top of soft, fluffy things. Besides, their tails worked pretty well in place of furniture. Before long, the meal had been prepared, and the two had moved to the kitchen table. He was quite pleased with how the food had turned out, especially given that it was his first time with the particular meal. A few minutes in and they finally got to talking. "I got you that new game you were talking about." He started, reaching for the bag he'd left in the kitchen. "I think it's the right one. Or at least, that's what the guy at the store said." Izuku had no clue what he was doing when it came to. He could take down an army of drag dealers in minutes, pick apart quirks in seconds, was the most successful analyst in Asia, and had a college degree multiple actually when most others his age were still in school, and yet he was hopeless with that. He could handle digital strategy games such as chess, but beyond that was just a mess. It wasn't that he hadn't tried them, he had, especially since Ray liked them. It was just that he never found any enjoyment when he did. But just because he didn't much care for them, didn't mean he wasn't going to get them for her. Her eyes lit up as they landed on the case he'd removed from the bag. She abandoned her food in favor of rushing to his side of the table to practically snatch it out of his hand. "Ah!" she exclaimed, inspecting the cover. "I've been waiting for this to come out ever since they announced it." She threw herself around his neck, wrapping him a hug that he reflexively returned. "Thank you." He smiled, rubbing between her shoulder blades. "I'm guessing this means that was the right one then." "Good." Ray laughed a bit at that. "Yes, it's the right one. Thank you." "You're welcome." Letting go of him, she straightened back up, looking back at the game. "I can't wait to get started on this. I've heard people say it's really good." She turned around and started moving towards her room. "Hey!" Izuku called, prompting her to look back at him with a questioning look. "Where do you think you're going?" he questioned, pointing back at her unfinished plate of food. "Eat your food first. Then play." "Oomph," she pouted, overdramatically, but still moving back to her spot. "Such a spoilsport." "Yes, yes," he replied. "Oh, what a monster am I. For delaying you 5 minutes to make sure you eat something. Because if I don't, I know you won't eat anything until I get back tomorrow morning. Like I said, spoilsport." Ray settled back into her spot, resuming her meal. After a minute, she spoke up again. "Do you have any plans for how you're going to spend tonight?" she asked, likely looking for a way to occupy her mind. He considered for a moment. "I'm thinking that I'll target another group, even though I already grabbed that one last night. These ones are trigger dealers, so the less time they're allowed to run around, the better." "Are you going to let Tsukachi know again?" He shook his head. "No, not until afterwards. Trigger dealers have a habit of juicing themselves when they feel threatened. I'd rather not put any police officers at risk, or Eraserhead, as skilled as he may be." "All right, but that means that you have to be careful too," she said, stabbing her fork at him for emphasis. "I like it when you stay alive." "So do I. I like not being dead. And when am I not careful?" She rolled her eyes at that. "Basically, whenever you fight. You're an adrenaline junkie when it comes to that sort of stuff." "Lies and slander," he rebutted, moving to gather her plate, which she'd emptied, and went to the sink. "I am the epitome of care and responsibility." This time she actually snorted. "Are you forgetting about that time you handcuffed both of your arms behind your back, just to see if you could take down a group of quirk traffickers with just your legs?" "Lies dash." He tried to cut in, but she was on a roll and had no intention of stopping. "Or what about that other time when you jumped, literally, into the middle of an underground fighting ring, trying to become their new champion, but instead ended up having to fight everyone there?" "Shut!" he yelled, flinging soapy water at her. She just laughed as she moved away, bringing up more embarrassing slip-ups. "Oh, and let's not forget my personal favorite," she said, mischievous smile on her face. "The day you tried to stop a drag deal blindfolded. You not only failed to stop them, but you actually got immobilized by some a-hole's paralysis quirk." She had to pause to stifle a laugh, struggling to finish her thought. I actually had to get Eraserhead to come save you. Then he tried to drag you off to the police precinct. I wish I had video to go with the lecture he gave you on the way. He sounded like such a disappointed Dash. He cut her off with a bigger splash of water. You shut your trash mouth right now. He yelled, trying to keep up the appearance of anger, but she could see the red glow to his cheeks and the smile he was struggling to keep away. I deny that any of that ever happened, he said, moving to dry off one of the plates. Do you really? Because I've got audio recordings of most of them if you want to dash. Anyways, he cut in, interrupting her from calling out any more totally fabricated instances of his recklessness. Anyways, so I had a few pretty interesting things happen today while I was out. Oh really? She replied, amused by his change in topic and leaning against the table with a smirk. Like what? Well, I got attacked, for one. Her eyes snapped to him, smirk fading as she scanned him for injuries. It returned when she found none. She knew very well just how capable he was, but that didn't stop her from worrying. So who was the unfortunate idiot who pulled that stunt? A living puddle of sewage. At her lack of response, he glanced over her shoulder at her and saw her look of confusion. Alright, technically, I don't think he was actually made out of sewage. But he was made of sludge and certainly smelled like it. The stench was god-awful. She tilted her head at him. Is that why you smell like apples? Yeah. I activated aroma to try to offset it. What did you do to them? Splattered them across the road. He replied with a shrug. What else? And that's not even the most interesting thing that happened today. He continued. I may or may not have met All Might today and figured out his quirk. He saw her eyes light up. Even though he was a vigilante, and what the two of them did was illegal, they still enjoyed heroes, and he was her favorite. What is it? It's called One for All, he responded. I'm not sure why. People named their quirks any number of ways after all. Basically, it seems to be an energy stockpiling quirk that lets the user make use of the stockpiled energy as raw strength. But the kicker? Instead of being like other stockpile quirks that draw strength from the environment, or food, or some other similar source, it uses the energy drawn from past users of the quirk. Past users? She questioned, brow furrowing as she turned those words over in her head. Exactly. My best guess is that the quirk somehow modified itself to always be the dominant gene when everything is being passed down. So instead of the possibility of the child receiving a mutation of both parents' quirks, they always get this one which, by that logic, would make it stronger each time it's passed, taking strength from each user. He sighed, thinking about the mystery he'd stumbled upon. That's not even the strangest part about all of this. What do you mean? Well, when I was out and about earlier, this man walked up to me, practically skin and bone and with his clothes hanging off of him. What he wanted isn't important, but when I used appraisal on him, it revealed him to be a Toshinori Yagi, and when I shook his hand, he had the single most powerful quirk I've ever come across, which I can't take, by the way, even if I wanted to. Something about it stops me. Then, later, I came across All Might fighting the same sludge villain that had attacked me earlier in the day, and decided to use appraisal on him. He looked at her with a serious expression. Want to take a guess at what it showed as his name? Her face displayed a brief moment of confusion, before lighting back up in shock and realization. It wasn't Toshinori Yagi, was it? It was indeed. How is that even possible? I mean, with how you described his appearance, he seems too weak to do much of anything, let alone be the #1 hero. And that, Ray, is the mystery I've been thinking over since this afternoon. He said, dragging his hands down his face. It shouldn't be a quirk that causes it, and I very highly doubt that it's some man-made method, drag or otherwise. But there's obviously something that's allowing him to transform from a 6-foot-tall twig that can't weigh more than 100 pounds to the 7-foot-tall, 600-pound, absolute unit of a hero everyone knows and loves. I just can't figure it out. He dragged a hand down his face again. I love quirks, but sometimes they just make no f-ing sense. You will. She reassured him, moving over to his side and putting an arm over his shoulders. You always do. You're the smartest person I know, and I doubt there's anyone out there that's better than you at analyzing quirks. He sighed, putting his own arm up around her shoulders. I just hope that happens soon, because currently it's driving me crazy with how improbable it is. And thanks, he said, smiling at her. You're pretty smart too. She laughed. Of course I am. You quite literally taught me just about everything I know. He squeezed her a bit tighter. You know you're my favorite sister, right? I'm your only sister. Doesn't make it any less true, he said. Now come on, there's still a few hours of daylight left. Let's watch some TV while you play your new game, then later I'll help you with your essay if you want. With that, Ray sped off to her room to retrieve the handheld console that would play the game, while he settled himself in the living room. She joined him a minute later. And that's how the two of them spent the rest of the day, curled up on the floor together. Ray going on about the game as she played, and Izuku listening on with a smile, barely paying attention to the TV. The sun had finally set, and Izuku was preparing himself for his nightly venture. First he changed, physically, back into Oni. His snake tail shrank back and split into human legs. His wings shrank slightly and changed in color. Facial features shifted and changed until they were no longer recognizable as Izuku's. And his hair receded back into his head, turning pitch black as a pair of equally dark horns emerged. Next, he got dressed into his usual outfit. Undershirt, then red dress shirt, tucked into black slacks that sat over his boots and were secured by a black belt with a silver buckle. Then came a pitch black tie around his neck, followed by a matching button-down vest and finally his black leather gloves. To top it all off, he donned the metal kitsune mask, lined with foam and leather on the inside and secured with a simple strap buckled behind his head. With the exception of the boots and the mask, everything was a fresh duplicate of the items he had worn the night before. He made sure to have plenty of copies of everything he liked to wear, what with the nature of his work being particularly risky to clothing. As he stepped out onto the balcony, breathing in the cool night air, he picked out a few quirks from the bundle in his chest, pulling them up to stay for the night. 2 general strength and speed enhancers, 2 durability enhancers, and the newest addition to his collection, Spectrum. He figured that he might as well get some live practice with it. There were others that he picked out but didn't activate just yet, ready to be pulled to the surface at a moment's notice, such as his claw quirk, should they be needed. These all combined with those that he normally kept active, whether he was Oni or Izuku. His intelligence quirks, energy stockpilers, insomnia, proximity, appraisal, 2 of his strength and speed quirks, 1 each, and a few other quirks that had a bit more specific activation requirements, but whose effects were greatly useful. After spending years training and experimenting with his natural quirk, he knew what his limits were, and having all those quirks active at once was well within them. He could still experience quirk exhaustion, of course, but he'd found that it wasn't necessarily based around how many quirks he had, or how many he had active at a time. There weren't any drawbacks to simply having a quirk active, but when he used it, he needed to keep in mind the limits that came with it. He could have any number active at once, but however many there were, he had to be careful of the limits and exhaustion brought on by using them. For example, the strength quirk he usually kept active relied upon the body's energy to enhance strength, rather than increasing muscle mass. Having it active didn't drain him so long as he wasn't exerting it. If he had several active but wasn't using them, or at least not extensively, then it wasn't an issue. But if he was using them, the exhaustion would compound with their effects. Additionally, regarding his own quirk, the only exhaustion he really experienced as a result of using it was from how fast he activated other quirks. It was based around how long he went between individual quirks, not how fast a single one activated that was always instant. As far as he knew, he could potentially have all of his quirks active at once, so long as he didn't try to do it too fast. The quirks he always kept active were all relatively low drains on his stamina. Really, the biggest drain was insomnia, and even then it wasn't an issue. Between his constant use of his quirks, and a select few of those, such as his energy stockpilers, he'd increased his limits quite a bit. That was why he started the night by activating quirks. So that, if it became necessary, he'd be fresh to pull on as many quirks as he needed. Finally prepared for the night ahead, he hopped up onto the balcony railing. Smirking, he leaned forwards, falling off the building. His wings flared out after a moment, catching the air as he glided into the night. Oni frowned as he took in the scene in front of him. This was not how he thought tonight would go. Right there in front of him, in some random, insignificant alleyway, was a corpse. It wasn't just any corpse, either. It was a pro hero. Tectonic, the earthen hero. A mid-level pro that could control rocks, going so far as to be able to tear up chunks of roads or buildings to use against villains. He'd had his eyes on this hero for a while, and not only for their interesting quirk. For some time now, Tectonic had been stealing money using a fake charity. People would donate money and it would just go straight into his pocket. Oni had considered paying him a visit, or maybe just simply exposing him, but ultimately decided that it wasn't worth it. The man was still a hero. He did his job and he did it well. Besides, the only people that he hurt with his little scam were the people that made the mistake of donating to him. If they were stupid enough to not thoroughly research a charity before giving it their money, then that was their fault. The benefits of keeping him around outweighed the crime. Even if he had decided to intervene though, the man hadn't deserved this. To die alone in some dirty alley. He moved closer, crouching next to the body and taking in the details to attempt to work out exactly what happened. The man wasn't in his hero outfit, and at this time of night with the blood still fresh he had probably been out drinking. The cause of death was obvious enough. The single stab wound directly through the heart. Aside from that though, there wasn't much to see. He could see a single long cut, really more of a scratch along his cheek, but nothing else. He expected to see something that indicated a struggle, maybe pieces of disturbed earth from his quirk, more injuries, or even bruises on his hands or dirted clothes, but there was nothing. He knew how capable Tectonic was when it came to combat. Even drunk, the man would have been able to put up a fight. So to see the man dead with seemingly no struggle of any kind, it didn't paint a pretty picture in the slightest. Oni could think of a few people off the top of his head that might be able to pull something like this off, but to his knowledge, none of them were in his city. And, from that list, there were even fewer that would even have a reason to do something like this in the first place. It would have taken effort, which means they had real motive. Really, going through the list and narrowing it down with what he knew, especially with the wounds the hero had left him with only one real possibility. He put his head in his hands with a groan. If it was who he thought it was and Diamond how he hoped it wasn't, then he wasn't ready for that headache at all. Phantom. He called out the nickname he and Ray had chosen for if he ever needed to address her while he was out as Oni. He thought the name was a bit boring, but it served its purpose. He'd wanted her to take the name Medusa, but she thought it was a bit on the nose. "What is it?" came the response. "We have a problem. Potentially a major one." "How bad?" she asked, tone taking on a more serious edge. "There's a good chance that he is active in Yuzudafu." Oh. They had discussed the possibility of this situation enough for her to know immediately who he was talking about. That man was the only person he'd ever found that might actually present a true danger to him, even with his quirks. Or at least, the only one that was free. There were plenty of monsters locked up in Tartarus that he'd much rather avoid. "Start looking for him, please. The faster we get a handle on this, the better. He's already killed at least one since he got here. I'd like to make sure he doesn't get a second." "I'm on it. What are you going to do?" "For now, I'm going to try my best to find him so I can get him out of my city." "Be careful." "Yeah." He took out his phone. Before he started his search, he had to make a call that he more than likely wasn't going to enjoy. He held the phone to his ear after choosing the contact, listening to it ring. He didn't have to wait. "Oni, what have you done now?" Tsukachi complained as soon as the call connected, sounding as exhausted as ever. "I haven't even finished dealing with last night's mess. I wasn't able to credit Eraser for T-dashed. Tsukachi." He cut in, not wanting to have to listen to the lecture continue on. His uncharacteristically serious tone succeeded in shutting the detective up. "Oni? What is it? What's wrong? You need to send someone to my location. Now." He answered. "I found Tectonic. He's dead." "You what?" The detective floundered. You didn't kill him, did you?" He scoffed. "Of course I didn't. I've not killed anyone in the entire time I've been a vigilante, and what? You think all of a sudden I'm just going to kill a pro hero out of nowhere? I know I'm not exactly a saint, but give me some credit, Tsukachi. Sheet. Right. Sorry. I'm just dash dot. He sighed. This is just a shock. We found another dead hero just last week. I don't like the trend that you finding another one indicates. Oni just grunted in response. DMN, so there was already another one that he'd somehow missed. This was worse than he thought. If the other hero had been killed by the same person, then they'd already been in the city for at least a week without him noticing, maybe even longer. So, tell me what happened. How did he die? The detective questioned. And do you know who did it? Obviously they weren't there when you showed up. Otherwise you'd probably have dealt with them. From what I can tell, it was a single stab wound through the heart. And I'm not really seeing any signs of a struggle. He sighed. As far as who did it? I have an idea, but it is by no means a good one. Well, who is it? I'm not going to tell you right now. You'll have to wait until after I've confirmed it. If I told you, you'd no doubt have Eraser, or some other underground hero, out searching for them. And that's not a showdown I want to see happen. Fine. I'll trust your judgment, Oni. The other responded after a moment. If you think it's someone that bad, just keep me posted and please be careful. He hung up at that, before quickly sending his location. Sparing one last glance at the unfortunate hero, he spread his wings and took off, straight into the air. He wanted to get an aerial view to start planning his search. He didn't make it very far. Just as he reached the roof of one of the adjacent buildings, he felt something wrapping around his torso, pinning his arms to his body along with one of his wings, the other thankfully folding properly against his back. An instant later, he was being flung through the air, slamming into the roof on his side, and unfortunately right on top of the wing that was pinned. He grit his teeth at the audible crack that rang through the air and the sharp pain that immediately bloomed from the appendage, sending stars across his vision. Are you okay? He heard Ray's voice in his ear. What the hell was that noise? Choosing to ignore her for the moment, he lifted his head, directing his attention to the person he already knew who it was who had decided to throw him into a building as a greeting. He saw the scowl paired with red eyes and floating hair decorating the usually apathetic face. Nice to see you too, Eraserhead, he said through gritted teeth, doing his best to work through the pain. Shut up. The hero snapped, surprising him. He'd seen the hero annoyed before. His quirk was usually a good indicator of that, flaring with his mood, but he didn't think he'd ever seen him truly angry before. What? Did you get tired of just fighting criminals? Decided that you'd start killing heroes? Dropping his head back to the ground with a groan, Oni wished his arms weren't pinned. He really wanted to hit something, or at least give Eraser the finger. He settled for an annoyed sigh instead. I didn't kill anyone, Eraser. As I was just explaining to Tsukachi, not even 2 minutes ago, I found him like that. And why should I believe you? You're exactly the type of person to start a fight with someone just for kicks. And finding you next to the fresh corpse is pretty convincing evidence in my opinion. Oni bit back a groan as an involuntary twitch brought a fresh wave of pain from his wing. This night was really starting to get on his nerves, and he was only an hour into it. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because it's the FNG truth? You dumbass. He snapped, watching as the hero recoiled slightly at his words, not expecting the anger. He normally wouldn't be so crass. He made an effort to maintain his happy, carefree persona when he was out as Oni, even if he was fighting people and terrorizing criminals, but being accused of murder twice in 5 minutes, plus the possibility of a serial killer running around his city was putting a serious damper on his mood. Not to mention the pain that was radiating from his broken wing, which he was still laying on. Call Tsukachi if you really want to, he said, practically growling with how strained his voice was. But I've literally not killed a single person the entire time I've been a vigilante. I'm not about to start with a hero that I've got no reason to even dislike. Not entirely true, but that wasn't important. He had reason enough to dislike Tectonic, but not enough to warrant his death. Not to mention he was killed by a stab wound. I don't use weapons. I don't even own any for sheet's sake. Again, not entirely truthful. He did have a blade quirk. But it wasn't like Eraserhead knew that. He saw the hero hesitate before taking out his phone, causing him to growl in equal parts frustration and pain. "Could you at least let me get up?" he questioned. "I can't exactly go anywhere. Your friendly greeting broke my wing and I'm about 90% sure it's a compound fracture. You know, the wing I'm lying on top of?" He heard Ray's panicked exclamation in his ear at his words. The hero winced ever so slightly at that, and he felt the capture weapon loosen around him. He went to sit up, doing his best not to jostle the wing any more than necessary. He wasn't very successful, as the resulting burst in pain made his vision flash white and almost knocked the wind out of him. He could hear Eraser talking to someone, presumably Tsukachi, as he looked over at his injured wing, now splayed awkwardly across the ground next to him. Yep. Definitely compound. He thought to himself as he inspected the injury. Both the radius and ulna were broken. That part of the limb was bent in a very unnatural way. He could see where the two bones were poking through the skin, exposing themselves to the night air. This meant that there was a fair amount of blood dripping onto the roof beneath him. He could see where it was staining the capture weapon too. Great, he thought with resignation. As if tonight hasn't been fantastic enough already. Now I'm going to have to wash blood out of my clothes too. At the very least it wouldn't stain. Fortunately, his aesthetic just happened to be colors that couldn't really be stained by blood. Just as he was contemplating how he would go about setting the bone back in place so he could start healing it, he noticed Eraser looking at him, phone now put away. The anger that had been present in his face just a minute ago had been replaced by something else. Guilt, if he wasn't mistaken. Eraser's emotions were normally hard to read, and right now he was preoccupied by the spike of pain driving into his mind. After a moment of the two staring at each other, Oni threw his hands up in frustration, ignoring the flare in pain even that little bit of movement caused. "If you're not going to apologize, the least you could do is make yourself useful and help me set the bones back in place." Eraserhead started towards him, phone still out and ready to dial someone. "Let me take you to the hospital so you can get that looked at." Oni forced a single harsh laugh from his throat. "No thank you. I don't need to go to a hospital. I can handle it." "Kid, seriously? You need to go a hospital for that. That isn't something that can be fixed easily. Right, because you are obviously an expert in wing anatomy and biology." Oni responded, pouring as much sarcasm into those words as he could. "Of the two of us, which one actually has wings, and therefore would be more likely to know about the sheet?" He huffed in frustration when the other didn't move, slamming a fist down onto the roof just to dispel some of the pent-up energy. "Damn it. I don't need a hospital, Eraser. What I needed was to not be hurt in the first place. But apparently you decided to act without using your brain first. Attacking me even though I would have stopped to talk to you anyway if I knew you were here." He slumped down where he was sitting. His wing was really hurting. Even the breeze brushing across the exposed muscle and flesh made it burn. And it hurt to even breathe. "I know what the F I'm doing, Eraser. Are you going to help or not?" He hesitated for a moment, before walking towards Oni. "What do you need me to do?" "Just fucking grab the end of the wing and pull. It needs to fully extend so I can reset the bone." The hero knelt on the ground and grabbed the wing, as instructed. Just that little bit of movement already hurt like hell. "This is going to hurt." Eraser so helpfully informed him. "Yeah, no sheet." He snapped, shooting a glare at the hero. "I've got it covered, just start pulling when I tell you." He practically threw his gloves off, and started fumbling with his shirt sleeve buttons before deciding it was taking too long. "Screw it," he decided with a huff, before pulling on demonic claws. The scales tore through his shirt as they traveled down his arms. Once that was done, he put his now claw-covered hand in his mouth, biting down on the knuckle. At the same time, he dropped the strength quirks he had in place. He didn't want to bite through his hand. He took another moment to brace himself, before gesturing over at Eraserhead. Immediately, his vision went white and this time, his breath was actually knocked out of him as the pain exploded in his wing. Through the pain, he pulled another quirk from his chest and tried his best to focus on it. He groaned past his hand as the fire in his limb flared even further, the broken bones popping back into place with a mighty crack, before slumping in relief as the pain began to dissipate. The quirk he'd used and was still using was a low-power healing one. It was useful, of course, and he was glad to have it, but it wasn't nearly as good as he wished it was. It wasn't too useful for fights, only the aftermath. It required conscious effort to activate, and would only work while he remained focused on it. Meaning it was difficult to use in the chaos that fights normally dissolved into. Despite that, he liked it because it could heal just about any wound, new or old, over time. Scars would fade and disappear, and lost limbs would slowly return over the course of weeks or months. So, it really was useful, but at the same time, he'd been on the hunt for a better healing quirk for some time now. Self-healing quirks were so much rarer than those that healed others. After a few moments, the pain finally lessened enough for him to draw breath again. He dropped his hand to the ground, panting as he tried to catch his breath and steady his heart. Glancing over at where the wing had been broken, he could see that looked as though it was healing properly. The bones were still visible where they had torn through the surrounding muscle and skin, but even as he was watching, the damaged flesh was knitting itself back together to cover it. The pain was fading away to a dull throb. A glance at Eraserhead showed the hero staring on in almost concealed interest and shock. "I didn't know that enhanced healing was a part of your quirk," the hero said, a rare show of slight emotion in his voice. "There's a lot you don't know about me," he responded, voice rough from the pain he'd just felt, and the resulting exhaustion. "If only you knew what my quirk really was," he thought to himself as he watched the wound heal. "You'd probably try to break my wing all over again before you dragged me away." They lapsed into an awkward silence for a minute, Oni still on the ground, resisting the urge to shudder at the odd sensation of muscle squirming around beneath his skin as it healed, and Eraserhead, still with his wing in hand, staring at the ground. "How long will it take to heal?" "It'll be functional in a few minutes, so long as I keep from doing anything too strenuous, but it'll likely be sore for the rest of the night." It was another few minutes before either spoke up again. I'm sorry, Oni." He looked over at the hero, who had finally stopped staring at the ground. "For accusing you of killing them and for breaking your wing." Oni let out a long sigh as he considered his response. "Don't worry about it, Eraser. You had plenty of reason to suspect me. I'm not exactly someone who can be considered morally sound. Besides, it's fine now," he said. "I apologize for my sour language." "You don't have to apologize for that, kid. You were in pain, that's to be expected. All the same, I was already in a foul mood from observing the crime scene. If the culprit is who I think it is, then they are going to cause me no end of headaches." "That's right. Tsukachi said that you told him that you know who it is." Oni shook his head. "I don't know for sure. I have a pretty good guess, but it is still just that, a guess. I really hope it isn't them. They're more trouble than they're worth." He looked over at Eraser. "And before you ask, no, I won't tell you who it is." "Why not?" "It'll help take them down quicker." "No, it won't. It'll just make sure that you or some other hero encounters them that much faster. I don't want to see another hero killed by them." He let out another sigh. "Let me put it this way. I'm not sure that even I could take them on and walk away unscathed. And you've seen me fight, you know what that says about them." "Are they really that dangerous?" Eraser asked with a slight look of surprise. "Yes. Their quirk, combined with their skill set and sheer amount of DM and willpower, makes them incredibly so. If any one of those things were missing, they wouldn't be nearly as much of a problem. But as it stands, I would almost be tempted to say that it would take all might, or at least a dedicated combination of heroes, to be able to take care of them." "Sheet. So, what are you going to do?" Oni got to his feet, Eraserhead following a moment later. He worked his wing around, testing it, and let out a satisfied hum when he found nothing wrong. At the same time, he pulled his strength quirks back out. He turned back to the hero. "I'm going to go find them and do whatever I can to get them out of this city." Got a raised eyebrow in response. "Didn't you just say that you didn't think that you'd be able to handle them?" "Yep," he responded, popping the P. Stepping back, he launched himself into the air. he made sure to launch with mostly just his legs to take unnecessary strain off of his wing. With that, he flew off into the night, already working up a plan for where to start looking. He had just finished climbing through the air, settling himself so that he didn't have to do much more than glide, when Ray spoke up again. She'd been listening the entire time. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," he replied almost immediately. Ray didn't respond to that. It was clear that she didn't believe him and was waiting for the truth. A sigh. "I mean, yeah, it hurt, both my wing and the two of them accusing me of killing the hero, especially after working with them for years now, but I've healed, and they both apologized, so it's fine." "If you say so, but once this mess is taken care of, I expect you to take at least one night off to relax." He managed a small laugh. "If this ends up being the kind of mess I'm expecting it to be, I'll take an entire week off." "Good. We both know that you deserve it. Now be careful out there. I'll let you know if I find anything on my end." "I will." With that, he shifted direction, moving off towards the first area he wanted to check. Shoyuta watched as Oni flew away into the night. A frown on his face as he considered the vigilante. He still felt the guilt burning through him at what he'd done. Just as Oni said, once he saw him next to the fresh corpse of a hero, all reason and logic left his mind and he attacked. He was supposed to be a pro-hero. More than that, he was supposed to be someone that taught future pro-heroes. And yet he'd failed to even think before he acted. He just felt so angry. So betrayed. That Oni had done something like that when Shoyuta had known him for so long. Shoyuta had first met him about 5 years ago. He'd been young, too young, way too young, short and scrawny with a high-pitched voice. His clothes had been a tattered pair of sweatpants and a stained hoodie rather than the suits he now wore that each looked more expensive than Shuta's entire wardrobe. And his mask had looked like some shitty plastic one that could be found in just about any store. But despite his appearance, and the fact that he seemed like he couldn't be any older than 10, he hit hard enough to send thugs flying and tended to move faster than Shoyuta could even follow. Not to mention that his quirk never seemed to be erased by Shoyuta, with the exception of his clawed hands. Pair that with his chaotic tendencies and the fact that he seemed to thrive off of the fear he inspired in others, and it didn't take long before his goal to capture Oni had become just as much about saving the random petty thugs of the night, as it was about getting the FING crazy child somewhere safe. Eventually, though, he'd stopped really trying to capture the vigilante. As much of a pain in his side as the kid was, and as much of a paperwork nightmare as he was for Tsukachi, it quickly became evident that Oni could handle himself. Although it wasn't like Shoyuta could even do much to capture him in the first place. The closest he'd come was when Oni had somehow been paralyzed by some thug. Oni's partner, whom he hadn't even been aware of until that moment, had called Shoyuta that night so he could go save him. Of course, he tried to take him in while he had the chance as capable as Oni was. Shoyuta just wanted him off the streets where he could be killed, but he hadn't even gotten halfway there when Oni shred his capture gear and ran away. Most of his attempts to capture the other either ended with Oni escaping, or with his capture gear getting damaged or stolen from him. Strangely though, whenever the latter happened, it always turned back up at the precinct by the next night. But Oni had never once actually fought Shoyuta. He would run and dodge, or destroy his gear if necessary, but he'd never once actually attacked. Because of that, and because of the fact that, despite putting nearly every one of them in the hospital, he never killed any of the criminals he went against, Shoyuta had given up on trying to capture him. It simply wasn't worth his time. Underground heroes generally tended to be a bit more lenient when it came to vigilantes anyway. So long as they weren't killing people and were actually competent enough to not be a burden on them or the local law enforcement, it was too much of a hassle to do much about them. And although no one would ever admit to it, Shoyuta knew there were times when heroes or precincts would give tasks to a vigilante they were associated with, something on the wrong side of the law to handle a particular case or criminal, that would result in lost jobs or legal repercussions for them, but which was just a normal night for the vigilante. Actually, after all the interactions they'd had and the fights they'd been in together, Shoyuta could almost say that he trusted Oni to a degree. Not that he would ever admit that out loud. The kid still annoyed the hell out of him at times, and was more deserving of the title, problem child, than any of his students could ever be, but he'd had Shuta's back in enough fights to earn some amount of trust. And yeah, Maybe part of it was the fact that the kid was very open about Shoyuta being his favorite hero. Obviously he wasn't a hero for the recognition or rewards, but that didn't mean it didn't feel at least a little nice to hear something like that. Sue him. He was human after all. But that trust he'd formed had been what made him so angry when he found Oni tonight. He trusted the other enough to not do something like that, to not cross that line despite his chaotic bordering on sadistic tendencies. So to come to the conclusion that he'd killed someone, he sighed. Now that he'd acted so rashly, he wouldn't be at all surprised if any trust the kid had in him was now damaged, if not gone completely. He shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. He could worry about that later, when he wasn't on patrol. For now, he could hear sirens in the distance, most likely coming to pick up Tectonic's corpse. He'd worry about the kid later. Oni was just about at his wit's end. He'd spent the last few hours flying over what was probably half of the city, scanning the streets, rooftops, and alleyways with his thermal and night vision, hoping to catch a glimpse of his suspect, but there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. He hadn't even seen any of the normal criminals that usually prowled the streets, let alone the person he was searching for. Between Oni and his suspect, it was as if everyone instinctively knew that it was too dangerous to be out and about right now, and had stayed in whatever hole they called home. He hadn't exactly expected it to be easy to find them, but it was annoying nonetheless. Every second that passed without finding them only made the situation worse. And they'd already been in the city for at least a week. What's more, is that his wing was starting to throb again. He didn't think it would break again, he was confident he'd healed it enough to be safe from that, but it still hurt enough to be a constant presence in his mind. He'd probably accidentally left some hairline fractures or something similar, and flying around for the last several hours certainly didn't help. He grimaced. This night was really starting to try his patience. Screw it, he declared to the empty sky. What? Ray asked. Screw it, he repeated. I'm not having any luck with this, and I'd rather not end the night without getting something done. Alright, so what's the plan? Same as it was before. The trigger dealers. You sure you want to deal with them after everything else tonight? Yes, I am. He responded. If anything, I want to do it more after what's happened. Like I said, I don't want to go home without getting something done. If nothing else, then this'll help relieve some stress. Go for it. I'll keep an eye on everything through the cameras as per usual. All right. He adjusted his course, directing himself to the location he'd found. He hoped that this would help improve his mood. Maybe he'd find a new, interesting quirk? Or maybe the people there would, at the very least, give him an interesting fight. A few minutes later, and he was circling over the building. Unlike the night before, it wasn't a warehouse. He thought it was rather amusing that most groups like that found refuge in abandoned warehouses. He supposed it made sense, warehouses dotted the entire city. They were huge, numerous, and more often than not, abandoned. There were few better places for the run-of-the-mill criminals to set up shop. This group, however, had chosen a much better location. A skyscraper that had been halted mid-construction for some reason or another, not an especially tall one but still obviously a tower. All of the floors were there, along with the proper support to keep it standing and most of the walls, but none of the windows were there, leaving it open to the night air and providing clear lines of sight all around, good for keeping a lookout. On top of that, being in a skyscraper like that meant that any invaders would have to work their way up level by level in order to reach everyone, assuming they didn't have wings. Much better than one single floor, or worse, one single, large room. There was the obvious downside of having less routes for escape, but the increase in defensibility made up for it. He could tell, just from those few points, that these criminals were more competent than the ones from yesterday. Not too surprising really, dealing trigger was a few steps above the normal recreational drags. Switching to his thermal vision, he could make out several figures walking or standing along the edges of some of the floors, keeping an eye out for people. He even spotted a few on some of the adjacent buildings. That caused a smile to grow on his face. These people would be much more fun to play with than the ones from yesterday. He was about to move, to start with the sentries on adjacent buildings, when something incredibly wrong in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Since he was still using thermal vision, he could see the faint glow from the rooftops where they'd been absorbing heat the day before. Most had faded to very faint green, where they'd cooled in the night air. In one spot though, he saw a void. There was nothing at all. The darkest color he saw in anything else was a deep blue, indicating almost no real heat, but this one spot was a mass of pure black, a void in the world. He could see that the shape was vaguely humanoid, but focusing too hard on it was starting to give him a headache. Switching over to night vision, he could see that there was nothing there. Or rather, it almost felt like there was something there, but he couldn't see it. It was almost as if he couldn't get his eyes to focus on that one spot. Switching back to thermal eased the strain a little, at least like this he could tell that there was something there. His mind started racing as he circled through the air. Given the humanoid shape, it was likely that this was the result of a quirk. It couldn't be a normal invisibility quirk, otherwise thermal would have revealed them. It also wasn't a matter of something being cold enough to not show up, either. It was something that was directly making it so he couldn't look at it. The only reason he could even perceive them at all was by observing the lack of presence with thermal. Then there was the headache from trying to force himself to focus on them. So, a mental quirk then? He mused. Those are always fun. Something that erases one's presence perhaps? Or forces others to ignore your presence? His smile grew even larger at the thought of such a quirk. Let's find out. He dropped through the air, aiming for the rooftop with the void. A moment before hit the roof, he pulled on a quirk that created a cushion of air beneath him, slowing him just enough to make his landing silent. The instant his feet touched down, he launched himself forwards, hands outstretched. As soon as he was close enough, he swung his arms through the air, almost scooping for them. When he closed his arms over his chest, he grew even more confused. He didn't feel anything. He saw the void in front of him, within his arms, but felt no physical sensation of any kind that would indicate he'd caught someone. The only confirmation he had was noticing that his arms wouldn't come all the way to his body. There was a resistance of some kind. Oh! So it completely erases any kind of presence, not just visual but physical as well. And auditory, I'd guess, given that I've not heard you react. His smile dropped a fraction when he realized he wouldn't be able to take the quirk like this. If he couldn't feel them in any way, then there was no way to know if he was touching their skin directly. Plus, there was a chance that it was also capable of hiding itself from his own natural quirk as well. That would count as having a presence. Here's how this is going to work. He announced to the empty space in his arms. I know you can hear me. Release your quirk, now, and I won't slowly crush you to death in my arms. And just in case you were wondering, right now I have about enough strength in my body to snap you in half. He squeezed just a bit tighter as he said that. All right. All right. Suddenly, there was a struggling person in his arms. Switching back to his normal vision, he saw a seedy-looking man with greasy hair and sunken eyes. His smile returned full force. Wonderful. Thank you for your cooperation. It'd be a shame to lose out on such an interesting quirk. Wadashdut. His question was cut off by Oni's hand clamping over his mouth and dim. He just realized that he'd left his gloves back on the roof with Eraser. Now that he was actually touching him, he could feel the quirk. He grabbed onto the warmth and pulled, gently this time, unlike how he had the night before. He saw the man wince slightly at the uncomfortable sensation as he pulled the quirk into his chest. As much as he would have loved to watch the disgusting little man writhe and scream as he took the quirk, he had the other sentries to think about. He didn't want to give himself away just yet just to punish one person. He let the man go, and almost immediately he was scrambling to get away from him. Oni saw a confident smirk on the man's face, just for a moment, before it was replaced by confusion and a bit of fear. He saw the exact moment that the man realized he couldn't use his quirk. An involuntary shiver ran down his body as he tried to draw on the warmth that wasn't there anymore. He looked down at his hands as if they held the answers. What? He asked more to himself. Don't worry about that too much. I'm sure it'll come back eventually. Just as the man was looking back up at him, Oni leapt forward once more. He clamped a hand over his face again, and an instant later his head impacted with the roof. Now then. Oni said, looking down at his own hands. Let's see here. He pulled on the newly acquired heat, feeling it spread across his body, and activated it once it had. As he did, a strange lightness suffused his limbs. It was strange. Extremely so. His body still definitely held the same amount of weight, but at the same time it felt inexplicably lighter. Well, he wouldn't know if it worked until he tested it. He took off back into the air, heading to the closest sentry. When he touched down behind them, they didn't even react. He moved closer, intentionally scuffing his feet across the surface of the roof in an attempt to get a reaction, and still nothing. Moving directly beside them, he reached out and poked the side of their face, cautious in case it was a trap. Aside from a brief moment to scratch at their cheek, as if sating an itch, they didn't react. Somehow, his smile managed to grow even larger than before. Oh, I am going to have so much fun with this one. After a quick use of appraisal, to determine that they didn't have anything useful for him, he dispatched them just as he had the other. Pushing down his quickly rising excitement, he took off into the air, moving to deal with the rest of the outside sentries. Once they were all taken care of, he flew up to the roof of the tower. Most of the criminals were moving about on the topmost floors, with a few others spread out below. He wanted to see how many he could deal with before they started panicking. Finding the stairs to begin working downwards, he double-checked the quirk to make sure it was still active, before starting forwards. He saw a few people moving around, most not really doing much of anything, while a few seemed to be inspecting containers full of what he assumed was trigger. A quick scan showed no quirks of value. But honestly, he didn't really care. He'd stumbled across this absolute gem of a quirk. It was so incredibly useful. If he had to rank it amongst all his others, it would probably place in the top 5, along with those such as insomnia and appraisal. If he didn't get anything else out of this venture, then it wouldn't bother him all that much. Walking over to one of the criminals, he grabbed them by the throat and slammed them into the ground. Another, standing a few feet away, met a similar fate as he headbutted them, sending them flying. By the time he dispatched a third, the others had started to realize that something was wrong. 3 of them ran over to the fallen to check on them, and he moved to meet them. 2 fell with a punch to the head, while the third was sent flying with a kick to the chest, slamming them into a support pillar. Now the rest were panicking, seeing 3 more of their comrades go down for seemingly no reason. They were scrambling, a few were calling out at him to show himself, and most were readying their quirks. And much to his amusement, he saw a couple actually inject themselves with a dose of trigger. The party was really starting now. He watched on as they scrambled around him, his excitement rising with each call and panicked shout. Another kick sent one flying that had wandered too close. A laugh managed to escape his throat when he watched the one that juiced themselves accidentally swat one of their comrades into a stack of crates. He couldn't help it after that, seeing the petty criminal scramble around like a disturbed anthill while he watched, completely hidden right in the middle of it all, was just too much. He started laughing. Giggles at first, but soon he was letting out deep, nearly maniacal laughter at the panic and confusion. He didn't notice the light feeling in his limbs slowly fading away the more his excitement rose. Nor did he notice the one person that managed to notice him in the confusion of everyone rushing around. Oni didn't notice the man approaching him from behind slowly raising their arm. Even the internal alarms given off by proximity were drowned out in the haze. Not until said arm was flying through the air at him. Instincts developed over years of fighting and surviving in the harsher parts of the city, both as Oni and Izuku, had him reacting before he fully realized what was happening. The fist passed harmlessly over his head as he dropped to the ground, already spinning to look at his attacker. His mind was racing, trying to figure out how they were even seeing him right now. But, unfortunately, he didn't have much opportunity as another punch was sent flying, forcing him back. Closer to the others, he noticed distantly. Sidestepping yet another punch, this time able to move closer to counter, he kicked at the back of their knees, sending them to the ground. He gripped at the back of their head, forcing them down the rest of the way as he slammed them into the ground. He didn't get any time to think as, once more, his instincts yelled at him. He spun around, ready to assess whatever was coming and move to dodge or attack as needed. It was one of the few who juiced themselves. He could see the veins bulging across their exposed skin and the pupils that had dilated so much that the irises weren't even visible. His eyes widened as he saw the fist already inches from his head. Evidently, he'd misjudged how fast they were with trigger coursing through their body. The impact sent him flying backwards as pain exploded across the side of his face. Of course, he couldn't just fly across the room and land on the floor, could he? That would be far too easy, and this night was proving to be anything but. Before he could even think to try to get his bearings as he flew through the air, he was crashing into one of the support columns. At first, the pain of the impact, along with a harsh landing, jarred through his entire body and knocked him out of the chaos-fueled haze he'd been in, leaving him to analyze what had just happened, ignoring the pain flaring across his face as he lay on the ground. Obviously, he'd become visible again, but how? He knew it most likely wasn't because someone had seen through it. If he couldn't see through it with thermal vision and couldn't hear, or even feel the person using the quirk, then it was unlikely that anyone else could either. A brief check told him that the quirk was still present in him and active. He dropped it. No sense in focusing on it if it wasn't working, so it wasn't that. The only thing he could think of was that maybe it was his lapse in focus. Maybe the effectiveness of the quirk was dependent on his mental state. DMN. I should have used appraisal on him before taking it. I don't know any of the finer details of it yet. Well, that was a mystery for later. For now, he had to address the fact that he had been thrown into a concrete pillar. He stood up off the ground, brushing the dirt of his clothes and cracking his neck. Rubbing at the side of his face that was hit, just below the edge of his mask, he looked up and saw that all of the criminals that were still standing were now staring at him. The one on trigger looked like they were barely restraining themselves from charging. HM? Oh, don't mind me, I was just . His voice died in his throat when he looked down the nose of his mask. The nose was crumpled, noticeably so, as was the entire right side as far as he could tell. No doubt from where it had slammed into the pillar. He could also see where paint was scraped and chipped off. Bringing a hand up to feel it, he almost winced at the dented, crumpled metal. He felt his frustration at all of tonight's events beginning to return where it had been forgotten in the face of discovering a new quirk. He didn't really care that he'd been hit. The pain was superficial, given that he could still see and speak, and it wasn't like he'd never been injured before. But his mask, this, more than anything else, annoyed the hell out of him. This mask was one of his most treasured possessions. Despite the fact that he took it out every night where it could be damaged, or rather, it was because it was a treasured possession that he took it out at night. Something such as the mask did not deserve to sit stored away somewhere. He'd been using it for years without it getting damaged. And now, because of some petty junkie criminal and himself, he would admit it was damaged in such a way. Just one more thing added to the pile. He could handle being accused of murder. It's CKD that the ones who had done it were just about the only two people he trusted outside of Ray, but it wasn't the end of the world. Having his wing broken by his favorite hero? Again, it hurt that someone he trusted and who he assumed at least tolerated him had done it, but he could handle that as well, he supposed. The possibility of a serial killer running around his city killing heroes? A massive headache, sure, but still manageable. If he was being honest with himself, even the mask wasn't too big of an issue. It wasn't as if it couldn't be repaired, just take it to the right person with the right amount of money and it would be good as new. The problem, however, was that all of this was happening to him in a single night. Any one of the problems he'd faced tonight, had they happened on their own, wouldn't have been a huge issue. But no. Of course it all had to happen in the same night, one FANG thing after another. He grit his teeth, grinding them together with the force of it. Fine. Time to stop playing nice. As he let go of everything that had been building up all night, he felt one of his quirks rarely used with how specific its requirements were begin to flare with it, accompanied by a definite surge of strength in his limbs and causing the throbbing pain in his face and wing to fade to background noise. He took a step forward. To the criminals, it was as if the temperature in the room opened to the night air as it had just dropped several degrees and Oni had just grown by several feet with that one step. You know. He growled, the noise warbling through the air as the grip he had on Siren began to waver. It sent sweat rolling down their backs. I've been having a pretty shitty night tonight. But I was trying to move past that and ignore it, and I'd hoped that coming here to take care of you all would help. He took another step forward. The criminals were now struggling to breathe in the face of his overwhelming presence. But now you've gone and effed that up. You could have just rolled over and accepted that this was over, but you didn't. So, you know what? Fine. He took a deep breath, lifting up his leg, before slamming it back down, cracking the floor beneath it. Fit. Reaching into himself, he drew out a handful of quirks from his chest. Several strength quirks, and the speed quirks to match, each one falling into place in quick succession, burning like a bonfire under his skin. Lastly, he pulled out the quirk that filled his head, Quick Thinker, and with it, the world slowed. Then he moved. He launched towards the first criminal, the one on trigger that started this with enough force to crack the floor with each step. As wired as they were on the drag, he saw their eyes tracking his movement and the fist they tried to send to intercept him. Stepping around to the inside of the wild swing, he caught the arm in a grip harsh enough to shatter the bones beneath. He swung the brute up and over his shoulder, sending them flying into the same pillar he had hit. With them dealt with, he moved on to the next. Moments later, every person on the floor had either been slammed into the floor, thrown into a column, or punched hard enough to break bones and knock out instantly. None escaped without suffering a broken bone or two. And once they were all incapacitated, he didn't waste time searching out the stairs that led down to the next level. The anger burning through his veins was too hot to allow for something like patience. Instead, he simply stomped his foot down, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the floor as a section fell down. Once he touched down onto the floor, he moved again, going from criminal to criminal, each one appearing to move half as fast as they should be, and putting them down. On and on he went, through each floor, searching out the criminals and dispatching them. He was only just barely thinking enough to make sure he didn't use too much force. He didn't stop until he hit the ground floor, shouting out his frustration loud enough to hurt his throat, and slamming the final criminal into a wall hard enough to crack it. He stood there panting, trying to catch his breath as the dust settled around him. The anger and adrenaline were beginning to fade away, taking the surge from the quirk with it and leaving him with heavy limbs and a throbbing face. Once his heartbeat had begun to settle, he took a deep breath and pulled the quirk away that was slowing everything. With the world running at its proper speed, he began pulling away the quirks he'd brought out. With each one, the last remnants of frustration bled away and was replaced by exhaustion. Feeling better? He heard Ray ask softly. Right, he'd forgotten in the midst of all that she was watching. A sigh. No, not really. Now I just feel shitty and tired. Then come home and rest. You deserve it, after all the shit that's happened tonight. I'll let Tsukachi know to go clean everything up. Thanks. He took off into the air, rising until he was well above the surrounding buildings. Angling himself in the right direction, he started gliding back home, making only lazy attempts to circle back to throw off anyone that might be trailing him. When he finally reached his balcony, he landed with a less than graceful thud, stumbling forwards ever so slightly. Entering through the glass door, he began shedding his clothes, now partially covered in dry blood, and his mask, the front and side of it now crumpled inwards and missing large chunks of its coloring. He stumbled over to his bathroom and into his shower, turning the dial randomly, not bothering to pay enough attention to set it to a proper temperature. Thankfully, it was hot water that came out instead of cold. When the blood and sweat were finally washed off of him, he moved over to the mirror as per his usual process, only about half awake at this point, and set about correcting his appearance. He didn't bother changing his face back, just taking care of his horns, hair, eyes, and wings. Half of his face was covered in mottled bruises, and he didn't think he had it in him to heal them tonight. Once he was back to being Izuku Itsumi mostly, he sluggishly made his way back into his room. He didn't have the energy to do much of anything right. Now, he'd exhausted himself with that stupid move, activating all those quirks at the same time after already having a long night. He really didn't feel like doing anything. Instead, he moved over to the pile of pillows and blankets in the corner of his room that made up his bed and collapsed into it. Sure, insomnia might make it so he didn't need to sleep in order to survive, and he might be able to counteract the exhaustion through energy stockpiling quirks, but exhaust those and he would feel it all the same. He wanted to sleep. So that's what he was going to do, coiling around himself and wrapping up in a blanket as he settled in. Suddenly, the floor beneath him started heating up, as it had in his office the day before. He sighed as he soaked in the heat. It had cost him a small fortune to have the system installed across most of his apartment, but damn, was it worth it in moments like this. He pulled insomnia back into his chest for the first time in months, and it wasn't long before the exhaustion fully took hold and he drifted off to sleep. Rei watched from the door to his room as Izuku settled into the corner. She clicked the remote in her hand and watched him nearly melt in the resulting heat, falling asleep almost immediately after. Even if the circumstances weren't ideal in the slightest, she was glad to see him relaxing after the night he'd had. It was probably the first time in months that he was actually sleeping, that insomnia quirk of his usually making it so he never slept. He always pushed himself so hard, especially when it came to his vigilante work. She couldn't remember the last time he'd actually gone a night without going out as Oni to patrol the city. She knew why he did it, of course. After everything the two of them had gone through growing up until just a few years ago, now that they were in a better place, he was doing what he could to right the wrongs of the world. Where no one had come to save them from the monsters in the world, he was doing his best to make sure that never happened to anyone else. She shuddered at the unwanted memories that were drawn to the surface by that train of thought. Shaking her head, she flicked off the light to Izuku's room and made her way back towards her office. She had a few hours to get some more work done before she would get some sleep too. Oni hummed to himself as he stared down at a derelict building. It had been 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And he'd had no luck finding his suspect. Every night, he'd been out searching, patrolling the city by air, scanning the streets and investigating any little disturbance he came across. And although it did have the unintended side effect of making him stop more petty crimes than normal, it had all revealed nothing. Rei had been searching in her own way as well, combing through camera footage all across the city whenever she could, all while keeping an eye on police scanners and the Hero Commission's lines of communication. If anyone saw their suspect, she'd know about it. Then, when he wasn't patrolling at night, he was using all his time, even going so far as to skip his trips to the beach, continuing Rei's search while she slept. But still, nothing. Until today. On a whim, Rei had looked into a report to the police. They were grasping at straws at this point and found a complaint that someone was living in an abandoned building. Now, this wasn't exactly an unusual occurrence. Mizudafu was a fairly large city after all, so someone squatting in an old house wasn't really surprising. But when she investigated it, she'd also found that all cameras in the area had been destroyed or otherwise deactivated. That was a bit more unusual. Combine it with the fact that the complaint also mentioned that the person was seen carrying weapons, specifically blades, and it was enough to warrant an investigation the following night as Oni. So that's where he found himself once the sun had fallen. He dressed in his vigilante outfit. Thankfully, he'd found someone to repair his mask pretty quickly. Going patrolling those few days without it had made him feel off in a way really didn't enjoy and had brought out more quirks than what was probably necessary. He had more enhancers out than he normally used, his claws had already been pulled from his chest and only needed to be activated, and his healing quirk sat right on the edge, ready to be used at a moment's notice. Once he was prepared, he headed to the location Rei had found. He was standing on a roof, just across the street from the abandoned building. An old house that looked to be on its last legs, ready to collapse at any moment. As he considered the possible fight that was likely ahead of him, he pulled his wings in for the first time in what was probably years. They would do nothing but hinder him if it came to a fight. He scanned the house with spectrum and found nothing. Thermal and X-ray had both revealed it to be empty. He wasn't sure if it was a good thing or not that nobody was there. If nothing else, he could at least investigate the house. Maybe he'd learn whether or not it was actually his suspect that was living there. Just as he was about to activate his newest quirk, the one from the trigger dealer disaster, which he'd taken to calling Ghost, he felt proximity ping something behind him. His instincts screamed at him. He didn't think, he just moved. His hand darted up, scales already flashing across it as he spun around, catching the sword that had been swinging at his neck. As soon as it was in his grip, he squeezed, shattering it and sending razor-sharp shards of metal dropping to the ground. The blade was dropped, discarded, and another, seemingly pulled from thin air, was immediately moved towards him. He jerked his body to the side hard, to just barely avoid it. Catching himself before he was completely thrown off balance, he shifted his weight, throwing a punch backed by more than one strength quirk. The attacker danced out its path, spinning to send the knife slicing through the air towards him once more. He caught it, destroying it just as he had the first one. Before they had a chance to draw yet another blade, he pulled on another speed quirk, adding to those he'd already activated. With the resulting boost to his movements, he pushed forwards, throwing a series of punches that forced his attacker back. Despite the speed he was utilizing, not a single one landed. They twisted and spun and ducked around each one. When they neared the edge of the roof, he jumped, flipping in the air to drive his heel towards the attacker. They moved aside just in time to avoid the strike that sent small cracks spiderwebbing from the point of impact. The two then broke apart, backing several steps away to observe the other. The entire encounter had taken only a moment. Oni, the famous vigilante. His attacker started, barely even breathing heavy. You're not too bad. It's good to see that the rumors were not exaggerated. I could say the same about you, Stain. You are definitely just as ugly as the rumors say. Sheet. He heard Ray in his ear. Good luck, be careful. Stain didn't respond to that. Instead, looking over Oni's shoulder. I thought you had wings. I thought you had a nose. The other vigilante sneered. Though it didn't look quite right without a nose. He was just baring his teeth. Enough. Why are you here, little vigilante? Funny, that's actually what I wanted to ask you. Why are you in my city? I am here to accomplish my mission of clearing society of the filth of fake heroes. Yeah. Oni responded, waving his hand in front of him. I'm well aware of your ridiculous vendetta against heroes. What I want to know is why you feel the need to do that here. In my city. He shifted his weight, forcing an appearance of nonchalance, but still ready to move at a moment's notice. Frankly, I don't particularly care what you normally do. Kill all the heroes you want, just do it somewhere else. And why should I do that? Stain said, taking a step forward. Suddenly, his presence, pure willpower and killing intent burst forth, turning the air thick and making it harder to breathe. Are you so confident that you could defeat me? I would rather not fight you if I do not have to. You are similar to me, in that you punish those that do wrong, but if you try to stop me, I will not hesitate to cut you down. Oni took a step forward as well, his own presence growing to match Stain's. Despite his wariness of the infamous hero killer, he was no pushover. I'll admit, I don't really like my chances if I had to fight you. Your quirk is a pain to deal with. But you're still going to leave Mizudafu. Again. Why would I do that? Because I'm going to motivate you, Stain. One word from me, and my location gets pinged to the local police and to the Hero Commission. Which means that every police officer and hero, big and small, in all of Japan is going to know exactly where to find Oni, the infamous vigilante. Which, coincidentally, also means that they'll know where to find you and your little hideout over there. He heard Ray in his ear. Yep. It's ready. Just give me the word and I'll send it. The two of them had come up with this in the 2 weeks they'd been searching. He wasn't stupid enough to believe that he could just convince Stain to leave, and he would much rather avoid a direct fight if he could. So, blackmailing him into leaving the city seemed like the best choice. Stain's sneer grew larger, and his anger was almost palpable in the air. And what's to stop me from killing you before they get here? And then going after the little friend that's been talking in your ear dashed. Oni's fist impacted right where Stain had been standing, the force of it causing the building to tremor slightly. The vigilante had jumped out of the way just in time to avoid becoming a splatter on the roof. Oni looked up at him, eyes shrouded in shadow. Stain. Oni's voice sounded out, shaking the air around them with the force of his anger. I'm warning you now. If you even think those words ever again, there exists no force on this planet that could stop me from tearing you apart. He glared at the other, doing his best to communicate just how serious he was. In that moment he was prepared to draw on everything he had to destroy the man, his own life be dead. Now, he continued, taking a deep breath and attempting to compose himself. You are going to leave my city tonight, or your mission will end here and now. He heard a growl rumble from Stain's throat and noticed his hand tightening around the handle of one of his knives. I cannot do that, little vigilante. My primary target is still walking the streets. He is the reason I ventured so far from my normal hunting grounds in the first place. Oh really? He asked, feigning interest. And what's this hero guilty of? Because the last one you killed was only committing charity fraud. Hardly enough to warrant death. Well, he continued when Stain hesitated. Did they jaywalk? Or maybe they stole someone's purse? Oh, I know. Maybe they littered the last time they were at the beach. I know that, personally, that one would annoy me just a little. Try child molestation. Stain bluntly stated, not showing any reaction to Oni's attitude. Oni froze, blood running cold as something squirmed in his gut. He narrowed his eyes at the other. What did you just say? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. My target is a child predator. Stain said, I've confirmed 7 victims over the last 4 years. That is why I cannot dash. Oni barely heard the rest of whatever Stain had said, the sound of his voice fading into the background as his hearing was drowned out by the roaring in his ears. His vision quickly followed suit, fading to black as a memory overtook him. One that he would have given anything to not have to remember ever again. Sweaty hands gripped. His arms hard enough to bruise. Stubble scratched at his neck as a breathy voice whispered in his ear. The sickly sweet words it spoke slithered into his mind, separating it from the rest of his body. He couldn't move, no matter how much he struggled. He couldn't even speak. There was pain. So much pain. But he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even scream. Why couldn't he scream? Why couldn't he use his quirk? He clenched his jaw as the roaring in his ears got louder and the memory switched itself out for another. His heart was thundering in his chest. It felt as though it was trying its best to tear itself out. Harsh words echoed through the alleyway, heavily slurred almost to the point of being incomprehensible. He stared on in horror as the man's hand gripped in a familiar head of pale blue hair, the face it belonged to already bruised and bloody. The other hand was pulled back into a fist as he watched, frozen in place. It was decorated with flecks of blood from where it had already struck. He finally jolted forwards as the hand came down again, almost moving in slow motion. His legs carried him to the pair as quickly as they could, as his hands stretched out towards them. A growl tore from his throat as he shook his head, forcing himself back into the present. He looked over at Stain, who was watching him with a curious look in his eyes. Taking a step towards the other vigilante, with just barely enough self-control to not crack the roof with the force of it when had he pulled out another strength quirk? And pointing a clawed finger in his direction, he spoke. Who? He barely recognized his own voice. Stain had encountered a number of noteworthy individuals in the years since he had first undertaken his mission. Heroes, villains, petty criminals, and even vigilantes had all met their end by his hand and at the tips of his blades. Among those, he had observed many characters. Fighters, cowards, rats, idiots, geniuses, and everything in between. It's said by some that one's true character is revealed when faced with death. Stain knew that to be the truth, more so than most others. Some of his victims would cry and beg and plead for him to spare them, or for a miracle that would never come to save them from their fate. Others would scream and spit, cursing his name or the name of his family now long forgotten by all but him until he finally silenced them. He never truly understood those types. What did they hope to achieve with their words? What was their plan if they succeeded in angering him? Whatever the case, he never dwelled on it for too long. It was pointless to do so. A few, though very few, would face their death with some shred of dignity. They would stare him down in silence. They knew that they would die, and that there was nothing to be done about it, so they held their tongue and didn't give him the satisfaction of seeing their fear. Not that he ever got any from that anyways, he only ever felt the slightest sense of achievement. When he was able to remove one more false hero from the world. This figure he had encountered tonight, however, was an enigma. His words were joking, but his tone and demeanor underneath were anything but. He wore confidence as a mask so easily that it was difficult for Stain to tell whether or not it was even a mask in the first place. And he went from serious to DMN near feral in an instant. It was difficult for Stain to get a fix on what exactly made him tick. He'd heard of the vigilante before, of course. He made it his business to know all the major figures that prowled the underground of whatever city he ventured to. After all, if anyone were to be able to end his mission, it would most likely be one of them. And Oni was far from discreet in his activities. He was ruthless, cunning, and powerful, a dangerous combination in anyone, let alone a vigilante, someone who actively showed through their daily activities that they were willing to disregard laws and regulations. It had been slightly puzzling when he'd heard that, despite most of the people he faced landing in the hospital, he never killed anyone. But if he were being honest, he'd say that it was almost pleasant to see. Many of the vigilantes he'd come across, and subsequently ended, had been fools that carelessly threw their weight around, paying no heed as they ended criminals' lives. He'd often found that those particular ones had tried and failed to become heroes for any number of reasons and were now taking their anger out on others while acting under the guise of illegal heroics. Action, without purpose to back it up, is just as harmful to society as the false heroes he so despised. So, to see one that showed purpose behind their actions or at the very least did not show wanton, pointless action was refreshing. Or at least, it had been, before the vigilante had started tracking him down after he had dispatched his second target, the thief Tectonic. Stain was far from stupid. He'd already known that this city was Oni's turf. There were rumors floating about that no single criminal existed in the city that the vigilante was not aware of, and one would have to be a fool to not notice the signs that Oni was on the hunt. Rumors spread fast throughout the underground, and he'd heard within hours of claiming his victim that the vigilante was much more active than usual. So, he hadn't been surprised, then, when he came back from surveying his next target. He never moved against heroes without proper preparation, especially one as troublesome as this one, to find Oni watching the hovel he'd been using as shelter. It had only been a matter of time until they encountered each other. It was mere moments after noticing the vigilante that he moved forward to strike, moving with a silence that came only with years of experience in life-or-death fights and moving through back alleys and darkness as he had. It wasn't as if he necessarily wanted to kill the vigilante, though that did not slow his blade in the slightest. He was aiming to kill just as he would with any other. He simply wanted to perform a little test with his greeting. If he succeeded in killing Oni, then he would know that the rumors surrounding him were overblown and there would be one less obstacle in his path. If he didn't, then at least he would know that Oni was worth speaking to in the first place. He would admit that he was slightly surprised by the speed of the vigilante's reaction and the ferocity of his counterattack. His sword had barely been a few feet from him an instant before it would have struck his neck when he spun around and caught it in his hand, shattering it. The two traded several more blows in the space of a moment, before backing off, studying each other. In the following conversation with the vigilante, Stain found himself becoming increasingly frustrated with the other. Oni was here to force Stain to leave the city, to end his hunt early. Something he'd never had to do before. And while Stain would normally have no qualms ending anyone who would stand in his way, Oni had come prepared. On top of his combat ability, which Stain was able to gauge after trading just a few blows. Oni would be able to match him evenly, if only for a short time. He only needed one scratch. After all, he had claimed to be able to send out his location to every troublesome hero in Japan. That was something that would surely end his hunt in this city. Stain wouldn't even be able to stop it. He felt certain that it would be the person on the other side of the device in his ear that did it. That was another thing. Oni's reaction to Stain's idle threat towards whoever that person was had been much stronger than he would have assumed. It must be someone he was close to, whether that be an ally or something more. Whoever it was, they were close enough for Oni to disregard his apparent rule against killing. He could tell that the vigilante's threat had most certainly not been idle as his was, the bloodlust alone more than matched up to his own. Then there was his reaction to Stain revealing the crimes of his target. The child, for that's what Oni was. Dangerous though he was, extremely so, he was still likely half of Stain's own age had reacted rather harshly, and just at the mere mention of the false hero's crimes. It was as if he'd been driven into a panic with words alone. He briefly considered using that moment to strike. It may be cruel, he had a good guess as to the reason behind Oni's reaction, but he would allow nothing to stand between him and his mission. Just as he was about to move though, his instincts that had saved him on more than one occasion screamed at him and kept him firmly rooted in place. He got the distinct impression from the vigilante that despite whatever he was going through in that moment, whatever he was seeing, he was just as, if not more dangerous than he was a minute ago. He knew that he would not survive if he chose to attack Oni in that moment. Finally, though it was barely more than a few seconds, Oni snapped himself back to reality. Fixing Stain with a look that held no end of darkness, a swirling mixture of pain, anger, and sadness, he stepped forward and demanded to know who his target was. The roof beneath them trembled with the force of his step, just as the air around them seemed to shake and shudder with his anger. Who? His voice had an odd, almost layered quality to it as it warbled through the air, just as it had a few minutes ago. Stain found himself wondering just what exactly his quirk was. It seemed to have so many aspects to it, the wings that weren't present at the moment, the horns and claws, the obviously enhanced strength, and now his odd voice. Alloy, the metallic hero. He responded, watching for Oni's reaction. He was curious to see where this would lead. He targets orphans. Children who have no one to care if they go missing. He explained. He kidnaps them, then covers up his own trail by pretending to care and starting search parties for them. He's actually praised by the public for putting so much effort into looking for the unwanted children. Stain grimaced as he spoke. He'd put down people that were guilty of any number of crimes. And while he did not do so out of anger or hatred for them, he was simply doing what needed to be done to clean the filth from the world. He could not help but despise those that purposely targeted children. There was a reason that he did not involve children in his hunt, Oni being one of the few exceptions. Children should not be held accountable for the mistakes they made. They were meant to learn. They were meant to be protected while they could not protect themselves. But not only was Oni on the threshold between child and adult, Stain wasn't quite sure exactly how old he was also strong enough to fight for himself. That, and he had put himself in the path of Stain's hunt. Oni looked away from him ever so slightly, still keeping him within his line of sight as he spoke, clearly not addressing Stain. Confirm everything he's saying, he said, voice rough, presumably to the ally in his ear. Stain grimaced in frustration at the further delay, just to confirm what he himself already knew to be true, but decided not to act on it just yet. The outcome of this new development was still unclear, and he wanted to see where it would lead before moving forward. The next few minutes passed in silence, the two staring one another down as Oni's ally did whatever they needed to confirm his claims. As he watched, Oni's eyes seemed to occasionally lose focus, seemingly staring at something that wasn't there, before snapping back sharper than they were before. Finally, he heard a small voice sound out, likely Oni's friend. He couldn't hear exactly what they said, but Oni's entire demeanor shifted almost imperceptibly. The shadows in his eyes, if possible, darkened even further as his will sharpened and focused entirely on Stain. Lesser person would have found themselves locked in place under that stare. In a quiet, deceptively calm voice, Oni spoke. New plans, Stain. You're still going to get the F out of my city, but first, we're going to deal with this hero. Stain quirked an eyebrow at the vigilante's words. And here I thought you were firmly against killing anyone? No, the other plainly said. It's not that I have a problem with killing. I simply haven't come across anyone that has deserved to die by my hand. There's not much that someone could do that would warrant my acting as judge, jury, and executioner. The pain I cause is usually punishment enough. Besides, he continued, I'm not the one who will doing the killing, you are. Stain smirked, a twisted quirk of his mutilated face that never failed to set opponents on edge. Despite his confusion at Oni's reaction and his wariness of the other, he liked where this conversation was going. What did you have in mind, then? Oni was silent as he crouched on the edge of a building, watching the street where Alloy would supposedly be using on his way home. The anger that had shrouded his mind since Stain revealed the hero's crimes, and that had only increased with Rei's confirmation, was still present, weighing him down. Anger at the hero, Alloy, for being such a despicable piece of shit, anger at the hero commission for not noticing or doing anything about them, and most of all anger at himself for not noticing that there was a Dmed Pefli working as a hero in his city. There were very few things in this world that he could not tolerate. Harm coming to his sister, for one. He had been deathly serious when he'd told Stain that he'd tear him apart if he continued that line of thought. There was nothing he wouldn't do to ensure her safety. If it meant keeping her safe, he wouldn't hesitate to tear the city, and everyone in it, to shreds. Drug dealers, thieves, murderers. He could tolerate those. He'd beat them down and make sure they were captured, sure, but those were not crimes that warranted death. It was a cruel world after all. He knew that firsthand. Hell, even RPSs. He might hurt them a bit more than he did others and, more often than not, take their quirk, but still, he didn't take it upon himself to kill them. But pedophiles. He grit his teeth a bit harder as a fresh surge of anger bloomed, tinting his vision red. That was the one thing he despised more than anything else. The idea of someone hurting a child like that, scarring them in such a way, when they could do nothing to even defend themselves, made his blood boil. Though it had been years since the last time he'd encountered one, long before he even became a vigilante, he could still vividly recall the feeling of their blood as it splattered across his face and as it dripped off his hands. His hatred had not diminished in the slightest. His hands clenched on the lip of the building, hard enough to cause tiny cracks to start appearing as he struggled to keep his anger and bloodlust under control. His body trembled with the restless energy that burned through him. Breath was sending wave after wave of pure adrenaline through him. The sound of his heart pounding in his ears was almost deafening. He forced his limbs to still, if only a little. He couldn't afford to lose control. Not yet, at least. Not until the target of said anger was within his grasp. The plan to deal with the monster was simple enough. Stain had thoroughly researched them since arriving, noting his habits and daily routine. On his way back from the bar he frequented, Alloy would take this street, passing by the alleyway that was down to Oni's side. When he did, Oni would serve as a distraction while Stain used the split second provided to paralyze him before he could use his quirk. It was a transformative quirk, named Alloy, which is where he got his hero name, that allowed him to turn his body to metal. If allowed to use it, it could prove troublesome to Stain and his ability to paralyze him. Not that it mattered to Oni. All that meant was that that plan would fail. He could just as easily use his quirks to tear the man apart. One way or another, Alloy would die tonight. A few more minutes passed in silence. Finally, he watched as the man stumbled into view, clearly drunk. Oni felt one more surge of anger, of rage wash over him, before he forced it back down. He needed to focus. He was so close to being able to do something about his feelings. Just another few minutes. Stepping off the building, he dropped towards the ground. His still wingless body sliced through the air without a sound. He landed directly in front of the hero, just a few feet away, not even bothering to pull on cushion to soften the landing. His legs, enhanced with more than one strength quirk, neatly absorbed the impact. He didn't leave so much as a mark on the sidewalk. He saw the hero falter and stumble to a halt. Unfocused eyes flickered over him, seeing, but not fully comprehending what was in front of him. It took a moment, but eventually he saw the instant that a bit of recognition flashed over his features. Whether it was recognition of the person standing in front of him, or simply that there was someone there in the first place, didn't matter. In that same instant, Stain appeared behind the hero, almost materializing from the shadows, and brought a knife down on the unsuspecting victim. What the F dash? Came the slurred yelp as he spun around. Oni saw metal flashing over the hero's skin as he reflexively brought out his quirk. All too late though. He watched as Stain brought the bloody knife to his mouth and licked at it with that disgusting tongue of his. The hero's body immediately stiffened and collapsed to the ground, face down. The only signs that they were even still alive were his breathing quickly becoming panicked and the metal which, surprisingly, had continued to spread and now covered his body, despite being paralyzed. Noticed Stain sinking back into the shadows, content to watch and let Oni take over and do his part. They had decided that it was Stain's job to immobilize their victim. But Oni, it was his job to punish him. He let a smile grow on his face, letting some of his anger slip through at the same time. Well now. He started, Shojiro Tatsuno, otherwise known as the Pro Hero Alloy. I must say that it truly is a pleasure to see you tonight. Oni stepped closer to the fallen hero, until he was standing directly over him. Nudging him with his foot, he flipped the man over onto his back so he could look up at him. I see that your quirk still works, despite being paralyzed. He pet his head, an interesting thing to note. But don't worry, I won't let that get in the way of our fun. But first, let's get you out of sight. We wouldn't want to be interrupted by anyone, now would we? With those words he crouched down and gripped the man by the throat. A slight grunt of exertion, and the metal hero was sailing through the air, slamming into the building at the end of the alley. He followed with slow, measured steps a moment later. Partway down the alley he paused. Phantom. He whispered, softly. You might not want to listen to what happens next. It won't be pleasant. He didn't hear her respond but didn't pursue it any further. If she wanted to listen, then she would. He wasn't going to stop her. Closing his eyes, he rolled his head back, tilting to face the sky. Releasing a soft sigh, he let go, and let everything roar to the surface. He staggered slightly, nearly falling forwards at the sheer force as of all of his anger, his rage, that had been burning through him poured into the alleyway. It filled the space, clogging the air, charging it with something akin to static. He heard the hero's breaths turn even more strangled as it reached him, nearly halting them altogether. His eyes snapped open and trained on the immobilized hero. All the while, a crooked smile split his face. Now, he could lose control. He dimly noted that, behind him, Stain's hands were tightening around the handles of his blades. An automatic response to the pure malevolence he was facing, even if it wasn't directed at him. He walked over to where the hero was collapsed on the ground, still conscious, based on the wide, frantic eyes watching him. You know, I've heard such interesting things about you recently. He spoke softly, drawing closer. Especially since, up until tonight, I was under the impression that you were a good man and a decent hero. Oni dropped into another crouch, right next to the hero. A hand grabbed onto the man's face, turning his head and forcing him to look at Oni as he spoke, his voice dropping to a whisper. So, imagine my surprise. He said, when I find out that you're nothing but a low-life piece of garbage Pefli that has preyed upon no less than 7 innocent children. If it was possible, Alloy's eyes widened even more when his crimes were announced as he realized just what this whole situation was about. I could very easily use this information to ruin your life. Release it to the public and sit back and watch as the media vultures that they are drag you through the dirt and the public tears you apart. You'd be in prison for the rest of your life before the week is out. And then you'd be at the mercy of the other prisoners. Because no matter what crimes they may have committed, they will show no mercy towards a predator. And you're a hero, at least in profession. So there's a good chance that some of those same prisoners were put there by you. I'm sure they'd be absolutely delighted to see you again. I give it 3 days. Before someone slits your throat and leaves you to drown in your own blood. The hero was shaking now, as much as his paralyzed body could, as his fate was laid out in front of him. Taking only a moment to enjoy the man's despair, Oni continued. Of course, you won't have to worry about any of that. You won't be going to prison. He saw a modicum of hope enter the wide eyes below him, only for it to disappear with his next words. No. You're going to die, right here in this alleyway. Peepily dash. The man tried to stutter out, before the hand that was holding his head slammed it back into the ground, cratering the asphalt. Part of Oni was glad that the hero's quirk was active. He would be much more resistant to Oni's treatment like this. Don't interrupt me. Oni commanded, voice turning sharp in an instant. I didn't give you permission to speak. The hero whimpered pathetically beneath his hand. Oni glared at him for a moment, daring them to test his already non-existent patience. As I was saying, you're going to die tonight. He continued, undisturbed by the tears that were now falling from the hero. But first, you and I are going to have some fun. With those words, he changed positions, moving to sit on Aloy's chest and placing his hands missing the claws he so frequently donned on either side of the hero's face. He stared into the wide, panicked eyes that happened to be the only part of him that wasn't metal. I'm going to hurt you, Shojiro, so very much, until you beg me to kill you. He ran a hand down the hero's face, almost caressing it as he spoke. Now, normally, this doesn't work when someone's skin has been changed, like yours is now. But don't worry, there are ways around that. Without any further prompting, he firmly grabbed the side of the man's face, before jamming his right thumb into his eye. Oni smiled at the blood that gushed up around it, and the scream that tore itself out of Aloy's throat, even as he clamped his other hand over the mouth it came from, cutting it off. Now, Oni said, shushing him. Don't start screaming just yet. We haven't even truly begun. He leaned down further and whispered into his ear. You know, after all the times I've done this to people through the years, I've found out that I can make it hurt so very much if I wanted to. But I've never really known if it's possible to kill through the pain alone. He paused, tightening his hand over the man's mouth as he tried to scream again. But I'll tell you something. The two of us? We're going to figure that out tonight, together. With that, he grabbed onto the source of warmth settled in the man's chest, currently spread across his body with the activation of his quirk. He took hold of it and wrenched it loose. This time, when the screams came, he let them, removing his hand to let them echo off the walls around them and into the night. He took his time, removing the quirk as slowly and painfully as he possibly could. As he worked, the metal that covered the hero's body slowly withdrew, forcefully deactivated as his quirk was pulled from him. The man's had the only part of him that could really move, if only a little thrashed around as much as his crushing grip would allow. Every bit of movement only increased the pain as it inadvertently dug his finger into the man's eye socket. Then minutes later, when the quirk was completely separated and sat nestled in Oni's chest, he reversed the whole process. The quirk was pushed from him and back into its rightful owner. Though he hadn't had many chances to train that aspect of his quirk, Oni knew that it wasn't nearly as painful as when he took. Leaning back down next to Aloy's face, enjoying the haggard breaths that dragged themselves from his mouth, Oni spoke. Was it worth it? He whispered. Taking away those poor children's innocence? Scarring them so profoundly when you are supposed to be a hero, someone for them to look up to, all while they could do nothing to defend themselves. Scowling, he dug his thumb a little deeper into the man's eye socket, eliciting a fresh scream. No amount of pain I could put you through would ever come close to making things right. His voice dropped a little lower, but we can give it a FNG shot. With that, he grabbed onto the quirk, starting the whole process over again. By the time Oni got up off the man's chest, several rounds later, his screams were almost silent, his throat having been all but destroyed with how many there had been and the force of them. The only noises that came from him were the soft sounds of small, shallow breaths. Oni let out a sigh, flicking his hand to dislodge the blood and bits of eye that covered it. Oh, he felt so much better now that he'd done that. He could still feel the anger, but it no longer felt like it was burning him from the inside out. The pounding in his ears was just starting to fade away as his racing heart began to settle. He rubbed his clean hand over his chest, right above where the new quirk was nestled. It left a sour taste in his mouth, whether from how he'd just taken it or just from the knowledge of where the quirk came from. Not that it really mattered. Taking it had been satisfying on its own, and it was immensely useful. Once he had a chance to take it for a test drive, rename it no matter how much he begrudgingly liked its current name and truly make it his, he'd no doubt feel better about it. He hummed to himself, observing the very much still alive hero on the ground. Interesting. So I can't actually kill someone like that. Good to know. Stain re-emerged from his hiding place, watching Oni with a wary look in his eyes. What on earth did you just do to him? Bending over to wipe the last of the blood off on Aloy's clothes, he responded. That, Stain, is for me to know, criminals to experience, and you to never find out. He turned to face the other. If I were you, I'd finish up here quickly. Those screams no doubt alerted everyone within a block or so. It won't be long before police are swarming. Just as he said that, he heard sirens sounding off in the distance, proving his point. That's my cue, he said, pulling his wings back out, stretching them into the air once they were finally back in their rightful place. He launched himself into the air, settling on the roof of one of the adjacent buildings, before turning to spare one last glance at the two figures below. Remember, Stain, he called down, voice still carrying remnants of the darkness that had been there minutes ago. Once you're done here, you had better leave my city, or you'll get to experience exactly what he just did. You have until tomorrow night. Not waiting for a response, he took off once more, only landing again once the sirens had faded away behind him. Oni sighed, he was ready to go home and put this whole mess behind him. But first, there was something else he needed to address. Pulling out his phone, he maneuvered to the familiar contact. He took a moment to gather his story in his head before starting the call. Oni, came the voice of Tsukachi. What is it? I found my suspect. He started, not wanting to waste time. The one that killed Tectonic a few weeks ago. He heard the detective stop whatever it was he was doing. And? Who was it? What happened? It was the hero killer, Stain. There was a soft exclamation on the other side. I've chased him off. He won't be causing issues in this city again anytime soon. However, there's been another victim. I couldn't stop him from killing pro-hero Alloy. He wasn't completely sure if Tsukachi's quirk worked over telephone. He was fairly certain it didn't, but better safe than sorry, so he purposefully worded his explanation in a way that technically wasn't a lie. He really probably wouldn't have been able to bring himself to stop Stain from killing Alloy, had he even wanted to in the first place. Under normal circumstances, I'd be upset that they got away. But if it really was Stain, for now, I'm just glad that you came out of that safely, and that we won't have to deal with him anymore. And don't worry about Alloy, Oni. It's not your fault that you didn't get there in time. He hummed in acknowledgement, glad that his half-truth seemed to work, before a thought went through his mind that made a smirk grow on his face. He'd been planning on doing this once he got home, but now, this would work much better. About that, he said, forcing a solemn mood through his voice. You might want to investigate Alloy. What? Why? Something that Stain was saying when I confronted him. The reason he targeted Alloy in the first place. He paused for effect, taking a deep breath. He claimed that Alloy was a predator, and that he's had several victims over the last few years. That really complicates things. Came the response, surprising Oni. He'd obviously heard the detective curse before, but never so harshly. What are you going to do? Well, now that we've received a tip about his potential crimes, a hero's potential crimes, we can't not investigate it. Especially not when the crimes are so severe and so closely tied to his death. Good luck. I hope you can dig up every piece of dirt on him there is. He responded. As for me, now that this mess has been settled, I'm going to take a week or two off to get some much-needed rest. Please take longer. Tsukachi said. Then, when Oni started laughing, no, seriously. Please take longer. At least give me a chance to completely catch up on the mountains of paperwork you've been giving me. You've been going crazy the past 2 weeks. I can hardly keep up with everything you've been sending me. Even that mess with the trigger dealers has only just been completely cleaned up. I'll think about it, Tsukachi. He said. I'd hate for you to actually be caught up for once. But we'll see. He ended the call there, cutting off the detective's response. Oni sighed, walking over to the edge of the roof. Hopefully, he'd be able to let the police and Hero Commission thoroughly investigate Alloy without intervening. You realize that means he considers you trustworthy, right? Ray asked as he savored the breeze. HM? What do you mean? If he's starting a formal investigation, that means that he believes the information came from a reliable source, and that he's ready to state as such to his precinct. Though he'll probably keep your name out of it. Oni's eyes widened a bit at that revelation, and he felt his mood brighten a bit at the knowledge that Tsukachi trusted him. It wasn't enough to erase anything that had happened tonight, but it did make him feel a bit better. Just as he was about to take off into the air, he let out a yawn, surprising himself. He was starting to feel the first hints of exhaustion, left behind as the last remnants of adrenaline from wrath were fading away. Oni sagged a little where he stood. He was ready to put this whole mess behind him and hopefully never think about it again. That quirk really took a lot out of him. It was immensely powerful for in-the-moment situations provided he could work up the anger to utilize it, but the drain he felt afterwards wore him down every time. And it didn't help that he'd been working harder than normal the past 2 weeks. Spreading his wings, he launched back into the air, already heading towards his home. He was looking forward to taking the next week or so off. Maybe he'd try to catch up on some sleep. A small smile appeared as he flew. That might be nice. It's been so long since he took any time off from being Oni. Izuku's fingers raced across the keyboard as he polished up his most recent quirk analysis. An energy barrier quirk that, while not the most powerful, was incredibly useful and versatile. He sent it along and moved on to the next, noticing a couple things right away. The first was that this one didn't have any money attached with it, but that didn't matter all too much to him. The way the payment worked was someone would send money with their request, and upon his completing it, it would be transferred to him. If, for whatever reason, he was unable to complete the request within the deadline, the money would not be transferred. He didn't really have to worry about that though. He hadn't missed a single request since he'd officially established himself as Deku. Under normal circumstances, he completed every one within 24 hours of receiving it, and the deadline was a full week. It wasn't very often, but occasionally he would receive requests like this, where the person would explain why they couldn't pay but still asked him to analyze their quirk. He usually saw those with people that struggled with their quirk on a daily basis. Those people were usually desperate for any help they could get. He hardly ever batted an eye at those, though. He didn't particularly care if they couldn't pay. So long as the person wasn't a D about it, he'd analyze them anyway, payment or no. And why wouldn't he? The main reason he was doing this, aside from it being one of the highest-paying self-employed jobs one could get into if they were skilled enough, was because he genuinely enjoyed studying quirks. He wasn't going to just not analyze a quirk simply because they didn't pay him. It wasn't like each request seeked away at his day, or that he would lose out on others if he did it. With the amount he went through in a day, 1 or 2 more or less was hardly even noticed. The next thing he noticed was the source of this request. It was another hero school hopeful with an interesting quirk, which just gave him even more reason to do it despite the lack of payment. In all the years he'd been analyzing quirks, and the many more that he'd been taking them, he'd learned to expect the unexpected when it came to what they were capable of. They could be anything, from something as innocuous as enhanced healing or producing simple flames, to controlling the weather, to something world-shaking such as All Might's One for All. Even his own quirk. If he weren't the one wielding it, he wouldn't have been able to believe that that type of power could even exist. In particular, though, he'd always had a special interest in those that could manipulate the world or nature in some way or another. Like 13, for example. Their quirk, Black Hole, while likely not actually based around gravity, more likely some form of uncontrollable suction or size compression, was still interesting because it emulated something so powerful and out of reach. Which was exactly why this quirk in particular was just as, if not more, fascinating. They could, with 5-finger contact, completely nullify gravity's effect on an object or person below a certain weight limit. Gravity, the single unifying force across the universe, cancelled out by a tiny human with a shiny genetic defect. How he wished he could get his hands on that. The amount of fun he could have and chaos he would cause. He shook his head, snapping himself out it. Back to the matter at hand. It seemed like they were having some difficulty when it came to the side effects of their quirk. Using it for too long or on objects that were too heavy was causing some extreme nausea, sometimes to a debilitating extent depending on how far they pushed it. And using it on themselves would only get them to that point even quicker. They wanted to know if there was any way to work past their limits, as well as any other advice he could give them regarding their quirk. He rubbed at his chin as he stared at the screen, considering their dilemma. There were a number of reasons why one would experience nausea. Anything from food poisoning, to intestinal diseases, to mental disorders. Thankfully, this case being the result of a quirk and a very specific type of emitter quirk at that narrowed down the possibilities considerably. The most likely possibilities were either some form of chemical imbalance in the brain similar to those in mental disorders caused by whatever portion allowed them to exert a gravity-nullifying force on an object, or motion sickness. Actually, he thought to himself, now that I think about it, motion sickness is much more likely. Experiencing zero gravity is supposed to be one of the most motion sickness-inducing things someone can go through. Isn't it something like 70% of all astronaut candidates experience major issues with motion sickness when in training? The vestibular system, the organ responsible for the human body's sense of balance, was gravity-dependent. It was possible that maybe they experienced a fraction of the gravity nullification they exert on objects. Just enough for it to affect their sense of balance and give them nausea. Simply seeing something in zero gravity could be exacerbating the issue even further. If that was the issue, then thankfully it had a very simple solution. Use their quirk as much as physically possible. If this was a case of extreme motion sickness, then the best way to overcome it would be to subject themselves to the cause of the motion sickness as often as they could in order to build up a tolerance. Anything and everything from their backpack, while they're at school, to small objects around the house anytime they're home, to on themselves when they try to sleep at night. Especially the last one. If they could use their quirk on themselves as they slept, letting their body adjust to the lack of gravity at its most relaxed state, they would likely get used to it fairly quickly. He recorded all of that in his analysis, listing all the ways they could use their quirk on a daily basis to improve upon their limitations. As with the other Yui hopeful, he noted how useful it would be if they learned some form of martial arts to augment their quirk's capabilities. Touch-based quirks could be integrated into nearly any style of combat to make them unpredictable, while also giving them an excuse to get up close to use it. As a final thought, he included that it would be for the best if they avoided using nausea relief medicine as much as possible. Not only would it inhibit their building up a resistance to the side effects of their quirk, but it would also cause their body to build up an immunity to the medicine itself. Meaning they wouldn't be able to use it when they became a hero and came across a situation where they really needed it. After reading back through it all, and finding nothing to revise, he sent it off. Stretching his arms out above his head, he glanced at the time. He'd already been working for several hours. It was nearly time to head out for the day. He'd been working his way through more requests than ever before recently. In the 2 weeks he'd taken off from going out as Oni, which had just ended the day before. Last night was his first back out. He'd all but confined himself in the apartment just to relax as much as possible and break up his normal routine. Because of that, he didn't have much to do aside from analyze, read, watch TV, and work to catch up on about 4 years of missed sleep. Actually, he'd probably spent most of the 2 weeks asleep on the balcony, sunning himself in the quickly heating up April sunlight. Now though, it was time to return to his regular daily activities. Picking out a plain white button-up from his closet, and donning a pair of classic, brown leather gloves along with his usual bag, he made his way to the balcony. Perched on the railing, he sat for a minute, feeling the breeze on his face as he considered where to go. It was still a bit earlier than when he would normally go out. A bit too early to have lunch just yet. Maybe he'd just go to the beach first, and then get lunch? It had been a while since he'd gone to clean it. His mind made up, he took off into the air, going up instead of gliding down to the road below. He'd decided to forego the slower route today in order to have more time to sun himself. He climbed until he was far higher than the top of any tower, coming to a stop as he found an updraft to hang on. Turning towards the beach, now partially visible at this height, he started moving. As he got closer, he could make out that the crowd was a little heavier than it had been the last time he was there. The weather had started to warm up and people were taking advantage of it. Landing near his usual spot, wings fluttering a bit to cancel his momentum, blowing up some sand, he was delighted to see that the beach was as spotless as he'd last seen it. Someone else must have taken it upon themselves to pick up trash. That brought a smile to his face. He didn't mind picking up the trash. Not at all, actually. He hadn't done the initial cleanup for recognition or anything, and by now the smaller, daily rounds were just a part of his routine, but seeing that someone else, or multiple people, had decided that they wanted the beach to remain clean as well felt nice. Since he didn't have to do any cleaning, he settled into his spot, coiling over himself and already thinking about what quirk he wanted to pull on to start experimenting with. He picked one out and focused on it, feeling the now familiar light feeling wash across him. He'd been practicing with Ghost quite a bit while he'd been staying in the apartment. So far as he could tell with the experimentation he'd done, whether or not he stayed invisible was dependent upon his mental state. If he lost focus or experienced any particularly strong emotions on any end of the spectrum, then the quirk would lose effectiveness very quickly. But if he could remain calm and level-headed while he used it, then he could do practically whatever he wanted without anyone noticing. That included using some of his more noticeable quirks in public. A small smirk appeared on his face as he held an arm out in front of him, the skin changing as another quirk was activated. As he watched, his arm became silvery and reflective, stopping just above his elbow, and nearly blinding him when it reflected the sunlight directly into his eyes. He had to pull on a strength quirk to keep it steady in the air when the change brought on a very noticeable increase in weight. This was the quirk he'd taken that night, from the so-called hero alloy, which had shared the same name. When he first started using it, during his rare trips outside of the apartment, he already knew from throwing alloy around that it increased the user's weight, and Izuku was already fairly heavy. He didn't want to collapse his apartment's floor. He discovered that the quirk wasn't as simple as he first thought. It didn't just transform the user's body into metal, it transformed them into any metal. Any metal that one could get their hands on, they could turn into. They wouldn't even have to be in contact with the metal in order to transform. The quirk could remember what metal they last touched and copy that. Just based on what he'd known about the hero, the quirk didn't have that ability, which meant that either Alloy didn't know about it in the first place, which was unlikely given how integral that aspect was to the quirk, or he was just really good at hiding it, only using metals that were fairly similar in appearance. Either way, he'd been almost unnecessarily excited at the prospect. It almost made up for where the quirk came from. Currently, his arm bones and all as far as he'd been able to tell were made of aluminum. In the process of testing, he just grabbed a piece of silverware from the apartment to test. He was excited to try this one out at some point when he went out as Oni. The boosts to his abilities that it offered were astounding, almost across the board. It didn't provide much in the way of strength enhancement, just enough to allow the user to move normally while transformed, but it still allowed him to hit much harder. A piece of metal striking something was much more effective than a fist. Its biggest boost came in the form of its defensive capabilities. Not only was metal obviously much more durable than human skin, it increased his weight so much that he'd likely be able to tank just about whatever was sent his way. Even with something as light as aluminum. If he used it when he was Oni, he'd weigh nearly 3 times as much as normal. If he got his hands on steel, titanium, or something like tungsten, one of the heaviest known metals, it would only get stronger. And if he came across a situation where he needed to use the quirk while he was out as Izuku, he could only imagine how much his weight would increase then. He already weighed over 3,000 pounds with his tail and wings, and that would increase exponentially with each type of metal he used. If he found gold or tungsten, he shook his head, forcing down the quickly rising surge of excitement that was coming from such thoughts. He didn't want to become visible again while his arm was still metal. The only things the quirk wouldn't boost were his speed and his ability to fly. The increase in weight making both much more difficult. He might be able to use more enhancement quirks to meet the difference, but that might be more effort than it was worth. For the most part, this quirk would be most useful if he were in a situation where tanking everything would be more efficient than how he normally did things. Humming to himself, he closed his fist, listening to the satisfying clink as his fingers touched. He'd already found a new name for the quirk as well. As cool as the old name had sounded, with his discovery of how the quirk worked, he needed to pick one that fitted a bit better. It could turn into any metal, not just alloys. A very specific distinction, but one that annoyed him nonetheless. More than that, though, he didn't want to keep its original name because of where it came from. So, after a frustratingly long time debating new names with himself, he'd come up with metallum, the Latin word for metal. It had been a tough decision between that and metallon, the Greek word for metal. But he'd decided that the former sounded a bit cooler. He still wasn't entirely content with the quirk. Thinking of the person who'd had it before him still left a sour taste in his mouth. But renaming it had been a step in the right direction. Now he just needed an opportunity to start using it in the field, and he could really start to undo the wrongs attached to it. In the meantime, though, he could experiment with it to find its limits and potential. The main thing he wanted to figure out was whether or not he could store metals. If he could turn into metals beyond the last one he'd touched, then its usefulness would increase so very much. He also wanted to know exactly how much he could control the transformation. He already had it down to where he could transform individual body parts, but what he really wanted was to change everything beneath the skin. If he could achieve that level of control, then he'd potentially be able to utilize it when he was a Zuku. Reaching down, he opened his bag and pulled out a handful of trinkets. He'd gathered a few items made of different metals so he could experiment a bit easier. Which is exactly what he was going to do. Placing a different metal in each hand, he got to work attempting to control the Quirks' memory. Before long, about an hour later, he saw someone approaching in the corner of his eye, or at least heading in his direction. He was still invisible. Looking over, he saw All Might in his scrawny form walking towards him, looking around as if searching for something or, more likely, someone. Pulling Metal Lum back into his chest, he reversed the change that was currently spread across the underside of his arms, before he dropped his focus on Ghost. He could see the exact moment it stopped working, because Yagi's gaze snapped to him immediately. So he had been looking for something, then. Once again, despite knowing that nothing would come of it, he used Appraisal on the man, frowning as the description ran through his head. He still couldn't fully wrap his head around that. Thankfully, he'd had the whole stain debacle and his normal quirk analysis to distract him from the mystery over the weeks. Nearly a month since he'd last seen him. But now, here he was, and it was fresh in his head again. Actually, he thought to himself, narrowing his eyes ever so slightly at the approaching figure, depending on what he wants, if I play this right, I can get the answers to my questions. He adopted a friendly smile as the man drew closer, already raising himself up to match the man. "Mr. Yagi," he called out in greeting. "It's a surprise to see you here. Young Itsumi, it's nice to see you too." The man returned, a smile splitting his face that probably would have been blinding were he not so emaciated. "And please drop the mister. You're making me feel old. Just Yagi is fine." "Alright, just Yagi it is," Izuku responded, bowing his head slightly. "So then, Yagi, is there something you needed? You seem to be looking for me." Nothing in particular. I was just picking up some trash further down the beach when I saw you fly in earlier and came over to say hello." Izuku's eyebrows raised at that. "You were the one that's been cleaning the beach?" "I am indeed. I noticed that you had disappeared for a while and didn't want the place to go back to being a dump." "He's been watching for me," Izuku noted, maintaining his friendly exterior. "But does he know that I know his secret?" "That can't be the reason. The only way he would know that is if he knew about Appraisal. And if he knew about that, then I'd have bigger problems on my hands." "Well, thank you for that," Izuku said, genuinely, despite his inner turmoil and rising suspicion. "I appreciate someone else keeping the place clean in my absence. I had to deal with some personal matters that took far longer than I'd anticipated. And unfortunately, I was unable to come here to tend to the beach. Actually," he added, smile growing a bit at the sudden thought that sprouted, "were you still curious about who cleaned this place initially?" Yagi rubbed at the back of his neck. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't." "I'll tell you," he said. "But only if you tell me something in return." "Alright, what is it you wish to know?" Yagi responded, smile still present. "Why exactly does All Might, the symbol of peace, look like this?" he asked, gesturing at the man's scrawny figure. The other's smile dropped instantly, replaced by shock and a bit of fear. Pardon? You heard me. I asked why you are able to transform from this." Izuku gestured at him again, "to the All Might everyone knows." Yagi sputtered for a moment, struggling to find his words which, even though he already knew, only further confirmed it. "Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about, young man. You must have me confused with someone else. You know very well what I'm talking about," Izuku said, leveling a serious look at the man. Just as I know that I don't have you confused with anyone. He watched the hero in disguise sputter some more, struggling to come up with some sort of excuse, and sighed. Relax, I've no intention of revealing your secret to anyone. I'm aware of the sort of panic that would result from such a revelation. Assuming anyone would actually believe me in the first place. He saw Yagi relax ever so slightly at his words, just as a fair bit of confusion entered the man's eyes. Come with me. We can discuss it over lunch. I know just the place. Turning away from Yagi, he moved up towards the road. He noticed the man's footsteps just behind him a few moments later. Before long, the two had arrived at the cafe he frequented and were settling down at his usual table. He glanced through the menu to check their specials for the day. All the while, he could feel Yagi's eyes trained on him. A sigh, I thought I told you to relax. I've no intention of doing anything. Yagi spoke, no longer hindered by his surprise. How did you know? On the day we met, he started, I also saw you apprehend the sludge villain. He glanced up at the man, whose eyes were still focused on him. You were wearing the exact same outfit, which I had already noticed looked way too big for you. Your facial structure was similar, as were your eyes and hair. Obviously, he had known just through his use of appraisal, but he couldn't exactly tell him that. Shrugging, he added, that and the fact that, even if I wasn't already sure, you just confirmed it for me. He almost laughed at the hero's expression, somewhere between shocked and indignant. Now spill. What exactly is it that allows you to shift from a twig that, no offense, looks like he could be taken out by a stiff breeze, to the literal #1 hero in the world? Yagi seemed to consider something for a moment before sighing, a defeated look on his face. He silently lifted up his shirt, exposing his left side. Izuku almost spit out his drink, which had just been delivered by the server. Instead, he nearly choked as he swallowed it wrong. The man's side looked like someone had taken a chainsaw to him. What the hell causes that sort of injury? Doing his best not to cough a lung out, he voiced his question in the most eloquent way possible. What the F is that? Yagi glanced around, looking for anyone who might be listening in as he lowered his shirt. Thankfully, there wasn't anyone near them who might have caught sight at whatever he'd just seen. An injury. Yagi started somberly. It's the reason I look like this. I lost most of my stomach and part of my left lung from the wound. And as a result, he gestured at himself, I've slowly been wasting away. Of course. Izuku exclaimed, slapping a hand to his forehead. It made perfect sense. It's an injury. I've been thinking that you had some sort of transformation quirk, but it's really an enhancement quirk with so much energy that it's capable of sparing some of it for the sole purpose of reinforcing your body to handle the power, increasing your size. And you're so strong normally that a tiny dip in your abilities would barely be noticed. I suppose? Yagi stuttered, clearly not expecting Izuku's sudden analysis. I'm not entirely sure if that's how it works. But because of this injury, my time as a hero is slowly fading away. I'm down to about 3 hours a day before the strain is too much. I see. Izuku said, taking in the fact that the #1 hero was literally wasting away as he continued to save people. I suppose you have been appearing less over the years. I'm not sure anyone has really noticed. He nodded at the other. A credit to your capabilities, then, that no one has noticed anything off about you, and that you're still working so hard despite the fact that you're wasting away because of it. A small smile broke on Yagi's face. Thank you, young Itsumi. I don't want people to suffer just because of my shortcomings. Please, Izuku snorted, nearly rolling his eyes. You could come out and retire tomorrow and the world would be just fine. There might be some panic and there might be a slight surge in crime. But it'd be much better off than if you were to suddenly keel over in the middle of the day because of your injury. But regardless, that still leaves the question of who exactly is capable of damaging you to this extent. He continued, it had to have been kept quiet. You've never had a public fight to that caliber. You're right. The whole thing was kept under wraps because of who it was and how strong they were. It wouldn't sit well with the public if they knew that there was a villain capable of standing up to, and even injuring, the symbol of peace. Izuku frowned at that. Whoever it was must have been terrifying. Any villain with the ability to match up to and even injure All Might would be. If he had enough time, he could probably amass enough quirks to do so himself. As it stood right now, he might be able to withstand a punch or two before he got sent flying, though Metal Lum might be able to increase that, but for someone to be able to with only one quirk was nearly unthinkable. It was weird that he couldn't recall anyone that might fit that description. He had a pretty good idea of all the big figures in the underground, but even he hadn't heard of anyone like that. Instead, he ran through the incidents he could think of that would have been able to cover up what must have been a massive fight. There weren't but so many. Tokyo? About 5 years ago? He asked after a moment. There was a pretty big disaster there that the government labeled as a terrorist attack. It's the only incident I can think of that would have been big enough to hide a fight between you and whoever there is in this world that can stand up to you. That's right. Yagi said, a bit of surprise present in his face. That's where it happened. As for who, his hand drifted down to his side, and his eyes went distant. They're dead. I made sure of it. Wow. Izuku said, leaning back a little, looking up towards the sky. Well, I guess that's one mystery solved then. He looked back at the hero after a moment. Well, I did say that I'd tell you if you told me. Yagi perked up at that, drawn back out from his memories. Izuku smirked. It was me. I'm the one that cleaned up the beach. The other's mouth dropped open. Wah, but you said it wasn't you. I lied. He responded with a shrug, as if it were obvious. Like I said then, you were a stranger asking about me out of the blue. And I had no reason to tell you the truth. Yagi looked a bit disgruntled at that, apparently unapproving of his deception. All right then. Lying aside. Why did you clean it? Surely it can't have been easy all on your own? He said. It really wasn't hard. More time-consuming than anything else. And as for why, he shrugged again, I was bored, and I was able to help. I had nothing better to do anyway. That wasn't the whole story, but it was truth enough for Yagi. He'd had a bigger reason to clean it all up, but that wasn't something that the other needed to know. He'd had to deal with Dagoba quite a bit when he was younger. Much more than he would have liked to, and for reasons that he was glad he no longer needed to worry about. Now that he and Rei were in a much better place, he'd wanted to erase that part of their history. That's all? Yagi asked. He seemed a bit surprised at his answer, but recovered quickly, a smile breaking out. I must say, young man, that is quite commendable. To take on such a large task simply because you could. In fact, he continued, that's one of the defining traits of a hero. Doing something, helping just because you can. Izuku hummed in agreement. I suppose that's mostly true. He mused. Not all heroes are that selfless, but there is a noticeable difference when they are. With the rise of heroics as a profession, it was inevitable that people would attempt it merely for the rewards it offered. That by no means made them a bad hero by default though. One can still be a good hero even if they're motivated by fame or other selfish goals. It's part of why he found Stain's mission so ridiculous. That man had it in his head that one can only be a true hero if they are entirely selfless and perfect. He completely disregarded the fact that those that weren't still did their job, stopping crime and keeping people safe. If anything, those heroes were almost better than the true ones when it came to that. The fact that they're in it for the fame and rewards could be relied on, because they could be trusted to do their best to receive more of said rewards. Take Endeavor for instance. He continued, while I don't really have anything against him, he definitely seems like someone who's a hero for the rewards that come with it, rather than because he can. Unlike you. Comparing the two of you, because I feel that despite you having more outright power and the obvious advantage in a direct fight, both of you exhibit a similar amount of power when it comes to your day-to-day encounters. You both bring in roughly the same number of criminals, but so long as you remain a hero, you will always be number one with Endeavor chasing at your heels. The people will never rally around Endeavor the same as they do around you. Endeavor is powerful, fast, and efficient, and he has remarkable control over his quirk which, by its very nature, has the potential for a considerable amount of damage. If memory serves, I believe he's had only one case of destruction of property made against him in the past year. but he's never been one to provide hope to people as you do. Izuku paused in his analysis of the hero as the server came back to take their orders. He went with the special for the day while Yagi only ordered some soup. Evidently his injured stomach couldn't easily handle too much solid food. I suppose it's the difference between becoming a hero as your career and becoming one as a way of life. He continued once the server had left. A sip of his drink, watching him with curious eyes. You certainly seem to have put a lot of thought into such topics. Do you maybe wish to become a hero yourself? I do, actually. He answered without hesitation. Well, maybe not one quite like you or even Endeavor. I don't much care for the spotlight, and the rewards don't interest me that much. And I don't see myself as someone who can provide hope for people. If I become a hero, it'll just be to help who I can. He planned on becoming an underground hero. What he'd said about not being a fan of the spotlight and not being interested in the rewards had been true, but a bigger part of it was that if he went underground, then he could do almost exactly what he did now, as Oni, only legally. Underground heroes had fewer people overseeing them to allow greater freedom and secrecy in their work. He would have nearly free rein to do what he wanted. And then whenever he needed to do something that required a bit more force, or went a bit beyond what a hero could legally do, he could still go out as Oni to take care of it. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that, young Itsumi. As you were getting at a minute ago, the reason why one becomes a hero doesn't matter, so long as they do it to the best of their abilities. And your reasons are quite noble. To want to help people without recognition or reward is the mark of a true hero. Izuku smiled as he nodded in agreement to the man's words. He generally wasn't one to doubt himself when it came to what he wanted. He knew what he wanted and he had plenty of reasons to justify it, not that he had anyone he needed to justify them to, but hearing the number one hero reassure him warmed his hearts in a way he hadn't expected. The server returned with their food then, and they halted their conversation to dig in. So, I've been wanting to ask. Izuku started after a bit. Why are you even in Mizudafu to begin with? It's pretty far from your agency in Tokyo. Well, you see, Yagi paused, looking like he was considering his next words carefully. Finally, he looked back up at Izuku. I've already told you the secret of my injury, he murmured, almost to himself. Perhaps I could tell you one more. Whatever it is, you have my word that I'll keep it. He reassured. He had no intention of revealing any of the man's secrets to the world. Who knew what sort of repercussions would occur if they got into the hands of his enemies? Yagi considered it a moment longer, before he seemed to reach a decision, his expression hardening with resolve. I came here to seek a successor, and not just to my legacy. He added in. He took a deep breath, before continuing. Young Itsumi, if you would accept it, I would offer you my quirk. Izuku felt his heart, both of them, skip a beat. What does he mean? Izuku thought to himself as he struggled to maintain a neutral expression in spite of his frantic thoughts. Does he know about my quirk? More importantly, he knows about my quirk. Why did he even agree to talk to me in the first place? Through the chaos roiling in his mind, he managed to squeeze out a tiny what. Yagi didn't seem to notice his internal panic, launching into an explanation. My quirk is special. It is one that can be passed along, like a sacred flame, from wielder to wielder, gathering strength with each one. It is called One for All. Izuku was starting to get his mind under control with the man's explanation. So that's what it meant by past users. He realized. It wasn't referring to direct genetic predecessors, but just people that passed the quirk on. He nearly sighed in relief. So he doesn't know about my quirk after all. Getting over his momentary panic, he focused on the quirk itself, matching Yagi's explanation to what appraisal had first told him. Out of everything else, it was weird that it could pass itself on in a way separate from genetics. So, it's one that can pass itself on to others? He asked, mostly to himself. It's odd that a quality like that would manifest alongside enhanced strength. I would almost be willing to say that it seems more like two quirks than just one, but then, there are a lot of weird quirks in the world. Maybe it has to do with energy, rather than normal enhancement? That would make sense if it were a stockpiling quirk instead of a regular enhancer. That bit matched up with that part Yagi had added at the end of his explanation about the quirk gathering strength. He didn't notice the look on Yagi's face as he made his analysis, sprinkling in some of what he already knew to help make the connections. I don't know of any heroes in the past that matched up to All Might's level of strength, so a stockpiling quirk that stockpiles energy maybe, from the past users, makes even more sense. If it were an energy-based quirk, that would also make it easier to believe that it can be passed on. That's exactly correct, Tsumi. Yagi stuttered out, drawing Izuku from his thoughts. I'm not too sure about the energy part of it, but, as I said, it does stockpile strength from the past wielders. He paused for a moment, then, how exactly did you manage to work that out so well, and so quickly no less? My job relies on my ability to pick quirks apart. He replied with a partial truth. Once I knew that it could be passed on, and once I knew the way it enhanced your strength, what with it also changing your form, it made more sense for it to be an energy quirk rather than a true strength one. And you said that it gathers strength. It's much more believable that it could pass on some form of energy rather than just a vague concept of pure strength. Outstanding, Yagi softly exclaimed. But wait, what do you mean your job? Alright. You don't know. Izuku realized. Well, since you explained your secret to me, it's only fair that I share with you a secret of my own. Oh, that's not necessary, young Tsumi. Yagi responded, waving a hand. In front of him. You don't have to do anything like that. All the same, I would like to. A secret for a secret. Besides, you didn't exactly share yours with me willingly, at least the one regarding your form. The other relented after a moment. All right, I shall keep this secret for you, whatever it is. Izuku bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Then, have you ever heard of Deku? Yagi scratched at his head. The name sounds familiar. Aren't they a quirk trainer of some sort? Why do you ask? He ignored the surge of giddy pride that started to rise at the thought of even All Might himself knowing about his analyst persona, even if it was only vaguely. Close enough. He responded with a smirk. I'm actually a quirk analyst, though I am certified as a trainer as well. He laughed internally as he watched Yagi's mouth drop open and his eyes widen in shock. What? He stuttered. You're Deku? Izuku spread his arms outward a bit. In the flesh. But if memory serves, Deku has been around for years. Yagi continued. You look as though you are still in school. You're not wrong. Izuku responded. Has been around for roughly, 6 years now. And I am only 17. That was only partly true. His career as an established quirk analyst had started when he was 11, but he'd been doing it unofficially for a few years before then. Then how? I'm smart, that's how. He answered. I finished school a few years early and already had a passion for quirks. So why not start making money from it? Only partially true. Part of it had been necessity, not just passion that led him into analysis as a profession. You mean that you graduated from high school before you were even 11? Yagi asked, clearly shocked. Yep. And I had a degree in quirk analysis as well. I needed to in order to officially accept paid requests. Seeing Yagi speechless at the idea of a child earning a college degree at such a young age, he shrugged. Like I said, I'm smart. Multiple intelligence quirks all compounding onto each other tended to do that to a person. So, the reason you were able to work out the details of one for all. It's because I'm actually certified to do so and have several years' experience in doing that sort of thing. Incredible. Yagi shook himself out of his daze after a moment. Well, young Tsumi, my offer still stands. If you accept it, I would have you inherit my quirk. Izuku's face fell at the offer, and his eyes dropped to his plate. Right? That. It wasn't just a question of whether or not Izuku wanted the quirk. He did. So much that his blood nearly boiled. Just the mere thought of acquiring such a powerful quirk, that he for whatever reason could not take by himself, made the collector in him twitch and burn. It was also about whether he wanted the legacy that came with it. Yagi wasn't just looking for a successor to inherit his quirk, he also wanted someone to inherit the legacy of All Might, the symbol of. Izuku wasn't sure he could inherit that, or if he even wanted to try, or if he even really deserved to in the first place. Izuku held no delusions that he was a good person. Sure, he wanted to be a hero and he went out as Oni to help people, but that wasn't enough to make up for who or what he was. He'd hurt people, crippled them, even killed some. He took delight in fighting and terrifying criminals, to the extent that he could be considered cruel. Even his natural quirk, by its very nature, was evil. He took for himself and, despite his wanting to help, cared very little for those that weren't himself or Rei. Aizawa and Tsukachi were probably the only two others that he cared for at all. He didn't think he'd make a very worthy successor at all. That privilege belonged to someone better than him. Don't know. He finally answered. He looked up at Yagi, whose smile had faded ever so slightly. I'm honored that you would offer your quirk to me, don't misunderstand. He continued, seeing the look on Yagi's face. But I'm not sure if I could accept something like that. It's all right, Itsumi. Yagi reassured, looking a bit disappointed, but not in him. I offered, and it is absolutely, completely your choice whether or not you accept. You are under no obligation to do so. I appreciate you saying that. He responded. I'm not saying no, but just let me think about it. Of course. He said with a smile. Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Izuku nodded, then shifted himself away from the table, rising back up to his normal height. He would head home a bit earlier than he originally planned. He'd gotten the answers to his questions, but he'd also been given a lot to think about. He pulled out his wallet, ignoring Yagi's protests as he dropped money on the table. As he did, a thought entered his mind that distracted him from the man's offer for a moment. I'll think about what you said. But in the meantime, are you familiar with Nizu, the principal of Yui? I am. Yagi answered immediately, but with a slightly confused look on his face. Izuku nodded. If you happen to talk to him, could you please be sure not to reveal my identity as Deku to him? I know you already said you would keep that secret, but I just want to make sure you're extra careful around him. Of course, young Itsumi. You have my word. But may I ask why you wish to keep it from him specifically? He smirked. I've actually been in communication with him as Deku. I know that he wants to figure out my true identity, and I want to see how long I can keep it from him. I see, Yagi responded, still slightly confused. By the way, Izuku continued, is he aware of any of your secrets? Your injury or your quirk? Yagi nodded. He is one of the few. Excellent. He responded with a smile. Then, do you mind if I reference those to him as Deku? I want to present theories to him about you that loosely resemble them and see if it's enough to give him an aneurysm. I suppose? So long as they are kept from those that don't already know them, I don't see why not. Though I don't see why you would want to do that to him. Izuku waved a hand in front of him. It's an expression, don't worry. I just want to see if I can render him speechless. I don't think that's ever happened to him and I want to see what happens. All right. Yagi responded. As I said, so long as you're careful then I see no issue. Wonderful. He was already putting a plan together in his head for how he wanted to do it. We should do this again sometime. He said. This has been enlightening. And there are more topics I would like to discuss with you. I think I would like that. Yagi responded. Unfortunately, I can't do it but so often. Right now I only come down to Mizudafu about once a week. But we could meet up then. That works for me. They exchanged phone numbers before Izuku left the cafe, working his way down the road back towards his apartment. He had to hold in the unnecessary excitement at knowing that he had All Might's personal phone number. How many people could say such a thing? He smiled. So far, not too bad for his first day back. Yagi watched as Itsumi walked or slithered away from the cafe. He'd gotten some answers to his questions, but ultimately, he was just as confused as he was before. For starters, he'd at least learned why the young man seemed to be analyzing him with every look. It was because he likely was. That was a concept that Yagi was still struggling to wrap his head around. It was shocking enough to learn that Itsumi was the quirk analyst, Deku. He hadn't really been too aware of Deku before. He'd always been preoccupied with his hero work and had never really needed a trainer to help him get a handle on One for All. But he'd heard the name enough to know that they were fairly well known and, from what he could tell, quite skilled. But then to also find out that he not only finished school, but also had a college degree at the age of 11. Just how smart was Itsumi? The way he'd completely picked One for All apart in mere seconds, especially when Yagi had only told him that it could be passed along to a new user and gather strength along the way, was astounding to say the least. He'd almost be willing to say that the young man was just as smart as Nizu. An involuntary shiver traveled down his spine at the mere thought. Nizu was already terrifying enough, and the two of them were already in communication with one another? He could only imagine what they could accomplish together. The realization of just how smart Itsumi was only further reinforced his decision to offer One for All to him. He wasn't too sure what made him decide to do so in the first place. He'd only met the young man once before, and knew next to nothing about him, but he couldn't help but to feel that he was the right choice. Just as it had felt like the echoes of the previous wielders had reacted when he first shook Itsumi's hand, it almost felt as it was them that was urging him to make the offer. That, along with hearing his explanations for why he cleaned the beach and why he wanted to become a hero, had pushed him to make the offer. He could tell that Itsumi had what it takes to become a great hero. He looked down at where Itsumi's number was displayed on his phone. He would honor his decision if he decided not to accept One for All, but maybe he could convince him the next time they met. For 20 dash, so, I have a theory that I've been toying with for a few days that I'd like to run by you. For 21 mystery box mammal. Dash, and what might this theory be? He and Nizu had just wrapped up a game of chess. He was proud to say that his lead was being maintained with a score of 208. He'd been toying with his idea of messing with the animal, working out exactly how to do it, and he'd finally come up with something perfect. For 21 dash, it's about All Might. And what his quirk might be. For 21 mystery box mammal. Dash, oh? That's one of, if not the most widely debated subject in modern quirk theory. No one has been able to work it out thus far. Dash, do go on. 422 dash, essentially, it all hinges on All Might having an energy-based quirk, rather than a simple strength enhancer. Dash, most strength-based quirks can only get so strong, because the body itself can only be pushed so far by a single enhancement quirk. Most strength quirks function by either increasing or condensing muscle mass. There are a rare few that enhance using the body's own natural energy, but those would not be able to push much further because of the limits of one's stamina. Therefore, I'm thinking that maybe All Might has a quirk that somehow stockpiles energy. Energy that can then be utilized as raw strength. Dash, exploring that line of thought, though, has me wondering where he would be able to gather such extreme amounts of energy from in the first place. Looking at other stockpiling quirks, such as fat gum, there is a limit to how much the human body can store in natural scenarios. So, unless All Might's quirk can store an essentially limitless amount of energy and he's been stockpiling his entire life, or he can take in energy beyond what the human body can produce, there must be something else at work. Dash, I'm wondering if maybe the former is the case. Maybe his quirk can store an effectively limitless amount of energy, and it's been gathering for a long time. Potentially even longer than his life alone. He saw Nizu start to type at that. The icon appeared and vanished several times in quick succession, before disappearing entirely. It seemed as though he wanted to wait to see where his theory went. A smirk split across his face. Oh, he was going to take it so much further. 426 dash, if his quirk truly does stockpile energy, it wouldn't be entirely unbelievable that said energy could be transferred between people. Perhaps if the quirk has a unique mutation that allows it to remain the dominant gene when being passed down from parent to child. If that were the case, and it's been in existence since the appearance of quirks, then it would have gathered up a massive amount by the time All Might manifested the quirk, explaining his nearly unbelievable strength. So, to summarize, I believe that All Might has an energy stockpiling quirk that manifests itself in the form of raw strength, and that this quirk can be passed down from user to user, allowing each subsequent user to make use of a larger amount of energy than the last. He saw the icon appear again, this time staying for nearly a full minute before a message finally appeared. 428 Mystery Box Mammal. Dash, that is certainly an interesting theory. I can see the logic behind it. Dash, do you have any evidence to back it up? Izuku smirked again. He figured that's where Nizu would go. The rodent wanted to know if this was a product of pure speculation or if he actually had any physical proof. He suspected that if he were to answer that he did, then Nizu would start trying much harder to find his identity. Whether that be just to find out who he was and how he'd found out, or to blackmail him into giving it up or swearing to secrecy. He didn't want to press too far and push Nizu over the edge, though he wasn't too sure what that edge would even be. 428 Dash, unfortunately I don't. This theory is nothing but guesses based on observation. 428 Mystery Box Mammal. Dash, I see. It is interesting nonetheless. I am excited to see if it goes anywhere. Dash, do please let me know if you find anything to prove it. I apologize, but I will have to cut this discussion short. There are matters that I must attend to that cannot wait. Izuku didn't get a chance to respond before Nizu disconnected. If he had All Might's number, then he was probably already calling the hero to inform him that someone knew or at least had guessed the secret behind his quirk. He couldn't help the small laugh that bubbled up at the thought of what was going through Nizu's mind. Shaking his head, he moved away from the computer. He could hear Rei starting to move around. It was almost time for him to start cooking dinner, and he wanted to talk to her about what he'd discovered. Especially the offer that Yagi had made. He still wasn't too sure what to think of it, let alone whether he should accept it. Maybe she'd be able to help him sort it out. Izuku stretched his arms up over his head, a slight groan escaping his throat as his stiff muscles loosened. His wings mirrored the motion, extending up into the air. He got up from where he'd been stretched across the balcony that connected to his bedroom and the two offices, the last few feet of his tail dangling over the railing. The sun was just starting to peek over the horizon, signaling the start of the day. He'd taken the night off from his vigilante work. Not because something had happened as he had before, but because this was the one night a year that he always took off. Well, technically 2 nights. The night before and the night after today. Instead of dressing up and patrolling the city, he'd spent most of the night lounging across his balcony, enjoying the July heat as he read a book he'd been neglecting, while listening to soft music play from his phone. He'd found that Spectrum's night vision aspect was incredibly useful for reading in the dark. Flicking his tongue out to taste the air, he picked up the barest hints of cooking food coming from inside the apartment. Rei must be starting her day. She was currently on summer break, which meant that she was able to adjust her sleep schedule back to something that resembled a normal human's. Of course, this also meant that she wasn't awake to help him at night, but he was all right with it. She was happier during the breaks. It was usually about the only time she could go outside while it was light out. Normally, he'd be in the kitchen right now instead of her, cooking up breakfast after a night of playing with criminals. But the same circumstances that had him taking the night off also had her preparing breakfast. Actually, it wasn't just his vigilante work that he was taking a break from. This was the one day a year that he took a break from anything he normally did. No going to the beach, chatting or playing with Nizu, or any of the errands he normally took care of. He didn't even work on any analysis requests. He'd leave them all until the next day, where he'd pull on a few speed quirks, and maybe even quick thinker, to make up the difference. Rolling his neck to work out the last bit of soreness, he made his way back inside his room, depositing the book and the pillow he'd taken out with him, before heading to the kitchen and living room. The scents he'd picked up outside hit him full force as soon as his bedroom door opened. His mouth started watering at the delicious smell. Few things could beat fresh pancakes and bacon. "Good morning, Izuku." Rei called from behind the stove, where he could see breakfast cooking away. "Good timing. I was just about to come get you. I've got a plate ready for you on the table." Smells delicious." "Thank you," he said, moving over to the table. "I could smell it from all the way outside." She hummed in response, pleased with the praise, as she dipped out her own serving and shut off the stove. "So, how did you spend your night off?" "Relaxing out on the balcony," he replied, digging in and savoring the taste. Reading, mostly. But around 1 in the morning I went out flying for a bit. Did you go out to do anything? She asked, depositing her plate on the table and settling at her spot. Nope. Just flying. Enjoying the wind and the view. I was probably up there for a couple hours, and I have no idea how high I ended up going. He smiled as he spoke, recalling the sensation of wind blowing past him as he soared through the air. Flying was one of his favorite things to do. There was just so much freedom in it. When he was up there, a few thousand feet in the air, there was nothing but him. No one to deal with, no one to fight, nothing to do but enjoy the view. In a world of constant distractions, it was almost liberating. It was too bad he didn't get many chances to fly strictly for the sake of flying. Sure, he flew around plenty either as Oni or Izuku to travel, but those instances were both too short and too low altitude to really enjoy. Izuku pulled out of his thoughts to see Rei smiling at him across the table. That's good. You shouldn't be doing anything today except enjoying yourself. Well, we're certainly off to a good start with this delicious breakfast you've prepared, he said, taking another bite. Honestly, I doubt that I could have done any better. Her smile seemed to grow even brighter at his words. I'm glad you like it. I was a little nervous since it's not often that I cook. But it looks like I didn't have to worry. He hummed in agreement through a mouthful of food, and the two fell into silence as they ate. Izuku leaned back away from the table a bit as he emptied his plate again, finishing off his third and final helping. Rei scooped it up almost immediately, depositing it into the sink. He sighed contentedly, closing his eyes. Thank you for the meal, Rei. It was delicious. Maybe it wasn't the fanciest or most complex meal he'd had. But it tasted good all the same, and it was cooked by his favorite person in the world, so as far as he was concerned it may as well have been served in a gourmet restaurant. Instead of a response, he felt a pair of arms slide around his own from behind, enveloping him in a hug. At the same time, her chin came to rest on his shoulder. He leaned into the contact, bringing a hand up to pet at the top of her head. Happy birthday, Izuku, she said quietly, voice nearly a whisper. I love you. He dropped his hand back down, opting instead to rest his cheek on her head. I love you too. He responded, almost as quiet. Her arms tightened a bit around him. They stayed like that for a couple long minutes, just soaking in each other's presence. There was no greater feeling for either of them than when they were together in moments like this. Nothing brought them comfort quite like being with the other. This was how it had always been. For various reasons that both preferred not to dwell on, neither of them had any family outside of each other. No one else to rely on or to love them. For so very long, nearly as long as Izuku could remember, they'd only had each other to lean on. It had only ever been the two of them against the world. And although it certainly hadn't been easy, he wouldn't trade it for anything. He couldn't imagine life without his sister. After some time, Rei detached herself, rising back to her proper height. All right. She started, a smile decorating her face and excitement obvious in her voice. Now that we've eaten, it's time to head out. I've got the whole day planned. I look forward to it. Good. Now go get dressed so we can get started. Izuku had a smile plastered on his face as he made his way back to his room. It remained in place as he picked out his clothes for the day. This was a tradition for them. Every year, on his birthday, they would follow this routine. He would avoid his normal workloads in favor of relaxing. She would treat him to breakfast. Then the two of them would go on an outing planned entirely by Rei. Last year, in addition to treating him to lunch as she normally did, she'd taken him out to an aquarium and to a seminar hosted by another well-known Quirk analyst. This one from Germany. That in particular had excited him, since before that moment he'd had no idea that they were even in Japan. They had talked for a couple hours about hereditary quirk development. How quirks shifted, changed, and combined from parents to child. It had been wonderfully insightful and had given him an excellent opportunity to practice his German. He loved every second of this tradition. A minute later, and the two of them were making their way down the endless flight of stairs that led from the top floor to the ground. Soon enough, they were heading down the road to their first destination, led by Rei as Izuku had yet to be told what exactly they were doing. As they traveled, they spoke to one another to pass the time. Ray went into detail explaining what she was learning in the online classes she attended while assisting him in his nightly ventures. She was studying to become a lawyer. Specifically, she wanted to specialize in criminal law. Originally, she'd been studying computer programming, focusing on cybersecurity, but that ended up not working out. It wasn't that she didn't understand it or wasn't any good at it, quite the opposite actually. She'd excelled. It was the reason that she was so good at what she did now as Phantom. No, she'd simply decided that she didn't enjoy it as much as she originally thought. Her initial decision to make that her focus was based on necessity. Computer sciences and cyber defense were simultaneously some of the highest demand career fields and the easiest to study and get started in. She'd wanted to find a higher paying job to support the two of them. At the same time, she'd also wanted to do everything she could to help him in his early days as Oni. But now that he had his job as Deku, and had become as skilled as he was as Oni, she no longer needed to worry about either, and had much more freedom to decide what she wanted to do. And she had chosen law. He smiled as he listened to her ramble on about what she was learning. He wasn't going to pretend to understand most of it. He knew about as much as he needed to as a vigilante in order to understand which laws he was breaking at any given point, but beyond that it may as well have been a foreign language. It was clear that it made her happy though. She was obviously passionate about the subject, much more than she had been previously, and that was all he really needed to understand. Izuku, on the other hand, kept them entertained by analyzing other pedestrians on the fly. Ray would point someone out, and in the 30 seconds or so that he had before they passed, he'd completely break down what their quirk was. This was met with a number of different emotions by the people in question, from confusion to bewilderment, and in some cases annoyance as he deciphered a major aspect of their life at a glance. This continued on until they reached their destination. Ray had just finished explaining the difference between degrees of murder, a fascinating topic to him since he'd only ever simply categorized people as murderers, when she took his arm to pull him to a stop. Looking up, he saw that they were outside of the Mizudafu Museum of History, a national museum dedicated to the entire history of Japan. Stop number 1. Ray announced. The History Museum. Because I know how much you love history, and because I know you've never been here before. It was true. He did love history, especially ancient history. It was fascinating to see how society and people developed throughout the centuries. To be able to see the history of an entire civilization through what was left behind. Art could tell stories, texts could paint pictures, and architecture could display memories. In his spare time, he would occasionally pick out a different PRD in time and learn as much as he could about it. Personally, he'd always found Eastern civilizations a bit more interesting to learn about. Maybe he was a little bit biased because of where he lived, but there was also just so much there. Maybe in another life, one where he had a different quirk, or where he wasn't Deku, he might have become a historian. Ray tugged at his arm again, drawing him from his thoughts. Well? She asked with a smile. Let's get in there. He grew a smile to match. After you. The two took their time working through the museum. As they did, Izuku ended up being something of a tour guide, explaining a number of historical PRs to Ray, and a few people that were listening not too discreetly some distance away, either too shy or too intimidated by his and Ray's appearance to approach them. They worked their way through all the major PRDS in Japan's history, with Izuku narrating along the way. From the beginning of its history as an established farming civilization in the Yayoi PRD, to the introduction of one of its first major legal systems in the Asuka PRD, to the introduction of formal religion. Technically Buddhism had been introduced first, but he personally considered that more of a philosophy than anything else in the Muromachi PRD, to more recent developments like the isolationist PRD in the Edo PRD. Then of course there were more recent events like the World Wars, the disasters therein, and the rapid improvements of Japan's relations with the rest of the world soon afterwards. When they got to the section covering history after the appearance of Quirks, there was very little substance. Not really all that surprising. Aside from civil unrest and mountains of panicked legal and governmental reforms to compensate for the appearance of superpowers, practically nothing happened as far as developments. Arts, sciences, religion and philosophy. Everything ground to a standstill as humanity collectively experienced a century-long panic attack. If anything, humanity actually regressed. The first people to appear with quirks were shunned and hated. They hid their powers for fear of those that hated them for it. Crime rates rose through the roof, both in general with powered individuals taking advantage of their newfound strength and non-powered taking advantage of the chaos, and those specifically targeted against people with quirks, technically classified as hate crimes. There were even many cases of lynch mobs gathering together at times, adding to the mass confusion. It was as if every country simultaneously stepped back a few hundred years. It wasn't until almost a century ago that humanity started to get its shit together. As the percentage of people with quirks continued to rise, and they weren't so outmatched in sheer numbers, hate crimes decreased as striking against one person held the possibility of many more joining in, all of whom possessing unknown powers. Things balanced out like this for a while, with governments still struggling to pass useful reforms and the percentage of quirked people slowly rising. Then, with the popularization of heroes, things finally started to turn around. Quirks were beginning to be seen in a much better light as the newly established heroes set to work stopping crimes, both powered and not. And while this did stabilize the once heated relations amongst people, and set humanity back on the path to moving forward, the path it found was one centered almost solely around heroics. The arts, namely television, music, and literature, focused almost entirely around heroes. The greatest scientific advances to appear came about in an attempt to create better support gear. Even civil changes revolved around quirks and how they pertained to the struggle between heroes and villains. Of course, there was nothing saying that this was necessarily a bad thing. It wasn't as if this was the first time humanity got caught up on one thing, and one thing alone, for so long. It had happened several times with religion alone in a number of civilizations. How long this focus would last, and whether it would end up being a good thing for humanity or not, remained to be seen. Finishing up their trip through the museum, which may or may not have ended with Izuku buying a tiny replica of a terracotta figurine to take home as a souvenir, they left the museum and continued on where they left off. This stretch of their journey found them having an in-depth conversation about the history of quirk laws. Izuku's contribution came from his in-depth knowledge of history, while Rei's came from her learning about such laws in school. Evidently those laws were some of the first that they discussed, what with the prevalence of vigilantes and the general public dislike of those laws. They both agreed that quirk laws were mostly bullshit. Not that that was an unheard of opinion or anything. They had mostly been the result of panicked government officials that were doing anything they could to simultaneously reduce the discordance of the general public and secure their continued position in a seat of power. As a result, there were a host of half-baked laws that essentially made it illegal to use one's quirk at all. Then, later, reforms were made to make an exception for heroes. Specific instances of people either needing to use their quirk for their livelihood, or because their quirk usage was involuntary, were handled on a case-by-case basis. Technically, it was illegal for Izuku to even fly anywhere, or use innocuous quirks like appraisal, because he didn't have any sort of certification or pass to allow him to do so. Actually, going by the exact meaning of the law, it was illegal for anyone to use their quirk at all in any scenario, even at home. Not that that would ever do anything to stop him. He broke more serious laws on a daily basis. He wasn't exactly bogged down with guilt. Their journey took them through a public park, which supplied them with some lovely scenery as they mocked the incompetence of the people that made the laws, or those that had passed half-butted reforms. It wasn't a stop in their trip, but Izuku found himself enjoying it all the same. Rei had planned their route so that they would pass through it on the way. It was a nice, peaceful break to the normal chaos of the city. Eventually, when they did make to their next stop, it was nearing noon, which was convenient or just careful planning on Rei's part because it was the restaurant where they would be eating lunch. It was a massive building, at least 3 floors and stretching across most of the block. An ornate sign sitting above its massive doors read, Yukamoi no Gachisu. He'd heard of this place. It was a well-known restaurant that boasted the ability to seat anyone, regardless of quirk limitations, size, or otherwise. Most of its seating space was taken up by private rooms to accommodate its guests. They had giant rooms for size quirks, or tiny ones for size-reducing quirks, rooms that were resistant to extreme temperatures on both ends of the spectrum, soundproofed, water, electricity, and laser-resistant. Any quirk imaginable that might keep someone from eating out, this restaurant had the ability to accommodate them. And if they didn't, they guaranteed that they would within a week. He was pretty sure that they had a contract with Cementos to assist with the construction or rearranging of rooms. There was also a rumor that Power Loader was involved as well. His status as a registered developer of support items, supplying them with the technology they needed to accommodate people. More than that though, they were able to meet almost any dietary restrictions or needs necessitated by quirks. If someone needed more of a specific ingredient, or if it was important to have no amount of another anywhere near their food, this restaurant could handle it. Most restrictions were essentially just food allergies, just a bit more severe. Dietary needs, on the other hand, were usually a bit more important and had a more direct impact on one's life. A lot of quirks placed some additional need on a person in order to function. It might need more of a certain chemical in their food or drink, or to take in some other substance on a regular basis. His and Ray's snake-tail quirks required their body to produce more keratin than a normal human in order to maintain their scales. That was a less intrusive example, as it mostly just meant that they needed to consume a bit more protein. Other quirks could be much more demanding. A fire quirk, depending on how it activated and what it used as fuel, might require the user to eat foods with more fats. Gun quirks would require the user to consume enough metal to produce the bullets they used. Growth or transformation quirks would require the user to simply consume a massive number of calories to fuel the changes. The list went on and on. He was lucky that despite having accumulated a large collection of quirks, not many had extensive dietary needs. Most simply required energy to function, and he had his stockpile quirks for that. And while their ability to accommodate anyone, regardless of quirk, was their main selling point, their food was also good enough to make them a 5-star restaurant based on that alone. In other words, it was the perfect place to take someone with a large mutation quirk for lunch on their birthday. Because despite having the ability to shift his form to a normal humans to eat anywhere, that wasn't a good enough reason for him to do so. That quirk meant too much to him to do something like that. There was a reason it was one of the quirks he played off as his natural one. Really, if it weren't so conspicuous and easy to spot, he would probably keep it active when he went out as Oni. Besides, this restaurant being the way it was meant that Ray could eat there too. And she couldn't turn the quirk on and off like it had a switch as he could. It wasn't long before the two were being directed into their own room, almost perfectly sized for them to situate themselves at the table without being cramped. The staff had evidently been aware that they didn't need chairs, because there weren't any in the room, and the table was slightly higher than a normal one would be. Doubly impressive since it was barely even 2 minutes between their entering the building and getting to the room. Ray had made a reservation beforehand. When the food came, with Izuku of course ordering katsudon and Ray ordering udon noodles, they found that it definitely matched up to the rest of the restaurant's reputation. Izuku took one bite and nearly melted. It was probably the best thing he'd ever tasted. Ray evidently felt the same way about her food, judging by the expression on her face. Now, he didn't mean to brag, but he felt that he'd become fairly skilled when it came to cooking. He'd been preparing his and Ray's meals nearly every day for years, and had gotten to the point where he could experiment and create his own dishes. Despite that, he got the impression that any attempt he made would pale in comparison to the food he was eating right now. But while it might be the best thing he'd ever eaten as far as taste, it still didn't top the breakfast from that morning in terms of how much he enjoyed the meal. That simple meal of bacon and eggs would likely remain his favorite for a while. At least until they did this all over again next year. Partway through the meal, Ray spoke up. "So," she started, swallowing a mouthful of food. "What's new in the world of quirks? Anything interesting come up?" He knew that she was talking about his job as Deku. He thought for a moment before responding. "There was a metal quirk that came through the other day. Like that new one you took? Similar, but with some key differences." He answered, taking another bite of his meal. "It seems to cover their entire body, where mine leaves the eyes unchanged. And it seems like it relies on a steady intake of iron to maintain its capabilities." Apparently, the durability of the metal can deteriorate rather harshly if they overuse it or don't intake enough. It also only lets them transform their body into one type of metal unless they can consume different metals to change that. Interesting, she mused. Do you know if they're trying for a hero school? They didn't say. But they were directly asking for ways to make their quirk stronger, and there's only so many reasons why someone would ask for that. Especially when their quirk doesn't match any current heroes. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were. The two quickly went off on the conversation, discussing the countless quirks he analyzed on a daily basis and which ones stood out to him the most. Eventually, they finished off the last of their lunch and were heading out the door, but not before Izuku left a sizable tip on their table. And soon enough they were back outside and headed to their next destination. After traveling for a bit, Izuku realized that they weren't too far from Dagobah. A moment after that realization, a thought ran through his head that put a smile on his face. He didn't really want to interrupt Rei's plans, especially since everything had been going so well thus far, but he felt like she would enjoy his idea. Hey, he said, pulling to a stop. Are we on a tight deadline for the next stop? Not really, she responded, confusion drawing at her expression. Can get there whenever. Or if you have something that you'd like to do, we can do that instead. We're out to celebrate your birthday after all. His smile widened. Wonderful. There's something I want to show you. It shouldn't take but a few minutes. With that, he turned to head straight for Dagobah, with Rei following close behind. Just a few minutes away from his destination, Rei seemed to realize what they were headed towards. He noticed her expression tighten ever so slightly. Izuku, why does it seem like we're heading towards Dash? I know. Just trust me. He reassured, draping an arm over her shoulder. You'll see in a minute. They continued on in silence. He could practically feel the tension and discomfort in Rei's body increasing by the minute. He knew that she didn't like the place, but that's also why he needed her to see it. Finally, they rounded the final corner between them and the beach. Now it was just one final fence blocking their view. The closer they got, the more he noticed Rei's discomfort making way to confusion. Despite the fence blocking their sight line to the ocean, it was still completely obvious to anyone that was familiar with the beach's previous state that the enormous mountains of garbage weren't there anymore. Or at least that they weren't quite so towering. Then they reached the entrance, with the entirety of the beach stretched out in front of them in all its glory. With its gleaming white sand and clear water, there were even crowds of people out enjoying themselves. He heard her breath catch in her throat. She was frozen, a look of complete bewilderment stuck on her face. Several long moments later, and she managed to get out a small what? I cleaned the beach, he said. She glanced at him before returning her gaze to the beach, almost scanning it. You what? About 3 years ago. He started. I decided that I wanted to do something about it. It was a sore spot, both physically and in our lives, and I wanted to change that. I wanted to erase that part of our past. Back when the two of them were younger, much younger, they'd been forced to live on the beach for a while. They didn't have the means to live anywhere else, and the city proper held too many dangers to be wary of. It had not been pleasant. Not in the slightest. There had always been a constant horrid stench assaulting their senses, day in and day out. The constant breeze from the ocean made the colder months hell on them with their inherent minor weakness to such temperatures. All of that coupled with a constant hunger, and it was easy to understand how unpleasant memories could hang around this place. Those were the worst 3 years of their lives. For so many different reasons. But once they were no longer in a position where they had to worry so much, and once he was able to, he'd started cleaning the beach bit by bit to clear those memories away. Did all this? She asked, still recovering from the shock. How? Slowly, came his response. There was an old dumpster nearby that I used. I would fill it up, then fly it over to the nearest proper dump to dispose of it, then come right back to do it again. It took me about a year to get all of the bigger stuff, then another couple months to comb through the sand to pick up all of the smaller pieces. He watched her for a moment. Then, so? What do you think? It's beautiful, she whispered. So different from what it used to look like. He noticed tears gathering in her eyes, and squeezed his arm a bit tighter around her. That seemed to jolt her out of the almost trance she was in. She sniffed, rubbing the tears out her eyes. Now look, I'm supposed to be treating you today. Not the other way around. He smiled. Yeah, well, I felt like it was something you needed to see. Actually, I'm kind of surprised you never noticed that it was clean. It's been like this for a while. She sniffed again. I've always done my best to avoid it as much I could. I've never had any reason to get this close, and I've got a filter running on my computer that blocks out any mention of it. I see, he said, smile dropping ever so slightly. He'd known that she didn't care for the beach, but he never knew that she'd gone to such lengths to avoid thinking about it. He supposed it made sense though. The way the two of them handled their past was a bit different. Izuku accepted every bit of it without question. He rationalized it as all being deserved because of what he was. Every horrible thing and shitty situation he dealt with was because he was inherently evil and the world was punishing him for it. He knew and understood that, and was able to move on. He dealt with it because he was supposed to, and then he worked to improve himself and his situation to earn something better. But Rei had never deserved what life had dealt her. It had given her the worst hand it could, dragged her through the dirt, but there was never any reason for any of it. She'd dealt with so much shit, but she'd never been able to find an explanation for why. She wasn't able to accept it, the unfairness of it all. But she'd worked hard anyway to escape the unfair situation, and as soon as she could she'd shoved the past behind her to never look back. He shook his head to disperse the somber thoughts, searching for a topic to direct their attention elsewhere. So, this is actually where I go most days when I head out. Really? She asked, turning to look at him. Yep. Almost every day I come here to sun myself out on the sand and practice some of my quirks. You come here just to lay in the sand? Oh, trust me. You have not lived until you've curled up on the hot sand. It's like the heated floors at home, except so much better. She looked between him and the beach with a bit of doubt in her expression. But he could see the curiosity there too. He knew that she had the exact same instincts as him. The ones that made him want to curl up on the nearest warm thing and soak in its heat. They weren't particularly strong instincts, at least certainly not when compared to other mutation quirks, but they were constant and insistent. Want to try it? He asked. I can attest that there is no better way to work off a stomach full of food than with a nap on a warm beach. She still looked a little skeptical, but she relented. All right, let's do it. They moved wordlessly down to the sand. He could tell the exact moment Rei reached the sand because he heard a slight gasp from behind him. There wasn't too much different in heat between the sand and the concrete sidewalks, but the sand just felt different. Part of it might have been how their weight made them sink into it slightly, or maybe that sand was softer than the sidewalk. Whatever it was, he didn't particularly care. And it seemed as though Rei didn't either. Soon, they had reached his normal area, and were coiling up next to each other. So, do you believe me now? He asked, lounging across his tail. She sighed from where she was laying across her own, mimicking him. All right, I believe you. This is pretty great. She shifted a bit, relaxing even further. You're telling me you come here and do this every day? He laughed softly, just about. I'm usually heading out of the apartment around noon. I go eat lunch at a nearby cafe, then come here for a few hours. Practice with some quirks, enjoy the sun, then continue on with the rest of my errands. I'm jealous, she said, eyes closed. You get to do this all the time. I'm usually asleep right about now. Well, to be fair, I don't really sleep PRD. So I've got more free time anyway. And besides, that just means we'll have to make the most of it while you're still on break. You're right about that. I feel as though I've been missing out. And I'm pretty sure that this is better than what I originally had planned for the rest of the day. What did you have planned? He asked. I was going to take you to the zoo. But this is turning out to be better, I think. Maybe, he shrugged. But I would have enjoyed it all the same. It doesn't really matter what you plan, so long as I get to enjoy it with you. A tired smile stretched across her face. Maybe we could have made fun of the snakes at the zoo for not being half human. He grew his own smile. Cursed to live an existence of no limbs and no sapience. He pulled his quirk journal from the bag at his hip. Ready to take notes? Now take a nap or something. Enjoy the heat, we've got all day until sundown. She mumbled something incoherent, already basically asleep. He hadn't realized how much she would enjoy the beach. She really had been missing out. He was just flipping through his notebook to a new page when he paused. Frowning, he looked over to where Rei was stretched out. She was wearing short sleeves, and they obviously hadn't planned to be out on the beach, so they didn't have sunscreen. He didn't care as much if he got sunburn, his healing quirk dealt with it pretty quickly, but she didn't have that luxury. Glancing down the beach, he found the solution to the issue. As quietly as he could, or at least as quietly as a giant snake could manage, he got up and made his way down to what he'd spotted. A few short minutes later, and he was opening a giant umbrella, driving it into the sand. He positioned it so that she was completely settled in its shade. Satisfied that she wouldn't be waking up a bright shade of red, he went back to flipping through his notebook, picking out a quirk to experiment with. Finally deciding on one, he pulled it from his chest and got to work. It was nearly sundown by the time they got back to the apartment, the sky already awash in reds and pinks. They were at the beach much longer than he normally would be, but Rei had obviously enjoyed her first positive experience there. "All right," she announced. "Head back to your room or office for a few minutes. I've got to get the last part of the day ready." He smiled as he complied. He already knew exactly what was going to happen, but that didn't stop it from being his favorite part of the day. Once he was in his room, he changed out of the mint green button-up he'd chosen for the day and into a loose t-shirt. A few minutes later, and Rei came to retrieve him, pulling him into the living room to reveal the final part of the yearly tradition. The floor was covered in pillows and blankets. Not too far from how it normally was with beanbags instead of proper furniture. There was a movie already set up on the TV. And there are a few cartons of ice cream sitting on the coffee table. Out of everything else, this would forever remain his favorite part of the birthday tradition. The two of them would curl up on the floor, wrapped up in blankets, and eat ice cream for dinner as they watched movie after movie. They wasted no time getting settled in, wrapping up in blankets within seconds, and popping open the first cartons of ice cream. Not even bothering with bowls as they dug in. The movie was started soon after they got settled. This wasn't just his favorite part of the tradition, but also the oldest. When the two of them were younger, older than they were when they'd had to live on the beach, but not by much, they'd still been struggling financially. When it came to birthdays, they didn't exactly have the money for a huge celebration or even presents. Instead, they would make do with this. They would rent a couple of movies, usually old Disney movies, and eat ice cream for dinner as they watched. For them, even this was a treat they rarely got to see. Getting to have ice cream at all was almost the same as an extravagant vacation, and watching those old movies was the best gift they could get. And now, despite being in an infinitely better situation, they had carried this with them. Albeit with better, softer blankets, more ice cream, and a streaming service for the movies. They still didn't really do physical presents though, because they'd struggled so much. Now that they tended to buy what they wanted when they wanted it. Where before they could only dream of having certain things, or had to save for weeks and months for the simplest things, they didn't want to experience that anymore. Of course, this didn't stop Izuku from finding a few gifts for Rei when her birthday came around. The first movie cut off, and Rei was quick to put the next one on. They had already finished off all the ice cream that had been set out. They curled up closer as the next movie began to play, leaning on one another. "Thank you, Rei," Izuku said quietly, "for always putting so much effort into making my birthday this enjoyable." "You're welcome," she replied, wrapping an arm around him. "I know that you have plenty of reason to dislike your birthday. So I want to do my best cancel all of that out with good memories." He hummed in acknowledgement, reaching his own arm up to wrap around her. "You do a very good job. This one was just as good, if not better, than last year's. I'm glad. You deserve it. You deserve to be happy." He didn't respond, but hugged her a bit tighter as they settled to watch the movie.